A quiet evening is interrupted when his brother calls out his name, Seiho. The younger brother then drops a bombshell of a proposal, asking Seiho to take over as the merchant group's leader. He argues that it's Seiho's rightful position as the eldest child, and that he's far more talented. It was Seiho's genius, after all, that transformed their small group into one of the three greatest. But Seiho can barely stammer out a protest, his mind already reeling. His peaceful life of lounging around with no responsibilities is flashing before his eyes. He imagines the endless business dinners, the forced pleasantries he absolutely does not want it. His brother simply stands there, watching him with an unnerving silence. Seiho's panicked expression hardens, realizing his brother is dead serious about this. The two remain at the table, a heavy tension settling between them. Seiho can only let out a long, exhausted sigh, feeling trapped by his brother's ambition. But suddenly, another voice enters the conversation, calm and decisive. The family head agrees to let Seiho have his way, granting his wish to live freely. And in an instant, that simple choice unleashes a vision of absolute hell. Everything his family built, their entire legacy, is suddenly engulfed in flames. His personal guard, the man who protected him since birth, lies slain on the floor. His second brother, the one who just tried to give him power, is also among the dead. The group's entire leadership, the generals, the pavilion masters, all wiped out. In the end, only Yoon Seiho, the youngest son, is left sitting among the ashes of his choice. The carefree slacker is gone, his face now a mask of blood, grief, and burning resolve. The vision zeroes in on the man responsible for the massacre. Namgung Kang, the leader of the White Heaven merchant group. In his final moments, the family head feels the cold steel of a blade pressed against his neck. The killer looks down with mock pity, saying it's a shame he has to die. The patriarch demands an answer. How can a group from the Orthodox Muram Alliance do this? Namgung Kang smirks, revealing the higher-ups were tired of their family getting in the way of business. He scoffs at their downfall, claiming it was all just for the sake of money. But the family head isn't broken, spitting back that they only lost because they were less skilled. Namgung Kang is momentarily stunned by his captive's unyielding pride. With his last breath, the family head channels his remaining energy into his palm, roaring in defiance. He unleashes one final, desperate attack, striking his murderer with everything he has left. But the desperate attack only forces Namgung Kang to cough up a bit of blood. He smirks, admitting he got careless, but declares this is exactly why they had to be eliminated. Seiho can only watch, helpless, as the blade is raised for the final, finishing blow. His life flashes before his eyes, a tragic montage of everything burning down around him. All his work, all the lives of his people, was it all for nothing in the grand scheme of things? Regret consumes him. If only he'd trained harder, if only his group had been stronger. Maybe then, they wouldn't all be dying here today. His eyes flutter open. Master? He's jolted awake, not by the cold steel of a sword, but by a familiar voice calling his name. His brother stands over him, chiding him for falling asleep on his very first day of work. Seiho touches his own face, his mind reeling in utter confusion. What is happening? Is he still alive? A sharp voice cuts through the haze, scolding him for not analyzing last year's supplies. His vision is blurry and his hearing is faint. It feels like he's still dying. The man mentions the leader's concern, but Seiho's mind is racing if he's alive. Then the man standing before him must be that bastard, Namgung Kang. He throws a punch fueled by pure rage, only to get swatted across the room. The old man smacks him again with a wooden stick, yelling at him for still being asleep. But the sharp pain from that blow, it feels weirdly, almost painfully, familiar. As his vision clears, he realizes this man isn't his sworn enemy at all. It's the Yunhei Merchant Group's chief of internal affairs, Yu So-ak. Seiho's blood runs cold. That can't be right because he knows this man should be long dead. Seiho scrambles back in a panic, wondering if this is actually hell, while Yu So-ak just scoffs at him for still being half asleep. The old man is absolutely livid, remarking that Seiho is the first student to ever lay a hand on him. He's promptly ordered to go to his room and face the wall like a disobedient child. Now sitting in the thinking chair, Seiho's mind reels. The vivid memory of his death clashes with the reality of being scolded. His thoughts drift back to his very first business assignment, analyzing last year's harvest supply. He remembers the brutal verbal beatdown he received, with Yu So-ak claiming his report was only good for fertilizer. Suddenly, a wild theory begins to form in his mind. Testing the impossible, he calls out a name he hasn't said in years, Jung-am. Just like that, his personal guard, Yo Jung-am, drops from the ceiling, awaiting his command. With his heart pounding, Seiho asks the most important question. Exactly how old is he right now? Jung-am kneels, asking with genuine concern if his master got beaten up that badly. While tying up his hair, He casually informs Seiho that yesterday was his 15th birthday. The number echoes in Seiho's mind. 15? Impossible. He's 39 years old. His guard is starting to get seriously worried, suggesting a physician for his increasingly erratic behavior. But Seiho is lost in his own world, staring down at his hands in utter disbelief. They're smooth, uncalloused, the hands of a boy, not a seasoned clan leader. There's only one way to be sure, and he smacks himself hard across the face. The stinging pain is real. Yoongam panics, shouting that of course it hurts. But that's the problem. Seiho shouldn't be able to feel anything, because he is absolutely certain he's dead. The memories of his future are too clear: the bloodshed, his family lying dead at his feet. He remembers the cold steel of the White Heaven Merchant Group leader's blade slicing through his neck, clutching his throat. The phantom pain confirms that all of it was real. His guard just stares, confused, as the devastating truth crashes down on Seiho. He's returned to the past. The massacre, the shadowy figures pulling the strings, it all happened, and it's destined to happen again. An old man's scolding voice echoes in his mind, but Seiho's resolve hardens. Never again. He has memories of the future, every crisis, every betrayal, every opportunity. A grim smile forms. He'll use that knowledge to defy the Muram alliance, but wait a second. He turns to Yoongam, asking him to confirm that yesterday was his 15th birthday. His guard agrees, completely bewildered, as Seiho starts frantically counting the years on his fingers. A cold sweat breaks out. His face twists into a panicked grin. Oh, this is bad. This is very, very bad. The frantic calculation ends, and a chilling realization hits Seiho. There's only 1 week until that incident. He turns to Yoongam, his expression dead serious, insisting they need to do something. And it has to be done in absolute secret, without anyone else knowing. His loyal guard just sighs, completely misreading the situation and blaming it on puberty. But while Seiho plans, a darker plot is already unfolding in the shadows as a secret message is received. A hooded figure emerges, confirming his mission with a chilling sense of calm. He's been briefed. The youngest son has begun his training, and his guard is supposedly a skilled martial artist. But the conspirator scoffs at the idea of needing stealth. Why would he be scared of a sickly kid who can't even walk without a cane? As for the guard, he smirks. Don't worry, he has a special plan for him. And if things get messy, his backup plan is simple. Just kill all the witnesses. His contact chuckles, reminding him that he once served the very family he's now targeting. But the assassin's eyes gleam with cold focus, the past meaning nothing to him now. He sees his target as nothing more than a frail boy, fated to die an early death anyway. With a twisted grin, he justifies his mission as an act of mercy, a way to end the kid's suffering. He's utterly convinced that right now, Seiho is just sitting in his room, waiting for the end. But the reality is completely different. As Seiho travels through a snowy mountain pass with his companions, he cheekily claims he needs the exercise, much to the annoyance of the man actually carrying him. His female companion sighs, wondering what they could possibly find in this frozen wasteland. Seiho already knows, though, as his true objective comes into view: a rare, glowing fruit. With a sly wink, he declares this fruit the best miracle medicine in all of Zhongyuan. But this moment of triumph dredges up a dark and bloody memory from his past. His brother, pierced by arrows, weakly urges a younger Seiho to run and save himself. Seiho can only look back in anguish, wondering where he could possibly go without him. But his brother insists this is his duty, the very purpose for which he has lived. He pleads that his own death is meaningless, so long as it isn't in vain. Seiho remains frozen, unable to bring himself to abandon the man who protected him. His brother's voice cracks with frustration, lamenting how stubborn Seiho has always been. He begs him not to render this sacrifice worthless by staying. The choice must be made now, as their enemies are already storming the building. His brother's last words echo in Seiho's mind, as his sword clatters to the floor. He stood as a lone shield against a tide of assassins, his final wish for Seiho to survive and grow strong. That bloody, determined face is a memory seared into him forever. It's a memory that reminds him of who he can trust in this life. And the last one is his servant, Palgap, who is currently more concerned with his runny nose than anything else. The other is his guard, Yo Yoongam, and with their help, he's searching for a fabled medicine, but his companions are shivering in the snow, completely clueless as to what they're even looking for. With a sigh, Seiho simply points toward a lone tree on a snowy ridge. There it is, the pure icy snow plum, a miracle herb radiating with immense yin energy. His friends squint, seeing nothing but a tree. As Seiho explains, this is the cure for his entire condition. His female companion is skeptical, wondering why they need some unknown herb when they have plenty of miracle medicines back home. But Seiho shuts that down immediately. The other medicines are useless, as his condition isn't a simple meridian collapse. He possesses the rare mysterious Dragonstar physique, a body born overflowing with incredibly strong yin energy. For women, this is a gift, allowing them to become martial masters. For men, however, it's a death sentence. The only way to survive is to consume a yin-based medicine during adolescence to completely convert the body's nature. Seiho grimly recalls learning this far too late in his past life, when the pure icy snow plum was already out of his reach. His friends are completely lost, so he simply asks them to trust him, just this once. His eyes plead with an unspoken weight, begging them to follow his lead without question. With a sigh, his companion relents, muttering about how he never listens to his guardians anyway. Fine, she'll be quick. She leaps into action, calling for Yo Young-am to follow her to the tree. He recalls his promise. He might not become stronger than his brother, but he'll become as strong as he possibly can. In this life, he will not let anyone die for his sake, a future he must claim for himself. A few days pass after that desperate night in the snow. Back at the estate, a revitalized Seiho cheerfully greets his men, a stark contrast to his old self. His companions, however, are less than thrilled, grumbling about the colds they caught because of him. But as Seiho walks away, the other retainers can't help but stare after him. They whisper amongst themselves there's a new energy in his step, a vitality that simply wasn't there before. One of the guards realizes he's even gotten taller, swearing the young master used to be shorter than him. A young maid gasps, pointing out that it's not just his height, his entire face has changed. He was always handsome, but now, with his fatal constitution cured, he's practically radiating newfound beauty and life. His female companion thinks he now talks like a wise old man, which she finds surprisingly endearing. But their gossip is cut short by a superior, telling them to get back to work instead of fawning over the young master. The truth, however, is a closely guarded secret. Seiho underwent a complete body reconstruction. The miracle medicine he took reforged him from the inside out, flooding him with newfound energy. His eyes snapped open, shining with a vibrant blue light and a power he'd never known. He's keeping his recovery under wraps for now, trusting only his closest allies with the truth. But his companions are getting frustrated, wondering just how long he plans to hide such an obvious change. Still, they agree that as long as he's healthy, that's what truly matters, though she threatens to kill him if he ever gets sick again. Elsewhere on the estate, a different kind of problem is brewing inside the finance pavilion. The man in charge stares in utter disbelief, stammering at a report that seems simply impossible. He asks if this mountain of paperwork was really all done in just 2 hours. The rank 7 member, Yo Cheng-wei, is deeply skeptical. A task meant for 2 days, done in a flash? But Yoon Se-ho just casually explains that it wasn't that difficult, since it was just summary writing. Internally, though, he's cursing himself for not pretending to be an amateur a little harder. Cheng-wei, however, isn't impressed. His tone shifts, addressing the young master with a hint of condescension. He launches into a lecture about how finance is the lifeblood of the group and demands absolute care. Se-ho's eyes narrow, instantly understanding the unspoken accusation. He asks flatly if the man is implying his work is hasty and careless, simply because he finished early. Cheng-wei admits that, yes, he did them far too quickly to be trustworthy. Plus, he remembers the old Se-ho, the delinquent who punched a chief. There's no way that person could ever do this work well. Se-ho reads the man's intentions like an open book. His condescension is painfully obvious. So, with a confident smile, he leans in and casually proposes a little bet. They'll take the documents to the Chief of Internal Affairs and wager on whether his work gets approved. Cheng-wei scoffs, certain the chief will make a huge deal out of such shoddy, rushed work. But the idea of teaching this arrogant young master a lesson is too tempting to pass up, so he asks for the stakes. Se-ho starts simply, the loser will handle all the remaining documents for the day. But then he adds the real poison. The loser must also perform the 0-2 dance at his brother's ceremony. Cheng-wei is stunned into silence, wondering if this kid is actually being serious. His pride, however, won't let him back down, and he furiously accepts the absurd challenge. When another member tries to calm them down, Cheng-wei explodes, shouting not to interrupt a man's battle. With the wager set, they waste no time and head straight for the Internal Affairs office. The chief, Yu Soak, examines the documents, completely stunned by their quality. Cheng-wei watches from the side, sweating bullets, unable to believe what he's hearing. He stammers, begging the chief to look again for a mistake, but gets shot down immediately. In a panic, he shouts that even he, a veteran, has never gotten work approved on the first try. Annoyed, the chief whacks him with the scroll, asking if his glasses are just for show. Se-ho calmly remarks that it's not that Cheng-wei is bad. Chief Yu is just notoriously strict. He then places a comforting hand on the loser's shoulder, and with a devastatingly smug smile, He says he's looking forward to that 02 dance. Seiho turns and leaves, as a shell-shocked Chang Wei can only watch him go. A defeated Chang Wei can only watch as his rival departs. Seiho, on the other hand, is feeling absolutely refreshed from his flawless victory. His good mood brings back a memory of a sharp, disapproving gaze. His brother used to chide him for giggling around when his poor health was a constant worry for the family. This was Yoon Jinho, the second son, who saw him as a careless fool. But that memory is tainted by a flash of a darker one, the image of his brother's bloody end. Snapping back to this past reality, Seiho's eyes land on a familiar figure. It's Jinho, alive and well, standing right in front of him. But Jinho recoils, demanding to know why he's acting so friendly. And Seiho suddenly remembers. Oh, right at this point in time, they were on bad terms, all because Jinho opposed him learning the business. Seiho has to admit, his brother isn't wrong. Jinho warns him not to act pathetically sick when he goes to see their father. In fact, if he dares to pass out like last time, Jinho swears he'll kill him. Seiho just offers a disarming smile, promising he'll be careful. But his brother's cold glare cuts right through it, his dislike for Seiho palpable. Leaving that tense conversation behind, Seiho heads towards the main hall. He reflects that this is his first time seeing his father and brothers since his return. A confident smirk plays on his lips. He has so much he needs to show them this time around. After all, his memories from the future are screaming at him, warning of a devastating fire that will break out at the finance pavilion in just a few days. A fire that claimed a life and burned invaluable documents to ash. But Seiho knows the truth hidden within the cinders. This wasn't some tragic accident. It was a meticulously planned act of arson. In the present, the pavilion chief Yo Chang-wei is already drowning in work, completely oblivious. So when Seiho silently appears behind him, the poor man nearly jumps out of his skin. Seiho just offers a disarming smile, brushing off the chief's suspicion as he heads inside. But his real plan is deadly serious. To gain freedom, he must first change his family's perception of him. With that resolve, he enters the Yunhei merchant group's main estate. He steps into a silent, tense family dinner with his father and two older brothers. The first son, Yoon Jongho, finally breaks the ice, asking Jinho about his new duties. Jinho sips his drink, casually remarking that fieldwork suits him better since he doesn't have to use his brain. Seiho remains silent, his face an unreadable mask as he listens to his brother's boast. The eldest brother, Jongho, then turns to Seiho, asking about his new training at the finance pavilion. He advises his younger brother not to rush things, expressing concern that he might overwork himself. Seiho offers a polite smile, assuring him he's working within his limits, though he thinks his brother has always been this way. A dark memory flashes through his mind, a version of his brother he is determined to never see again in this life. His gaze hardens with resolve. But as he's lost in thought, another voice cuts through the air, dripping with sarcasm. Jinho scoffs at the very idea, mocking that for Seiho, anything besides lying in bed is considered overdoing it. Seiho glares back, disgusted by how twisted his second brother is, while Jinho prepares to scold Jinho for his disrespect. But Jinho isn't done, turning his anger on the eldest brother for always covering for the brat. He spits that Seiho is nothing more than a burden they're all forced to look after. Jongho snaps, telling him he's gone too far, but Jinho coldly asks how stating the obvious is going too far. After all, he lists Seiho's ailments, the blood, the cane, and questions what use he could possibly be to their merchant group. Hearing those words still stings, even if Seiho has heard them 1,000 times before. But he decides this is his own battle to fight, cutting in and calling Jinho by his name, who flinches in surprise. As Jinho stammers, Seiho calmly tells him to stop, reminding him their father is about to arrive. He then turns to his eldest brother, Jongho, advising him to calm down as well. Jongho is left speechless, wondering what just happened. He's always known Seiho was sharp, but today, for the first time, his youngest brother feels strangely, unnervingly mature. And right on cue, the door slides open as a servant announces the master's arrival. Seiho's newfound composure completely shatters. His eyes widen, a flicker of raw panic he can't suppress. Father, the heavy, authoritative footsteps of the Yoon family head enter the room. He takes his seat at the head of the table, apologizing for being late as his three sons bow. But his gaze immediately locks onto Seiho, asking if he's unwell because his face looks unusually red. Seiho is caught completely off guard, stammering that it's nothing. But in his mind, a terrible memory surfaces the real reason for his flushed face. He's remembering the image of his father lying on his deathbed from his previous life. Sensing the turmoil, the family head, Yoon Gilsong, asks pointedly if there's something his son needs to say. Internally, Seiho forces himself to calm down, to get a grip on his spiraling emotions. This kind of raw, emotional display, it just isn't like him, and he knows it. He focuses on the fire he's seen in the future, reminding himself that it hasn't happened yet. With a final, deep breath, he finds his center again. He looks up, a newfound confidence in his eyes, and tells his father that yes, he has something to say. The family head raises an eyebrow, intrigued by this sudden shift, as his other son looks on. Seeing his son's seriousness, the patriarch gestures for him to sit and speak his mind. Seiho begins by bringing up a conversation they had long ago, before he started his training. He recalls his father explaining that due to his frail constitution, he was only ever taught the basics. But now, Seiho challenges that decision, declaring his ambition to one day lead the pavilion himself. His brother, Yoon Jung-ho, is completely blindsided, wondering where this sudden ambition came from. The patriarch calmly places his chopsticks down, a silent signal that he's taking this seriously. He acknowledges Seiho's point but cuts to the chase, asking what he's really trying to say. Seiho makes his demand clear. He wants to take on all duties, including the grueling night shifts. Without a moment's hesitation, his father flatly denies the request. A stunned silence falls over the room, with Seiho absorbing the blunt refusal. He questions the harshness of the decision, but his father is unmoved, stating some things are simply impossible. The patriarch explains that the rigors of night security are far too much for Seiho's delicate health. His final word is law. Anything but night duty. The matter, in his eyes, is closed. But Seiho's eyes narrow with resolve. For his plans, that simply won't do. Not backing down, Seiho offers a simple wager. What if he can prove he's physically capable? His father seems almost amused by the idea, agreeing in principle but wondering how he'd manage that. With a confident smirk, Seiho declares he will spar with his brother, Jinho, stunning everyone at the table. Their other brother, Jongho, can barely process the words, utterly baffled by the sudden challenge. The patriarch's fleeting amusement vanishes, his expression hardening into cold disapproval. A silent fury builds in his eyes. This was not the answer he was expecting. Jinho, the target of the challenge, finally snaps, asking if Seiho has completely lost his mind. But Seiho just taunts him with a grin, cheekily asking if he's afraid of losing. Jongho desperately tries to intervene, but Seiho calmly asks what the problem is. He explains that easing their worries about his health is, in its own way, a form of filial piety. Seiho continues, pointing out that Jinho recently became a first-class martial artist. Jinho, surprisingly, turns to address their father directly. He grits his teeth, admitting the logic is sound, and asks for permission to spar. Jongho starts to protest, but the patriarch's voice cuts in, calmly giving his approval. He silences his pleading son, stating that Seiho must learn to be responsible for his words. As he calmly picks at his food, he explains that everyone faces trials, and with a cool, calculating gaze, he declares that Seiho's time is now. Seiho smirks to himself, knowing they all think he has absolutely no chance of winning. His father sets the terms. Survive for just 1.5 minutes, and the duties are his. With a respectful bow, Seiho graciously accepts the challenge. Jongho sighs, completely stressed out by his brother's reckless decision. He warns Seiho to surrender if it gets too dangerous, insisting there's no shame in it. Seiho promises to keep that in mind, but a sharp look in his eyes says otherwise. Honestly, he doesn't think surrendering will be necessary at all. The scene is set in the courtyard, where Seiho stands opposite his opponent. His retainers, holding drum mallets, are utterly baffled by the situation. One of them can't believe it, asking her companion why the young master is on stage when he was supposedly on death's door. But Seiho simply offers a sly smile, putting a finger to his lips to quiet them. He reassures his worried allies that everything will be just fine. Nearby, Jongho asks their father if he isn't worried, only to be told there's nothing to be concerned about. Jongho points out that Jinho has always looked down on his younger brother and won't be holding back, but the family head just scoffs, questioning if that supposed disrespect even matters. He simply tells his son to watch as the two opponents face each other in the courtyard, their auras already clashing. The retainers, however, are completely lost, convinced the entire family leadership has lost its mind. The female companion is still reeling from Seiho's recent charm, wondering if has been possessed. Their thoughts are cut short when the patriarch gives a simple, firm order. Sound the drum. He repeats the command with a sharp, unyielding glare that silences any protest. The young woman hesitates, mallet in hand, the gravity of the duel resting on her shoulders. Finally, casting her doubts aside, she slams the mallet down, praying for the youngest master's victory. At the signal, Jinho grips his blade, sneering at Seiho, the bastard who doesn't know his place. Jinho scoffs, lecturing Seiho about being spoiled and thinking the entire world is beneath him. The brothers' eyes meet, one a cold, calculating blue, the other a blazing, resentful red. With a roar, Jinho leaps forward, promising that as the older brother, he'll teach Seiho how the world really works. But his mind betrays him, flashing back to a fond memory of his mother teasing him for being so captivated by the newborn Seiho. He remembers a tiny hand reaching out, and his own childish wonder as he let the baby grab his finger. His father had placed a hand on his head, telling him it was his duty to care for his little brother. Looking down at the infant, Jinho could only think of his father's words. But back in the present, that memory twists into rage as he questions why he was the only one forced to be a proper brother. He charges again, screaming that while he was held to that standard, everyone overlooked how Seiho was never a good son. With eyes blazing, Jinho rejects his brother's words, swinging his blade with pure fury. But Seiho meets the attack with a bored expression, casually blocking the strike. Hess not even concerned. Hess just wondering how much effort he should bother putting into this. In a blur, he unleashes the advanced Snow Dragon Sword technique, combined with traceless steps. Jinho finds himself on the ground, completely dumbfounded, as his brother stands over him. The onlookers, including Yoon Jong-ho, are absolutely floored by the display of skill. Everyone who was watching is left speechless, their jaws practically on the floor. But just as everyone is processing his genius, Seiho intentionally trips over his own feet. He goes tumbling to the ground in a comically clumsy fashion. Lying there, he puts on a sheepish grin, pretending his victory was pure luck to hide his true power. Jinho's face twists in fury, realizing that act of clumsiness was a complete and utter mockery. Humiliated, he lunges again, unleashing a desperate and wild flurry of attacks. But it's utterly pointless, as his wooden sword is immediately knocked from his hand. Seiho, moving like a phantom, effortlessly sends his older brother sprawling to the ground once more. Yoon Jong-ho can't believe his eyes, wondering how a child like Seiho could be this powerful. But the calm family head advises him not to take Seiho's words at face value. He knows the truth. Seiho is the greatest genius the merchant group has ever produced. The head admits he didn't realize the boy was this good, but he knew this wasn't an empty challenge. He reflects on how Seiho, the clumsy kid, just went toe-to-toe with a first-rate master. Standing alone, he can't help but feel excited, imagining how far Seiho will go with a proper master. No, his real concern isn't the prodigy Seiho. It's always been about Jinho, whose memory is a tempest of confusion and rage. He couldn't understand it back then why none of his attacks would ever land. Seiho, the business genius, was now stealing his title as the family's greatest martial artist. But this resentment began long before, when Seiho was just a small kid peeking around a corner. Jinho would call for him once the adults were gone, ready to train together. But Seiho was a sickly child, often left weak and coughing up blood. It was a sight that always left Jinho watching in stunned silence. Their father was the one who stepped in, announcing a change to Jinho's training. He explained that Seiho's fragile health demanded his full attention, asking Jinho to step aside. His father's words felt like a heavy burden. He was the older brother now. But that duty was shattered by a panicked cry. Young Master Seiho was in critical condition. Jinho watched, frozen in horror, as the adults desperately tried to figure out what was wrong. Through his tears, the terrible truth began to spill from his lips. He was the cause, having accidentally fed Seiho an elixir of pure yang energy. He tried to explain to his father, stammering that he just wanted to help his brother get better. He pleaded, clinging to the man's arm, begging him to understand it was a mistake. But the family head's gaze was cold, offering no comfort, only silent judgment. Cast out of the room, Jinho overheard the devastating verdict. Seiho would be internally damaged for life. And it was in that moment of childish desperation that all their future problems truly began. Seiho's resentment finally boils over, screaming that this was all Jinho's fault for making him weak. His wooden sword smashes against his brother's, demanding to know why he's the one who has to suffer. The two face off, but Jinho's response to the raw anger is unnervingly calm. He speaks of their brotherhood, not with warmth, but as a bond fated to carry resentment forever. Seiho can only stare back, completely lost by his brother's cold and cryptic words. With a sudden crack, Jinho presses his attack, done with the philosophical debate. Elsewhere, his companions watch a timer with growing panic, only 9 seconds left on the clock. And back in the duel, Jinho begins to channel a blistering crimson energy into his blade. His entire demeanor shifts as he readies his true power. The time for holding back is over. Seeing this, their father cries out in alarm, begging Jinho to control his feelings before it's too late. Seiho roars his brother's name, charging forward with everything he has. But Jinho just looks back, his expression cold, thinking Seiho truly doesn't understand a thing. His voice echoes over a vision of a burning estate, explaining that family is a difficult thing. Because of that closeness, he muses, they are fated to carry a deep resentment for each other. A resentment so old, he confesses, that he's forgotten why he ever started hating Seiho in the first place. It all flashes back the powerlessness of his childhood, the guilt of being pushed aside. He even sees a vision of himself, dying, finally admitting that none of it was Seiho's fault. It was a final, desperate apology he could only write when it was already far too late. A last message of regret, tied to the leg of a small bird. A single white dove, sent flying away from the carnage, carrying a truth Seiho never received. A final message echoes from that tragic vision. Don't you dare forgive me. The sword of his brother falls, a memory of an end he now refuses to accept. Snapping back to reality, Jinho declares that he can't shoulder all the blame. He meets Seiho's blade with a steady gaze, no longer the broken man from his vision. They were all just immature back then, he says, as their weapons clash. The onlookers gasp, their minds struggling to process his next move. Seiho freezes in disbelief, his brother he just let go of his own sword. A confident smirk plays on Jinho's lips. Head seen this predictable attack a mile away. While he can't just forgive him, he says, he will let this go for now. Seiho is left completely stunned as Jinho effortlessly catches his wrist, neutralizing the threat. Watching from the sidelines, the woman tracking the duel stares in wide-eyed shock. The hourglass slips from her grasp, crashing to the ground. Time's up. With no clear victory within the 10-minute limit, the hooded man who set the terms of the bet points decisively. This is the youngest master's win. Word of this stunning outcome quickly reaches the estate's finance pavilion. There, Yu Soak learns that Jinho's victory is being kept under wraps for now. But he's even more impressed by a report on Jinho's meticulous organizational skills. What a find. A greedy glint fills his eyes. He has to make this kid his assistant and work him to the bone. Meanwhile, the man causing all this commotion isn't celebrating his victory. Jinho is already back in the training yard, his blade singing through the air with renewed purpose. But his focus turns inward, his eyes sharp with a sudden, unwelcome memory. He flashes back to his brother, Yoon Seiho, lying deathly ill and coughing up blood. And he remembers himself as a small child, forced to kneel in helpless silence. The entire family, his own father included, only had eyes for the sick heir. He scoffs internally, yeah, family in this household is a difficult thing. Jinho lets out a long, weary sigh, the weight of the past settling on him. Then, with a furious clang, he drives his sword deep into the training ground. Has absolutely, undeniably pissed off. But what's even more strange is the profound sense of relief that washes over him with the rage. Spotting a nearby maid, he calmly asks what the youngest master is up to right now. The maid nervously explains that the young master was dragged off by the Chief of Internal Affairs. The Chief of Internal Affairs? Jinho is completely baffled. Why would that man be involved? His thoughts are cut short by a summons from the Yoon family head, who greets him with a chilling smile, noting he's heard Jinho can finally take on real duties. Jinho cautiously agrees, trying to sense the trap he's clearly walking into. Suddenly, the Chief of Internal Affairs, Yu Soak, storms into the room, ordering Jinho to be brought in. With a predatory glee, Yu Soak declares that Jinho is now his personal assistant, an order that came from the very top. Jinho freezes. He remembers this man from his past life, and he remembers exactly how he died. The cause of death was simple: overwork. A fact Yu Soak seems proud of as he lists an impossible number of tasks. The sheer, unadulterated horror dawns on Jinho's face. This isn't a promotion, it's a death sentence by paperwork. As Hez held firmly by Yu Soak's assistant, she calmly tells him not to worry, a statement that couldn't be less reassuring. She smiles sweetly, telling him not to worry, he'll learn to enjoy this work, just like her. But from the floor, with his acupoints still blocked, Jinho calmly states that he doesn't think so. Internally, he's scrambling. He can't exactly tell them his real reason for refusing the job, which is to prevent the finance pavilion fire he knows will happen between 3 and 5 a.m. If Hez chained to this desk as Yu Soak's assistant, he'll never be free for overnight duty. He vividly remembers the last assistant in his past life, screaming and fleeing from being overworked. There is absolutely no way he's going to let himself meet the same fate. So, thinking fast, he calls out to the Chief of Internal Affairs, trying a different tactic. He argues that the true value of his training is to gain a broad understanding of operations. Surely, he reasons, there are more qualified people for the role. He just wants to learn the regular duties. Yu Soak thoughtfully considers the argument, stroking his chin as Seiho explains his desire for overnight duty. Seiho is ecstatic, thinking his passionate plea to experience the real work has actually succeeded. But the old man's face twists into a wicked grin, announcing that he'll simply get both regular and overnight duties. Seiho's triumphant smile freezes solid as the crushing weight of his miscalculation hits him. There's only one option left: make a run for it. He bolts across the courtyard as guards shout in alarm. His escape is laughably short-lived as the Silver Wind Squad, specialists in detaining fleeing employees, tackle him to the ground. 3 agonizing days pass, and a new overnight duty roster is posted. Seho stares at the notice, his mind racing. Today is the day it all goes down. The finance pavilion fire. On the roster are 2 names, his own, and Yo Chang-wei, the bespectacled man from the finance department. A flicker of relief crosses his face. He remembers now Yo Chang-wei was the one on duty that fateful night. But there's just one problem. He's so sleep-deprived he feels like he's going crazy. He's pushing his limits every day, surviving on stimulant pills just to stay awake. Thanks to the Snow Plum's energy, he recovers fast, which only makes them pile on more work. He has to get out of this place before he ends up like that crazy workaholic, Jo Young. Finding his partner for the night, he confirms the man's identity. Yo Chang-wei. Seho looks him in the eye, telling him he'll be counting on him for tonight's shift. The man simply agrees, saying he'll be counting on Seho, too. With that settled, all Seho has to do is get through the night safely. But just as he begins to focus, his thoughts are interrupted. Yo Chang-wei is back, offering him a cup of tea before they begin. Seho politely refuses the drink. He's not about to let his guard down. The 2 men settle into their work, the air thick with unspoken suspicion. Finally, Yo Chang-wei breaks the silence, unable to stand it any longer. Seho smirks, turning the question back on him, asking if there's something he'd like to say. The man's eyes narrow, realizing he's the one being probed. He carefully considers his response, not giving anything away. Seho plays dumb, claiming he has no idea what his partner could possibly be talking about. The tension snaps, and a flicker of anger crosses Yo Chang-wei's face. He suddenly stands, announcing he's going to do his rounds now, trying to escape the conversation. With a cold look, he confirms it's best if he goes alone, clearly not trusting Seho for a second. Jinho watches his partner walk away, sighing at the man's prickly attitude. Back at his desk, he calls out for his other companion, Yo Young-am, wondering where she could be. A voice from above reveals she's been perched on the rafters this whole time, much to his exasperation. He casually invites her down for tea, and she happily agrees, hopping down from her perch. She takes a sip, complaining that the tea is a little too bitter for her liking. A moment later, she's out cold on the floor, the drugged tea having done its work perfectly. Jinho gently places her in bed to rest, admitting he's a little jealous she gets to sleep. But there's no time for rest. He cracks his knuckles with a determined smirk, ready for his real patrol. In the darkness, he prepares a bucket and a rag, his plan already in motion. Now, cloaked and hidden, he sets out into the night with a single goal: to catch the arsonist. Silently, Jinho moves through the archives, his preparations almost complete. He drenches the wooden floors, not with oil, but with water to douse any flame. The empty bucket clatters to the ground. His trap is now set, and just as he predicted, the true culprit emerges, pulling out a fire starter. The arsonist's face is grim with intent as he sparks a small flame. A wicked grin spreads across his face, absolutely certain of his success. But a voice suddenly remarks on how excited he seems, shattering the silence. The man freezes, his confidence instantly replaced by disbelief and shock. In a flash, Jinho glides past him, snatching the burning tool right from his hand. He examines it with a smirk, musing that it's perfect for adding oil to a fire. Jinho continues his mockery, commenting on how thoroughly the arsonist prepared for his crime. He then casually drops the man's name, outing him as pavilion member Ah-sung. The arsonist's face contorts with rage, demanding to know how his identity was discovered. Jinho simply offers a condescending smirk, asking if he'd believe a story about seeing the future. Seeing the man's disbelief, he dismisses the question as unimportant. The only thing that matters, he states, is that Ah-sung was caught red-handed. Cornered, the man lets out a choked sound, his plan completely foiled. But his panic quickly melts into a sinister laugh as he admits Jinho is right. He pulls back his hood, conceding that the rumors of the young master's intellect were no exaggeration. Then, drawing a dagger, his friendly demeanor vanishes as he asks if Jinho is foolish enough to be alone. But Jinho just looks at the dagger, completely unfazed by the threat on his life. He even has the gall to crack a joke, casually telling the assassin he's still available. The utter disrespect makes Ah-sung's eye twitch with pure, unadulterated rage. He lunges forward to kill the insolent brat, but is stopped cold just before his blade can connect. Because, as it turns out, Jinho had backup waiting in the wings the entire time. Yo Chang-wei, the head of the guards, approaches with a lantern, his expression grim. He recalls the young master's strange instructions, realizing now what this was all about. We see how it happened. Jinho had cornered him earlier, a knowing smirk playing on his lips. Across a table, he pressed Chang-wei, who tried to feign ignorance about the conspiracy. But the guard's nervous silence was all the confession Jinho needed. And so, in this earlier meeting, Yo Chang-wei finally cracks, demanding to know how Jinho did it. He lays out the impossible facts. Jinho got documents approved on his second day, a feat he's never managed in 3 years. The guard is so baffled he can only assume it was some kind of sorcery. Jinho just smirks, realizing this is why the man's been so tense around him, much to Chang-wei's flustered denial. His expression turns serious as he explains that there's nothing particularly special about him. It's just that he was taught to look past the task itself and read the intentions of the person giving the order. This simple, profound piece of wisdom hits the head of guards like a lightning bolt. Jinho just smiles, admitting he's just parroting the lessons his father taught him. Chang-wei is left utterly speechless, the gears in his mind grinding to a halt. He sighs, a mix of pure frustration and deep respect washing over him. This kid is on a whole other level. Jinho calmly adds that such frustrating emotions can also be fuel for growth. It's yet another lesson, he admits with a small smile, that his father taught him. Deciding he needs some space, Chang-wei gets up to do his rounds, planning to go alone. He glances back, convinced that a little time to himself would be for the best. He can't believe a rookie caught him so off guard. Perhaps the future of the merchant group truly rests on that kid's shoulders, even if he is, at times, unbelievably annoying with his strange training methods. To clear his head, the head of guards makes his way to the tonic room. He figures a warm cup of tea is what he needs, regretting that his pride stopped him from accepting Jinho's offer earlier. But as he reaches for a container, his eyes catch something he hadn't noticed before. He picks up a different jar, frowning at the strange oil stains covering the lid. This is new, and just like that, his mind is thrown into a vivid, jarring memory. He sees a masked warrior moving like a phantom, cutting a path through his foes. The memory sharpens, revealing a confident Yo Young-am clenching his fist. He'd boasted that, after sparring with Jinho, fighting these thugs felt laughably easy. A powerful bamboo strike sends his opponent flying back in stunned disbelief. How could this be? Wasn't this the same kid who was supposedly sick and on death's door? Young-am gave him no time to recover, pressing the attack with a furious barrage. The man crashes to the ground, beaten and bloodied. His mind reeling, was this even real? The vision fades, leaving Chang-wei trembling, his hand hovering over a set of mahjong tiles. He stares at the piece, the crushing weight of his own stagnant life crashing down on him. Rather than live a meaningless life, he's betting everything on this 1-inch mahjong tile. But the game ends in disaster, and his frustration explodes. He screams that this is a scam. He grabs one of the thugs, demanding his money back, convinced they tampered with the tiles. His outburst gets him nothing but a violent toss out the front door. Sprawled on the ground, broken and bloody, he wonders when his life became so worthless. A calm voice cuts through his despair, remarking on his pathetic state. It's Ah Seung. Chang-wei scrambles to his feet, clinging to the man's leg, desperately pleading for another chance. Ah Seung simply smirks, acknowledging that he knows Chang-wei is a capable merchant, and with the man at his absolute lowest, he extends a surprising offer to work together again. But his cold eyes reveal his true thoughts on the matter. It's all so pointless. And as his eyes close, we shift to a different kind of darkness, a different kind of pointlessness. A brutal strike cracks across a man's face, a cold voice ordering him not to faint. Yoon Jinho looms over the broken Yo Chang-wei, informing him that from this moment on, his humanity is revoked. With a chilling glow in his eyes, he explains his special technique. When struck by this power, you can only speak the truth. He demands an answer, and Chang-wei can only stare back, bloodied and terrified. The scene shifts to the pre-dawn hours, the estate quiet under a pale moon. Yoon Jinho calmly addresses the assembled family members, offering a half-hearted apology for the early morning ruckus. He knows they've already received a message about the incident, but he's here to deliver the results. Gesturing up at the courtyard tree, he presents the culprit who tried to burn the finance pavilion, now hanging limply. He even adds, with a detached air, that the water wheel was especially helpful in getting him to confess everything. The arsonist's name is revealed as Ah Seung, a man so broken he can only beg for the sweet release of death. The Yoon family head is stunned by the confession, repeating the name he just heard, the Lotus Courtesan House. He demands to know if this is certain, the weight of such a deep betrayal sinking in. From the side, Yoon Jinho coolly observes, knowing the old man must feel completely stabbed in the back. And why wouldn't he? The Lotus Courtesan House is one of Hubei's most prestigious, a longtime partner. The Breeze Pavilion leader quickly deduces the motive. They owe the family a fortune, and the fire was to erase the debt. The Sunset Pavilion leader chimes in, noting how close they came to never finding the culprit at all. The Chief of External Affairs simply expresses his relief that the plot was stopped in its tracks. They all acknowledge that if it weren't for the young master, they'd have woken up to a pile of ash. And Yoon Jinho just stands there, his gaze unwavering. Oh, Hez sure. Hez absolutely sure. And he knows that if he hadn't intervened, Yo Changwei would have burned alive, drugged with sleeping tea. But as the praise continues, Yoon Jinho simply cuts them off, stating it's time to decide what to do next. The family head is taken aback, thinking any other young man would be soaking up this moment. Jok Byung-chul, however, sees something else, a sharp mind moving straight to the important matters. Yeondami is equally impressed by his unnerving calm amid such a high-stakes incident. The verdict is unanimous: this young master is exceptionally talented. Just then, as they're all admiring his maturity, a single hand is raised. It's the Chief of Internal Affairs, Yu Soak, who timidly asks if they can untie the prisoner from the tree. Even Yoon Jinho is a bit surprised by this compassionate request, but he casually agrees. And so, the would-be arsonist Ah Seung is brought down, groggily thanking the chief for his mercy. But the moment Ah Seung is conscious, the merciful Chief of Internal Affairs lands a vicious punch to his face. Turns out, Yu Soak's compassion has its limits, especially when his sleep is disturbed by arsonists. Later, inside the strategy meeting, Yoon Jinho calmly makes a shocking proposal. Let's burn the pavilion ourselves. The entire room freezes, every elder staring at him in absolute, dumbfounded silence. Yu Soak, finally joining them, nearly has a stroke, but the others urge him to calm down and listen. A cup is set down thoughtfully, a voice cutting through the tension, calling it an impressive plan. It's Yeondami, who astutely quotes a proverb about using lies to obscure the truth. Yoon Jinho gives a slight, knowing smile. She understands exactly what he's getting at. He confirms her suspicions, explaining that they need to use a lie to cover up the real events. Their goal, to make the Lotus Courtesan house believe their little arson plot was a complete success. This isn't just about deception, he clarifies. This is about forcing their hidden enemies to show their true colors. The other elders quickly agree with the bold strategy, but the Chief of Internal Affairs is absolutely losing his mind. But with the majority in favor, the order is given, and the finance pavilion is set ablaze as the poor chief wails in despair. Of course, Jinho isn't a fool, had already moved every important document and a soundly sleeping Yo Young to a safe location. He watches the inferno, a grimly familiar sight from his past life. But this time is different. This fire isn't a symbol of their destruction, but a stepping stone to their success. A fact that offers zero comfort to the Chief of Internal Affairs, who is currently having a breakdown over the rebuilding costs. With the chaos underway, Jinho calmly inquires about the deadline for the Lotus Courtesan house's fees. A wicked little smile forms as he decides to let that particular problem marinate for a while. A month later, word of the Great Fire has spread, setting the stage for the next act at one of Hubei's most famous escort pavilions. And at this very pavilion, the talk of the fire is on everyone's lips. The chief manager, Seo Suchan, hears the rumors that all contracts were destroyed. A nasty thought crosses his mind. Are they using this fire to weasel out of their massive debt? He scoffs at the idea. A burned document doesn't just erase what's owed. Trust is everything in this business. Annoyed, he decides to take this matter directly to the house master. But as he slides the door open, he's greeted by a disturbingly still hand on the floor. His eyes widen in shock at the scene before him. Entertainers are collapsed all over the room. It's a grime tableau of violence and debauchery. In the center of it all stands the housemaster, who casually asks what the problem is. Suchan is aghast. The master is harming the women again, breaking a strict rule set by his predecessor. But the housemaster, Baek Bok, just waves a dismissive hand, telling him to cut the lecture. Lounging on his throne, he warns Suchan that this line of questioning is making him want to kill him. Internally, Suchan can't believe this degenerate. He's seriously thinking he needs to quit this job. He presses on, bringing up the unpaid fees to the Yunhei merchant group, and the matter of trust. Bakebok looks at him, utterly unimpressed by this appeal to honor. He scoffs, saying it's long past the due date anyway, so who cares? He then tells Suchan to get out. Suchan stands his ground, trying to argue, but the master just repeats his command, his patience wearing thin. Finally pushed too far, Suchan blurts out that the former housemaster would have never acted this way. The air in the room chills as Bekbok's lazy expression sharpens into something far more menacing. With a cold look, he beckons Suchan to come closer, his voice dangerously soft. Suchan barely manages a confused apology as Bekbok casually rummages around his throne. But before another word can be said, Bekbok smashes a bottle across the official's head. As Suchan collapses to the floor, coughing up blood, Bekbok looms over him with a simple question. He kicks the man again and again, demanding to know who the real housemaster is now. Annoyed that the official is just getting in his way, he turns his back on the bleeding man. He retakes his throne, casually announcing that their next target is the Dawoon merchant group. Grabbing one of the terrified entertainers, he explains that Dawoon might be annoying, but they're important. They are one of the 3 greatest merchant groups, directly affiliated with the Muram Alliance's White Heaven. A sinister smile forms as he realizes this is his chance to silence everyone who compares him to his father. Better yet, he muses, why just cut ties with Yoonhae when they could eliminate them entirely? But just as Baekbok gets comfortable, his celebration is cut short by a frantic call. Annoyed, he glares down at the intruder, demanding to know who dares enter without permission. The terrified subordinate can barely get the words out. The Yoonhae merchant group is here. Baekbok's smug expression instantly shatters. Wait, what did he just say? And right on cue, standing before the Lotus House doors, is Yoon Jinho and his entire retinue. He notes with a smirk that no one has even tried to stop their unannounced visit. His companion dryly remarks that a group who doesn't pay its partners probably doesn't pay its guards either. Deciding they're clearly not ready for guests, Jinho decides to just let himself in. With a dramatic flair, the doors swing open as he announces their purpose with a smile. They're simply here to collect their money, and he waltzes in like he owns the place. Yo Youngam watches his leader, a little confused by the sheer delight on his face. Jinho kicks the doors wide open, playfully shouting that he's here to collect his money. His own men stand behind him, thinking to themselves so it really was just about the payment after all. Lounging on his throne, Baekbok sneers down at the intruders, demanding to know who they are. But Jinho's smile freezes as he lays eyes on the drugged entertainers scattered across the floor. His expression turns to ice as he calls out a single name, Young Am. The formidable subordinate begins his slow, deliberate walk towards the throne. Jinho's voice drips with disgust, saying he mistook Baekbok for a simple debtor, not a worthless scumbag. He mockingly asks if the previous housemaster would be proud of this little scene. The insult hits home, and Baekbok's sword slips from its rest, stabbing into the floor with a sharp thud. With each heavy footstep, Yo Youngam approaches the throne, his presence alone silencing the room. Baekbok, his face twisted in rage, draws his sword, its tip aimed squarely at the advancing man. Even one of Jinho's own men tries to hold Youngam back, but is effortlessly brushed aside. Baekbok sneers, daring him to attack now that a weapon is drawn, asking if he just came here to chat. But Youngam just smiles, a predatory grin as he beckons the fool forward, almost pitying him. That's the final straw. Baekbok roars, lunging forward to cut this insolent subordinate down, but his blade meets a thunderous block, stopped dead in its tracks by Youngam's massive club. The Lotus House Master strains with all his might, only to see a cold, unimpressed smirk on his opponent's face. With a single, contemptuous shove, Youngam sends him staggering backward, completely off balance. Baekbok can only grunt in shock, his arms trembling from the sheer, overwhelming power he just witnessed. Baekbok stumbles back, his footing completely broken by that single push. He pants for breath, his mind reeling. How did he block every single attack? The rumors said the Yoonhae group's second son was a master, but this is something else entirely. Youngam's face twists into a vicious grin, declaring that if his skills are this weak, he deserves a beating. In a desperate move, Baekbok lashes out with a high kick, trying to create some distance. But Youngam doesn't even flinch, watching the sloppy attack with cold disdain. His eyes narrow as he leans in, calmly telling the fool to clench his teeth. A sickening crunch echoes as the studded club smashes directly into Baekbok's face. The Lotus House Master is sent flying, his sword tumbling from his numb fingers. He crashes onto the floor in a heap, utterly and completely demolished. Youngam casually rests the club on his shoulder, mocking the clean, ringing sound it made against Baekbok's skull. He reassures his companion that he didn't hit the man hard enough to kill him. This was just a warning. Meanwhile, Yu Soak isn't nearly as gentle, slapping another unconscious subordinate to wake him up. The man's eye slowly flutters open, consciousness returning against his will. Hez greeted by a terrifying grin, as Yu Soak cheerfully asks if Hez awake now. The horrifying sight makes Baekbok, who's just coming to, let out a scream of pure terror. Yu Soak seems disappointed, wondering why he's so scared after having the guts to try and stab him earlier. Youngam steps forward, looming over the pathetic master on the floor, finally getting to the real reason for their visit. He coldly states that their patience with the delayed payments has run out, tired of being treated like fools. But Baekbok, bloodied and confused, has absolutely no idea what payment he's talking about. Youngam contemptuously slaps a stack of papers right across Baekbok's face. These, he explains, are the records of every single item the Yoonhae group provided to his establishment, and since not a single coin has been paid in a year, the contract is clear. The Lotus House is now theirs. But Baekbok scoffs at the idea, accusing them of trying to pin him with forged documents. He smugly reminds Young-am of the fire at the guild's finance hall, certain that all the real records were destroyed. Watching from the sidelines, Yu Soak's face twists in disgust, utterly sick of this pathetic denial. Young-am lets out a sigh, then smashes his club into the floor to get the man's full attention. He shoves a document right in front of Baekbok's eyes, telling him to take a good look at the aged paper and worn seal. The bravado instantly melts away as Baekbok stares in horror. Holy hell, this thing is genuine. His mind flashes back to the fire, but how? It was supposed to burn everything. Did his allies screw this up? Baekbok's mind is reeling. His allies swore the job was done, so how is this possible? Did they lie to him? He glares up, demanding to know what that soft rattling sound is that he keeps hearing. With a condescending smirk, Young-am taps his own temple, telling him that's just the sound of his tiny brain trying to think. He leans in, questioning why Baekbok was so desperate that he had to pull these kinds of stunts. Young-am's eyes narrow, accusing him of doing all sorts of shady business behind the scenes. But just as the pressure mounts, an unexpected voice cuts in, asking if he could have a word. Young-am's expression shifts slightly. Wait a second, he recognizes that man. The man steps forward, formally introducing himself as Seo Suchan, the chief manager of the Lotus House. And this isn't just any manager, he's a man with a reputation for turning failing establishments into gold mines. A talent so great, it seems even Young-am's superior, Yoon Se-ho, has come to greet him personally. Wasting no time, Seo Suchan presents the damning evidence, the Lotus House's own accounting books. Baekbok absolutely snaps, screaming that he'll kill the manager if he says another word. His furious outburst is cut short by a sudden chilling sensation on his cheek. A blade is at his throat, held by Yoon Se-ho's silent companion, her expression ice cold. With the situation handled, Seo Suchan calmly asks the young master for a moment, alone with Baekbok. He turns to the terrified man, telling him it's all over now and to just give up. With a heavy finality, the manager declares that Baekbok has already crossed a line he can't return from. And a flashback reveals the root of his desperation, a life spent in his predecessor's shadow. He was always being compared to his father, his every minor mistake treated as a major failure. And it seems Seo Suchan has been watching this tragic decline for a very, very long time. Baekbok's mind races with resentment. It was never his mistake. It was always about his father. He had once sneered at Seo Suchan, questioning if his father's position would last forever. This poisonous envy was the very reason he became so twisted. Now, in the present, Seo Suchan stands over him, regretting ever trying to help such a man. Baekbok can only curse in defiance, but the manager ignores him, directing Yoon Se-ho to the ledger. Se-ho accepts the book, acknowledging Baekbok's circumstances but knowing the outcome is set. With the matter resolved, he finally opens the ledger to see the truth for himself. And just as he thought Baekbok wasn't just skimming, he was running an entire illegal gambling den. Yoon Jino and Namgung Kang approach as Se-ho confirms the leak, adding there's more to the story. He then turns to Namgung Kang with a deep bow, sincerely thanking him for believing in him. Having started this investigation, Se-ho asks Namgung Kang for permission to see it to the very end. He offers to reveal another clue, but the elder cuts him off, already aware of the new pavilion Baek is building. At first, Namgung Kang dismissed it as a simple boast, but now he sees the grim reality. The true mastermind pulling the strings is none other than the Down Merchant Guild. With this new information, Se-ho walks with his companions, his mind racing. He pieces it together. The Down Guild is under the Baekshan Guild, which is directly affiliated with the Muram Alliance. What in the world is the Muram Alliance planning now? The implications are staggering. Hez so lost in thought, he doesn't even hear his companion trying to get his attention. She finally snaps him out of it, annoyed he's been ignoring her for a while. She demands to know why he's so insistent on going to the pavilion, telling him he needs to explain so she can help. Se-ho simply smiles, telling her that this is something he has to see for himself. Their guide points ahead, identifying the structure as the pavilion Lord Baek is building, while Se-ho's companion is just about ready to smack him for his secrecy. At first glance, it looks like an ordinary building, but an unsettling chill hangs in the air. He asks his companion if she senses any presence nearby, but she feels nothing. As they step inside the empty hall, their guide mentions that all workers were sent away until tomorrow. The guide leads them to a spot, explaining this is where he felt that strange sensation before. Suddenly, Se-ho senses danger, immediately stepping in front of his companion. His hand falls to the hilt of his blade as he calls out into the shadows. A single foot steps out from behind a wooden pillar, and from the darkness emerges a cloaked figure, their face hidden, ready for a fight. Se-ho is stunned. He felt no presence at all. He demands to know who they are, but the assassin remains silent. Without a word, the figure draws their blade, the sound of steel confirming this is an ambush. Se-ho immediately tells his companion to take care of the head manager. He'll handle this himself. In a blur of motion, the assassin leaps forward, blade aimed to kill. The attack is impossibly fast, but Seiho manages to draw his own sword just in time to defend. Their weapons connect with a deafening clang, the force of the impact shaking the air. Behind the mask, the assassin's eyes are chillingly calm, focused entirely on their mark. A furious exchange follows, a whirlwind of parries and strikes as neither fighter gives an inch. Seiho struggles, shocked by the power behind the assassin's blade. It's heavy, far heavier than it looks. His eyes widen with a grim realization. This isn't just some killer, this is a master. But as their blades lock, a faint, sweet scent of orchids catches Seiho completely off guard. The assassin gives him no time to think, pressing the attack with another ferocious swing. Yet instead of clashing, the killer uses the momentum to disengage, flipping away with startling agility. They land perfectly, a silent promise of another attack hanging in the air. And then, in a flash, the assassin hurls a small pellet straight at the floor. Seiho's blood runs cold as he recognizes the object, a firebomb. He screams at the top of his lungs for everyone to get down. The room is instantly consumed by a blinding flash and a thick cloud of smoke. As it clears, Seiho rushes to the dazed head manager, who thankfully seems unharmed. But wiping his nose, Seiho realizes his mistake. It wasn't fire, it was a smoke bomb, a clean escape. Standing in the dissipating smoke, Seiho wonders if the assassin's only purpose was to escape. He shudders, realizing if she had fought seriously, it would have been a massacre. Just then, the manager shouts that he's found it. Seo Suchin points to the floor, revealing a hidden underground passage leading to the main building, an escape route hidden in plain sight. Seiho now understands how the intruder got in and out so cleanly. Turning to his subordinate, he orders Yo Ungam to secure the entrance while he investigates. Certain that this door is the key to everything, he kneels to pry it open. With a soft creak, the wooden panel lifts, revealing a dark path leading down. His eyes widen as a chilling memory surfaces. His father had warned him about this. And there, carved into the wood, is the undeniable proof, the insignia of the Down Merchant Guild. Back at the Yunhei Merchant Guild headquarters, the gravity of this discovery settles in. The Yun family head recaps the report. A secret passage connected to a rival guild. Elder Yu Soak adjusts his glasses, a flicker of concern in his eyes. He coldly suggests that if the entertainment house is such a liability, they should just sell it. Seiho can't believe what he's hearing, immediately protesting that it would be a huge mistake. His father turns to him, calmly asking him to justify his strong opposition. Seiho begins his argument, reminding them that Huayin is a strategic hub for the province's elite. It's an invaluable source of high-quality information, and a place to curry favor with powerful men. With a confident smirk, he concludes that it's a self-sustaining gold mine too valuable to ever let go. The Yun family head concurs, noting that the ledger proves the manager has exceptional capabilities. A greasy smile spreads across Yu Soak's face. He admits Head even thought of recruiting him directly. Seiho clocks the dangerous expression immediately, seeing the elder's forced enthusiasm. But his father's gaze cuts through the tension, changing the topic to reward Seiho for his efforts. He grants his son a vacation, telling him to take a few days to rest after the recent affair. The instant Seiho turns to leave, his father and Yu Soak's eyes flare with a strange energy. Yu Soak panics internally, silently begging his master to just let the boy go. A crushing psychic pressure descends, a silent command for Seiho to stop and turn back. But outside, Seiho just shivers, cluelessly complaining that it feels like a ghost who died from overworking. His companion wonders why he's talking about ghosts, but Seiho just brushes it off and tells her they should go. Internally, though, he's gloating over his victory against the Muram Alliance. He lets a wicked grin slip, thinking how they've completely outplayed those fools, which only confuses her more. His thoughts turn serious, lamenting that they couldn't capture the masked individual from the fight. He raises a cup with his companion, deciding it's best to keep the pavilion a secret from his father for now. That masked fighter, he muses, was a true master, a sign of even tougher opponents to come. This realization sparks an idea. Perhaps he should pay a visit to his master from his past life. He vividly remembers the old man's crushing regret, believing his son's death was his own fault. A look of steely determination crosses Seiho's face as he resolves to change that fate. A sudden, chilling realization hits him, and he frantically asks his companion what the date is. Before she can fully process the question, he shouts that the fated day is today. Immediately, the group bursts into a desperate sprint through a vast bamboo forest. He can't afford to be late. His mind is screaming with the knowledge of what's about to happen here. He orders Yungam to go on ahead, knowing he must reach his master's eldest son before it's too late. His companion acknowledges the command as Seiho recalls the tragedy that happened when all the adults were gone. He pushes his body to the limit, a blur of motion as he races against time and fate. In his past life, his brother had been playing here when he fell, fatally pierced by a bamboo shoot. That memory fuels him now as he surges forward, determined to prevent that death from ever happening. The memory hits him a haunting cry for his brother, echoing through the bamboo canopy. He remembers holding Jinho, panicking as his brother's life slipped away from a fatal wound. Tears of absolute helplessness streamed down his face, his small hands stained with blood. His desperate screams for help were swallowed by the vast, uncaring forest. But this time, his cries are answered as the adult Seiho appears, his expression calm and determined. The young boy sobs, drowning in guilt, convinced it was all his fault for wanting to play here. A gentle hand rests on his head, and a voice tells him that it was never his fault. Seiho looks down at his past self, explaining that he heard his cries and was finally able to come. He praises the weeping child for enduring, at last giving him the comfort he never had. And this time, help arrives in the form of Yo Youngum, who scoops up the wounded Jinho and sprints through the forest. The memory splits one man frantically saving a life, while another saves a soul from its past trauma. Seiho holds his younger self close, whispering reassurances that it's okay, that he's safe now. With Jinho's bleeding staunched for the moment, Young-am glances back, sighing in relief that they weren't too late. They rush the boy to the Yunhei Merchant Guild's own medical pavilion for proper treatment. Inside, Jinho lies stable but unconscious. The healers confirm it was a deep wound that nearly cost him everything. Young-am watches his master, a faint smile on his face, hoping that in this new timeline, he'll see that look more often. Seiho, however, is lost in thought, contemplating the sheer, unimaginable agony of burying one's own child. As his past self and his little brother sleep peacefully, Seiho realizes this is it, this is how things begin to change. Seiho waits patiently, a faint smile playing on his lips, knowing it's about time for their guest to arrive. And just like that, the door slams open as a man barrels in, crying out his son's name in pure terror. He falls to his knees, head bowed, the sight of his wounded child almost too much to bear. Seiho calmly introduces himself, crafting a simple story of how he found the boy injured in the woods. Overwhelmed with gratitude, the father bows deeply, thanking him for saving his son from a terrible fate. But Seiho gently dismisses the praise, saying he merely stumbled upon them by chance. He gives all the credit to the younger boy, explaining it was he who bravely staunched the bleeding and saved his brother. The father's hand tenderly touches his elder son's forehead, checking his fever, feeling the life still there. And for the first time, he looks upon his children not with disappointment, but with a quiet, dawning pride. The father bows his head, completely overcome, saying he doesn't know how to possibly repay this kindness. Seiho is flustered by the intense show of gratitude, trying to brush it off as fate. But the man's expression suddenly shifts, his eyes locking onto something with sharp focus. He gets Seiho's attention, a serious tone replacing his earlier emotion. The father asks if they can speak privately for a moment. A hint of confusion crosses Seiho's face, wondering what could possibly be wrong. They stand apart as the boys rest, the atmosphere now filled with a quiet tension. The man says it's a cautious matter, not something to be discussed in a place like this. Because, he reveals, the conversation is about Seiho's own physical constitution. Under the full moon, Seiho assures the family head that the late-night summons is no trouble at all. He correctly guesses this secluded spot was chosen for a conversation meant for no one else's ears. A slight smirk crosses the older man's face, as impressed by the boy's sharp intellect. But Seiho's mind is already elsewhere, wondering if the man sensed the frost plum essence within him. He decides to test this theory, his gaze narrowing with intent. He asks him point blank, does he know of the true dragon's physical manifestation? The question hangs in the air, Seiho waiting silently for a response. The Yun family head's expression confirms it all before he even speaks. Yes, he is aware. A knowing smile settles on his lips, revealing a depth of understanding Seiho didn't anticipate. He tells the boy there's no need to be so tense, which only puts Seiho more on edge. The Yun family head explains it was when he first held Seiho's hand that he felt it a massive, dark inner energy. As a practitioner of ice arts himself, he recognized the boy's unique constitution immediately. He then flips the script, asking Seiho if he knows anything about this power he holds. The man reveals he's met someone with the true dragon's constitution once before, stunning Seiho. He apologizes, however, stating he can't reveal their identity, and Seiho can only accept the secrecy. With the pleasantries over, the family head gets to his true purpose for this conversation. He wants to know if he may teach Seiho his ice arts, an offer that leaves the boy speechless. Internally, Seiho smirks. He saw this coming but plays the part of being shocked perfectly. The man believes their meeting, and this discovery was fate, a debt he wishes to repay. He then bows deeply, formally requesting to be his master, and Seiho stammers, trying to refuse the overwhelming gesture. Internally, Seiho can't help but smirk. This is all going exactly as planned. He bows formally, accepting the man as his master and looking forward to his guidance. The family head is taken aback, not expecting him to agree so quickly. But Seiho lays it on thick, saying he'd never miss the chance to serve the esteemed leader of the Chang'an Escort Bureau. His flattery works perfectly, and the head agrees with a satisfied smile, declaring their training begins tomorrow. The very next morning, they sit together as he introduces his technique, the divine art of the great Yin Ice Sea. Placing a hand on Seiho's back, he prepares to guide the boy's inner power through his blood channels. An immense surge of frigid, blue energy erupts from his palm, flowing directly into Seiho. The powerful chi swirls around them both, filling the room with a chilling aura. But as the transfer continues, the master's eyes narrow. Something is very, very strange. Internally, the master is stunned. Every single one of Seiho's blood channels is already open. He quickly pulls his hand back, the flow of chi stopping dead. How is this possible for a beginner? Seiho turns with a look of perfect innocence, asking if something is wrong. The family head narrows his eyes, asking if by some chance he already knows this martial art. With a nervous smile, Seiho denies it, though he knows full well he opened his channels himself. Still suspicious, the master theorizes perhaps he'd faced a life-threatening surge of dark yin energy before. Seiho latches onto the idea, weaving a convincing lie about a faulty elixir that brought him to death's door. And just like that, the master's suspicion melts away into understanding. Ah, so that's what happened. He recalls the legend of an ancestor who created this very art to survive freezing to death. Seiho places a hand on his master's, silently apologizing for the necessary deception. Seiho accepts with a calm smile, his deception a complete success. The family head is overjoyed, declaring this is wonderful news. Since his channels are open, they can jump straight to physical training starting immediately. Seiho's face freezes in horror as the master vows to train him until he curses his name. In his mind, he sees his own son, Jinho, and remembers the debt he owes this young man. Just as Seiho saved his son's life, he hopes his teachings can one day save Seiho's. And so, the days blur into an endless cycle of work and training. Seiho is pushed to his absolute physical limits under the winter sky. His grueling efforts don't go unnoticed, drawing the attention of the estate staff. Yet even after the punishing workouts, his duties as the heir continue deep into the night. To make matters worse, his master declares there will be no rest, assigning him training even during his work breaks. Yet despite the crushing workload, Seiho handles it with a surprising, almost unnerving, calm. But the quiet rhythm of their work is suddenly broken by a sliding door. An aide interrupts Yu Soak's daydreams of a lazy winter vacation, announcing an unexpected guest. Yu Soak explodes, telling him to get out until he hears the visitor's name, Lord Song Jiangju. In an instant, his entire demeanor shifts, and he immediately prepares to greet the important guest. The aide then turns to a bewildered Seiho, telling him he needs to get ready as well. Yu Soak sighs, explaining that a visit from Lord Song means discussions, which will inevitably lead to more paperwork. And since Seiho would be handling it anyway, he argues it's far more efficient for him to attend the meeting directly. He quickly catches himself, clarifying it's not a bother, just a complete waste of his valuable time. Seiho realizes with dawning horror that this is all just an elaborate scheme to dump work on him. Without a shred of guilt, Yu Soak waves goodbye, telling his aide to take good care of the young master. Jo Young snaps to attention, a little too excited by her new task. Before he can even protest, she's got him in her grasp, ready to drag him to the meeting. And just like that, Seiho finds himself sitting at a formal table with several powerful figures. The guest of honor is introduced, Song Jiangju, the landowner of Songyang County. The Yun family head awkwardly explains Seiho's presence, fumbling over whether to call him a worker or a slave. But Lord Song cuts right to the chase, announcing he's here to ask for the Yunhei Merchant Guild's help. The family head's expression turns serious. He can tell this isn't just a social call. Song Jiangju explains that a tax issue has arisen, a problem involving 10 units of missing land records. To solve his problem, Lord Song consulted the county magistrate, who is apparently searching for a very specific item. The Yun family head listens quietly, sensing there's more to this story than a simple fetch quest. The item in question is a so-called strange artifact, a doll that dances by itself every single hour. Elsewhere, the mere mention of a self-dancing doll sends a shockwave of terror through the bound prisoner. The absurdity of the request hangs in the air as Seiho wonders what kind of bizarre meeting this has become. The family head places his cup down with a decisive clink, his mind already working. He acknowledges Lord Song's predicament, with a calm, unreadable expression. But then, his tone shifts, putting the landowner on the defensive. He asks point-blank if a high-ranking official would really be looking for such a frivolous item. And just like that, the truth comes out. It's not for the magistrate, but for a certain lady Jew. A heavy silence falls over the room as the Yoon family head considers the absurd request. After a moment, he looks at Lord Song and flatly refuses, stating they can't take on this job. The name Lady Jew hangs in the air, a name that sends a jolt of terror through the bound prisoner. Lord Song explains it's all part of a twisted game popular among the noblewomen. Once a month, they're given a strange task, like retrieving a priceless golden flower. The loser of the game is forced to host an extravagant feast for everyone involved, but the winner is treated like an empress until the next round begins. And the one who created this entire high-stakes social affair is a woman of immense influence. She is Lady Jew, the wife of a powerful official, a woman who clearly enjoys pulling the strings. What started as a simple form of entertainment has now become a dangerous obsession. It became a frenzied competition where the nobles would even harm commoners to win. Lord Song admits, at the time, he couldn't grasp their obsession with such a trivial amusement. But now, clutching a notice that could ruin him, he finally understands their desperation. He swears he's lived an honest life, yet he's been falsely accused of massive tax evasion. His only hope, he pleads, is to win the game and use the influence to clear his name. A chilling thought strikes the prisoner. In his past life, so many landlords were ruined this way. Was it all Lady Jew's doing? One of the merchant members reminds the group that Lord Song is a respected and long-time partner. He argues that helping him now would surely bring great returns in the future. But the prisoner sees the hidden truth. Getting entangled with Lady Jew at this stage is far too dangerous. As Lord Song weeps in despair, a comforting hand is offered, but the true decision remains unspoken. He scoffs at his own brief moment of hesitation. He remembers the bodies left in his wake, the price of his past failures. This is the very reason he returned. He must never forget his resolve. And just like that, he's on his feet, the thick ropes simply falling away. The other merchants stare in utter shock, wondering if he was a slave at all. He steps forward with a confident smirk, declaring he'll retrieve that rare item. His mind is already racing far ahead of the current conversation. The item Lord Song mentioned is actually the self-dancing doll. He knows exactly who made it, an artisan from the Golden Immortal Village in his past life. This is the perfect chance to track him down and secure the item without clashing with Lady Jew. His plan is simple. Soon, the Emperor himself will issue a decree ending the noblewomen's game. When that day comes, Lady Jew's reign of terror will finally be over. He just needs to stay quiet until then. But his quiet plotting is suddenly interrupted by his ever-watchful subordinate. Yoon Seoho is startled, pulled from his thoughts by the sudden address. Ah Seung is furious, demanding to know why he's suddenly leaving for Jiangxi province without a word. He reminds him of the treacherous, snow-covered roads, a dangerous journey for anyone. Yoon Seho just smiles, trying to calm him down, explaining it's a vital commission for their merchant group. He smoothly adds that his father and the other elders have already given their full approval. Even his brothers wished him well, gifting him this fine dagger for protection. Ah, Sung listens, his expression softening slightly, but he's clearly not finished with his lecture. Inside their carriage, one of his new companions is practically bouncing with excitement for the young master's first mission. The female warrior beside him, however, looks far more reserved and concerned. But their fellow warrior, Lim Gyeongbin, assures her there's no need to worry. Yoon Seho is far more capable than his age suggests. Yoon Seho listens quietly as his new team pledges to see the mission through with speed and grace. The cheerful one almost lets it slip that Chief Yu gave a very specific order before catching himself with a nervous grin. The woman seems lost in her own thoughts, perhaps wondering why a certain Young-am wasn't brought along for this. Lim Gyeongbin tries to boost morale, listing the high-level escort agencies and squads protecting their caravan. His companion laughs, adding that they have nothing to fear unless they run into bandits, of course. Just then, the carriage jolts to a violent stop, and Yoon Seho's face hardens. Did he really just jinx them? Wasting no time, he shoves the door open to assess the situation outside. Yoon Seho steps out, his expression sharp as he scans the scene. The path is blocked by a group of imposing warriors, led by a man whose scarred face speaks of countless battles. But the man's hardened gaze softens into a smile. It seems he recognizes someone. This is no bandit, but Guak Myungyan, the head escort of another agency and Yoon Seho's own master, alongside Jung Chung of the Silver Wind Squad. His master correctly guesses their destination is Jiangxi province. Jung Chung confirms it, explaining that their own journey has been slowed by the heavy snow. Seeing this as a fortunate encounter, Guak Myungyan invites their entire caravan to a nearby stronghold to rest. The two leaders seem friendly enough, but Yoon Seho observes them from a distance, a sense of unease creeping in. He connects the dots. The stronghold must belong to the infamous Green Forest bandits. And if they're here, it means a very specific, very dangerous person is close by. Inside the stronghold, the two groups are welcomed with a feast, the air filled with boisterous laughter. Their host introduces himself with a grin, the infamous chief of Wutong Mountain, Jiang Desu, the wolf-fang sword demon. Zheng Chung formally presents himself as the third team captain of the Yunhei merchant group. Following suit, Guok Mayungyun also states his name and title as the head of the prosperous escort agency. Jiang Desu waves it all off, claiming he simply couldn't let fellow travelers suffer from frostbite in this weather. Warren Chung smiles gratefully, admitting they were desperate for a plan. Guok Myungyun watches their host, thinking to himself that for a notorious bandit, he seems like a surprisingly good person. The bandit chief just laughs, urging them all to dig in before the food and tea get cold. But not everyone is so at ease, as one of the younger guards whispers nervously, unable to understand how everyone is so relaxed in a bandit's den. Yun Seho calmly explains from the side that in their world, not all bandits immediately start fights with powerful merchant groups. He smugly explains that back in his day, fools who started fights without a plan were quickly eliminated. The young warrior is completely captivated, thinking his young master is a true expert on the ways of the world. But his companion's sharp gaze cuts through the act. She questions how he could talk about back in his day when this is supposed to be his very first trip. Caught off guard, he awkwardly laughs it off, claiming it was just a tip from his brothers before urging everyone to eat. Trying to regain his composure, he takes a slow sip of tea. He's genuinely impressed by its quality, wondering if they should really be drinking something this expensive. With the attention off him, he subtly shifts his focus to their hosts. He observes the bandit chief, remarking that he doesn't seem like the type to be on a journey like this. Then, realizing his own oversight, he rises to properly introduce himself. He introduces himself with a practiced smile, Yun Se-ho, of the Yunhei Merchant Group's finance pavilion. The name Yun immediately catches the blindfolded warrior's ear, and he asks about his connection to the group's head. With a completely unfazed expression, Yun Se-ho calmly reveals the man is his father. A booming laugh erupts from Jiang Desu, who suddenly sees this young man as a precious guest. He practically shoves Yun Se-ho back into his seat, his entire demeanor changed to one of overwhelming hospitality. Yun Se-ho sits, his expression unreadable, but his mind is hard at work. His sharp eyes scan the room, landing on the bandit leader, Guok Myungyun. He doesn't miss the man's subtle, nervous gulp as he tries to maintain his composure. The gears are turning in Yun Se-ho's head, analyzing this sudden shift in power. And his first internal thought is a dismissive one. Their food is surprisingly lacking compared to what he's used to. He sets his chopsticks down, pondering the contradiction before him. For a stronghold this big, why are they so short on funds? Something just isn't adding up. They're in a tough spot. Yet they're treating their guests with lavish generosity, while they themselves don't even eat. They want to raise the toll fee, but they're trying to do it without being aggressive. It's a strange balancing act. A smirk plays on his lips as the truth dawns on him. Jiang Desu has no idea what's truly hidden on this mountain. Seizing the opportunity, he turns to the stronghold chief with a charming smile, asking if he's been having a hard time lately. The other bandits freeze in disbelief, their chopsticks clattering. Did he really just ask that? Jiang Desu's friendly demeanor vanishes in an instant, his face shadowing over. With a low, threatening growl, he warns the young master that his ignorant words are a grave insult to their pride. But Yun Se-ho just leans back, offering a casual apology for any hurt feelings before preparing to deliver the final blow. He calmly lays out their entire desperate strategy to a stunned Jiang Desu. Their scheme: lavishly treat passing merchants, creating an excuse to request an absurdly high toll fee. The other bandits can't believe he figured it out. All the while, the stronghold members only pretend to eat, conserving their meager supplies. Jiang Desu slowly repeats the accusation, his voice dripping with venom. But Yun Se-ho just meets his gaze, coolly asking if any part of his analysis was wrong. That's it. The bandit chief's patience snaps, and he slams his chopsticks into the table. He rises to his full, intimidating height, looming over the seemingly unfazed young master. His subordinates can only watch in horrified silence, sweat beading on their faces. The air grows heavy as Jiang Desu's single eye begins to glow with pure, unadulterated rage. Yun Se-ho's companions are frozen in terror, certain he's just signed all of their death warrants. But the murderous intent radiating from Jiang Desu suddenly shatters. It erupts into a wild, booming peal of laughter that echoes through the hall. His own men just stare, completely baffled by their leader's abrupt mood swing. Meanwhile, Yun Se-ho and his crew look on, utterly unfazed by the display. The bandit leader finally calms down, even apologizing for his mediocre acting. He freely admits that the young master's scathing analysis was entirely correct. This harsh winter has hit them hard, and their supplies are dangerously low. He looks at Yoon Se-ho with newfound respect, deducing he must have a countermeasure to offer. And Yoon Se-ho inwardly smiles, thinking the man is just as impressive as he remembered from his past life. The one-eyed leader smirks, intrigued and ready to listen. Yoon Se-ho calmly explains that his proposed method is both simple and highly effective. Leaning over the table, the chief demands to know what it is, but Yoon Se-ho decides to change the subject. He gestures towards the leader's blade, complimenting him on how well he's maintained it. The chief proudly proclaims that for a martial artist, a sword is a part of their very soul. But he's clearly confused, wondering what his sword has to do with any of this. Yoon Se-ho's smile turns deadly serious as he asks a simple question. Is that blade more important than Wutong Mountain itself? The leader scoffs, taken aback, declaring that this mountain is his entire life. But then, chaos erupts as his female companion restrains one of the bandits, a fiery power flaring in her hand. The chief's lone eye widens in shock, finally realizing the trap has been sprung as he asks what Yoon Se-ho means. Yoon Se-ho calmly reveals the true culprit behind their problems. The snow. He explains that because of the weather, fewer people are traveling, which is why their toll business is suffering. Even his own large caravan struggled to pass, meaning smaller groups wouldn't stand a chance, a fact that slowly dawns on the bandit leader. Then he lays out his brilliant, yet simple plan. Clear the paths, and everyone wins. Jiang Daisu is stunned. He could even charge more for the convenience. The thought had never even crossed his mind. The other bandits murmur amongst themselves, impressed by how clever this educated bastard is. They wonder aloud why their own chief was so clueless, quickly being shushed by their comrades. With his aggressive posture gone, Jiang Daisu turns to face the young master. Completely humbled, he admits his short-sightedness and declares himself indebted to Yoon Se-ho, asking what he wants in return. Yoon Se-ho simply looks back, his trap perfectly sprung, the bandit chief now wrapped around his little finger. And with that, Yoon Se-ho knew he had him. This was the moment. He suggests they speak privately, just the two of them. Leaning in with an almost crazed grin, he promises an offer that will be very helpful to them both. Later, Jiang Daisu leads him to an overlook, proudly showing off his mountain stronghold. He admits he chose this spot for the breathtaking scenery, especially when it's covered in snow. But enough with the pleasantries. The bandit chief wants to know why he was brought here. With a knowing smile, Yoon Se-ho finally gets to the point, asking what the chief knows about spiritual herbs. The question catches Jiang Daisu completely off guard. He doesn't know much at all. Yoon Se-ho's gaze drifts, recalling a memory from about 5 years before he died in his past life. He explains that not long from now, rumors will begin to spread about this very mountain that it's teeming with spiritual herbs. And when those rumors reached the Muram Alliance, they swept through the stronghold like a wildfire, burning it to the ground. But he recalls a critical detail from his past life. When the Alliance first took over, they knew nothing about the herbs. Jiang Daisu listens, his expression hardening as the story unfolds. Yoon Se-ho leans in with a conspiratorial smile, revealing the truth. This mountain is teeming with precious spiritual herbs. He tells the bandit chief to just look down, right by his foot, and Jiang Daisu is stunned by what he sees. A single, glowing blue flower, which Yoon Se-ho identifies as a snow soul flower, perfect for healing damaged organs. But that's not all. He lists other treasures, like herbs that expel negative energy or enhance medicine absorption. With a grand gesture, he declares that countless spiritual herbs are thriving all over this mountain. The bandit chief is speechless, demanding to know how on earth he could possess such impossible information. Yoon Se-ho just smiles, playing it off as basic knowledge for any merchant who deals in goods and understands terrain. Jiang Daisu laughs, admitting that even for a merchant, finding these herbs so quickly is highly unusual. Yoon Se-ho just smiles mysteriously, calling it a trade secret and claiming he's no average merchant. The bandit chief seems to respect his guts, getting straight to the point and asking what he wants. Yoon Se-ho makes his pitch, an exclusive, secret deal to trade all the spiritual herbs from this mountain. A deal sounds plausible, but Jiang Daisu is cautious, wondering why it needs to be a secret. Yoon Se-ho explains that if word gets out, they'll be swarmed by competition from other factions. More than that, he warns the chief he'll have to guard his new treasure trove against thieves. The word thieves triggers a flash of fury in Jiang Daisu, who snarls about hypocrites who wear the mask of justice. Yoon Se-ho's eyes widen slightly. He realizes with a jolt that the bandit must be talking about the Muram Alliance. To close the deal, he offers more than just money, promising to provide the knowledge to identify all the herbs. With his terms laid out, Yoon Se-ho extends his hand, asking if they have a deal. The bandit chief clasps his hand firmly, sealing their new partnership. Jiang Daisu grins, officially agreeing to trade with the Yunhei merchant group. Hez amused by Seiho's thoroughness when he immediately suggests drawing up a contract. But our protagonist just gives a sly smile, noting that a contract is the foundation of any good deal. With business concluded, they return to the main building of the mountain fortress. The large wooden doors creak open, and Yoon Seiho stops, taken aback by the scene unfolding before him. He tries to shout, a look of pure shock on his face as he realizes what's happening. Before he can react, a frantic attendant barrels into his arms, crying out for her young master. Surrounded by his worried companions, Seiho tries to understand what all the fuss is about. He reassures them that he's fine, though his right-hand man, Lim Gyeongbin, still looks unconvinced. Gyeongbin admits that letting his young master go into a meeting alone was incredibly stressful, but Seiho just smiles, brushing off their concerns and saying he knew exactly what he was doing. Just then, a voice cuts through the crowd as Jang Dae-soo tells them they're all overreacting. He declares that young Master Yoon is far stronger than any of them realize, a truly top-tier warrior. Lim Gyeongbin turns, completely stunned by this unexpected praise from the fortress master. Jang Dae-soo then gets the attention of everyone present, preparing for a grand announcement. He proclaims that starting today, Yoon Seiho and his group are to be treated as honored guests. Seiho listens calmly as the fortress master commands his men to show them the utmost hospitality. Jang Dae-soo refuses, saying he'd be shameless to charge a toll to the very person who saved him. The scene echoes a memory of Seiho's father, Jinho, placing a pouch in his own friend's hand, a man named Yoongam. Seiho cleverly reframes the offer, telling him to consider it not a toll, but a down payment on their new deal. A wry smile breaks across Jang Dae-soo's face. This kid really has to win every exchange, doesn't he? Fine, he'll accept it. With a soft thud, the pouch is transferred, and their new alliance is officially sealed. Now that business is settled, Seiho says it's time for them to be on their way. Jang Dae-soo watches him go, marveling at the sheer boldness of the Yunhei group's youngest son. There's something about him he reminds the fortress master of an old, dear friend from a brighter time. But that memory quickly sours, twisting into a vision of that same friend standing frozen as his city burns to the ground. He remembers Jinho desperately grabbing Yoongam's shoulder, pleading with him not to die a pointless death amidst the flames. Jinho's voice echoes in his mind, pleading with him to forget revenge and just go into hiding. He pressed a new sword into the young man's hands, urging him to conceal his martial arts. His friend's final, desperate command was simple: survive. But the younger Jang Dae-soo could only stare, wounded and lost, as his master walked towards certain doom. The memory fades, and Jang Dae-soo's gaze softens. Meeting a young man as bold as he once was, it can't help but stir up the ghosts of the past. He recalls how his master told him to let go of vengeance. But how could he? How could he live in shame, abandoning everything they had built? Now, watching Seiho, he can't help but wonder just how far will this boy go? This young man who so powerfully reminds him of the friend he lost. Suddenly, Seiho's eyes snap open, his consciousness thrown into darkness. He finds himself in a strange, unfamiliar void, wondering where he could be. His senses sharpen as he notices something just ahead of him. On the ground lies a shattered doll, a grim and lonely sight. He feels a strange sense of unease. Why would something like that be here? Then he spots him a small figure in the distance. It's a child, weeping over the bodies of his mother and father. Seiho steps forward, asking the boy if he's all right. But the child grabs his hand with a desperate, crushing grip. Looking up with tear-filled eyes, the young Seiho makes a silent vow to his older self. With bloodied, vacant eyes, the child clutches at him, desperately pleading to be saved. The vision shatters as Seiho screams himself awake. He bolts upright in bed, gasping for air as his attendant rushes to his side. The man kneels before him, panicked, asking if the young master is all right. Just then, a calmer presence enters the room, wanting to know what happened. His companion sizes up the situation, coolly asking if he had a nightmare. Seiho forces a reassuring smile, patting his attendant's shoulder and saying it was just a bad dream. But inwardly, his mind is racing. He has to find that child from his vision, and quickly. His companion notes that he's been pushing himself too hard lately, looking for that artisan. All he can do is play it off with a strained laugh, as if she might have a point. She reminds him that if they resolve this properly, there's a significant reward to be gained. With a calm, steady gaze, she declares it's time to get started for the day. Seiho turns with a confident smile, ready to continue their search for the doll artisan. It's now their third day in the Golden Immortal Village, and they head out into the bustling streets. His cheerful attendant is just happy to be out and about, enjoying some candied fruit skewers. But Seiho's mind is heavy. Despite their efforts, he still hasn't found his target. He's certain the artisan is here, and the clue he had a house with paulownia trees seems so simple. He spots one such tree standing tall, next to a two-story building, and then another one shading a market stall. The bitter realization hits him. The entire village is filled with paulownia trees. He sighs, resigning himself to the tedious task of searching the massive village. But as he glances back into the crowd, his eyes narrow, he spotted something familiar. Ah, even his cheerful companion notices, pointing out between bites that they've picked up a tail again. Seiho can't help his frustration. Finding the doll artisan was already proving difficult enough. Fine. A little diversion is in order. He turns to his attendant with a sudden mischievous grin. The warrior, lost in the bliss of candied fruit, happily agrees that the market is full of wonderful sights. His female companion is a bit skeptical of the sudden change in plans, but she agrees to go along. And with that, Seiho and his attendant bolt into the crowd, leaving her shouting for them to wait up. After expertly weaving through the market streets, the three of them finally shake their pursuers. His companion lets out a sigh of relief, thinking they've finally shaken their pursuers. But their peace is shattered by a desperate scream, and Seiho's eyes snap toward the commotion. A cocky thief sprints through the crowd, laughing as the victim begs for the money his family needs to survive. The chase careens right past our group, who are just trying to catch their breath. But Seiho isn't annoyed. Instead, a thoughtful, almost dangerous look crosses his face. He turns to his attendant and calmly asks to borrow one of his candied fruits. A memory flashes through his mind, the supreme yin icy arts, a technique for gathering immense yin energy. He recalls his master's lesson from long ago, a demonstration of true control. With enough skill, his master had explained, this power could be infused into any object, turning it into a weapon. And now, in the present, Seiho channels that same bone-chilling energy into the simple piece of fruit. He muses that the energy he gathered is less than ideal, but with a smirk, he decides it's more than enough, flicking the frozen fruit forward like a stone. The thief, still running, glances back, cursing the old man for being so persistent. Hess so focused on his escape, he doesn't even notice the tiny obstacle right in his path. The moment his foot makes contact, an explosion of frigid energy sends him flying, the money pouch slipping from his grasp. He tumbles helplessly through the air and eats dirt, the chase coming to an abrupt and embarrassing end. Dazed on the ground, the thief can only wonder what in the world he just stepped on. He looks up to see Seiho and his imposing companions staring down. Their message simple: return the money. The terrified thief immediately scrambles on his knees to give the pouch back to the stunned victim. With a warm smile, Seiho hands the recovered money to the rightful owner, who's still panting in disbelief. The man thanks Seiho profusely, his voice thick with relief. As the attendant drags the pathetic thief away, Seiho reassures the man that justice will be handled. The grateful citizen insists that Seiho come to his home for tea, refusing to let his benefactor leave without some reward. Seiho tries to politely decline, waving his hands and saying it was truly nothing. But his humble and radiant demeanor only strengthens the man's resolve to show his hospitality. And so, the group finds themselves being led to a quaint and cozy little home. As they draw near, two small figures peek out from behind a wall, watching the newcomers with curiosity. Suddenly, a boy and a girl burst out with cries of joy, running straight for their father. He scoops them into a loving embrace, the picture of a happy family reunited. Then, turning to his guest, he proudly introduces his children, asking them to greet the man who helped him. The children offer a polite greeting, but Seiho's mind suddenly freezes. As he looks around, a crucial detail clicks into place. The house is surrounded by paulownia trees. The young boy looks up at him with an innocent smile, unaware of the storm brewing in Seiho's thoughts. They're led inside the small but well-kept home, taking a seat to rest. Beside his companion, Seiho wonders if this child could truly be the master doll artisan he sought. The resemblance to the child from his dream is uncanny, almost a perfect match. Just as he's about to make a decision, the door slides open. The father returns, carrying a tray with 2 steaming cups of tea. He apologizes humbly, wishing he had something more lavish to offer such an esteemed guest. Seiho simply smiles, reassuring the man that the tea is wonderful as he takes a sip, his plan solidifying. Setting the tray down, the father realizes he hasn't even given his name. He bows respectfully, introducing himself as Gong Duyi, a local potter. Seiho just smiles, brushing off the thanks as unnecessary. But then he smoothly pivots, asking about the man's children. The father's face softens, proudly naming his son, Gong Mil, and his daughter, Gong Rei. Now it's Seiho's turn to introduce himself, and the name Yun Seiho clearly shocks the potter. Gong Duyi is humbled that a man of such obvious importance would take an interest in his simple life. Seiho, however, deflects the compliment, downplaying his status as a mere merchant. He insists that raising 2 children is a far more admirable accomplishment. The father is left speechless, moved by the profound respect from this powerful stranger. Gong Duyi laments that he can't give his children more in life. But Seho disagrees, saying their bright, cheerful faces are proof of his success until something catches his eye. His gaze locks onto a small, wooden cart whirring on its own. He asks the kids about it, and the little girl proudly announces her brother made it. In the reflection of his eye, Seho sees the children, but his mind is reeling. This is a self-moving cart. He's seen them before, but they were complex toys with intricate gears. In his past life, these were expensive novelties popular among the children of wealthy nobles. And this child, this humble potter's son, somehow built one himself. A spark of realization ignites in Seho's mind. This isn't just a toy, it's a sign of genius. He looks at the boy with newfound intensity, praising his work and eagerly asking what else he's made. His sister enthusiastically confirms he has tons of inventions, though the boy himself seems a bit shy. The father ushers them inside, and the young inventor, Mill, looks up at his important guests with a hint of confusion. With a proud smile, he eagerly presents his next creation, a simple wooden puppet. A knowing smirk spreads across Seho's face. Just as I expected, he thinks, seeing the spark of true talent. He notes the puppet's crude design, but the wind-up mechanism is all the proof he needs. The family gathers around the table as Seho settles in, anticipating. But when the boy tries to wind it up, the puppet remains lifeless, much to his own surprise. He explains to his sister how it's supposed to work, powered by the elastic force of a fish bladder. His face falls as he admits he used cheap, discarded materials from the market, which must have already worn out. Seizing the opportunity, Seho leans forward and asks the crucial question, could he make it again, with proper materials? The young boy, Gong Mil, nods eagerly, his eyes full of hope. His father, Gong Du Yi, remarks that his son is indeed good at making these little things, but he pats his son's head, dismissing it as a hobby that brings in no money. That last phrase piques Seho's interest. This is the opening he was waiting for. He leans in, declaring the boy's talent a gift that can bring great wealth. The entire family is taken aback, their attention captured by the promise of riches. Seho explains that if refined, Mill's unique items could sell for a fortune. But the father isn't so easily swayed, recalling the harsh realities of his own life. He knows that artisans without power are merely used, like dancing bears for a peddler's profit. Seho's expression hardens. This man's worldview is a liability that could get his whole family enslaved. Realizing he must act to change their tragic fate, Seho clenches his fist, his decision made. He calls out to the stunned father, Master Gong. Getting straight to business, he asks what kind of share the man currently receives for his ceramics. Then comes the bombshell offer, a 40% cut if he allows his son to contract with the Yunhei merchant group. The father is in utter disbelief. 40%? He can't fathom why this stranger is offering so much. He stammers, needing time to process the life-changing proposal. Of course, Seho had anticipated this. He gives a knowing smile, calmly agreeing that such an important matter requires careful thought. With a simple thanks for the tea, he respectfully takes his leave, applying no pressure at all. At the doorway, he informs the family he'll be staying at a local inn for a couple of days. The offer now hangs in the air, leaving the father with a simple instruction. Come find him when he's ready. The father agrees, and with his children, he sees the mysterious benefactor off. As promised, Seho's party prepares to head out for now. They walk away from the small home, leaving the family to ponder their incredible fortune. His companion breaks the silence, asking why he looks so gloomy after finding the exact artisan he sought. But Seho is lost in thought, a heavy expression on his face. He knows that even if he wants to help them with what's to come, he has no justification, because the tragedy he foresees hasn't happened yet. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Hazel Da merchant group, a storm is brewing. Inside, a leader chastises his subordinate for failing to collect Master Gong's monthly tribute. The man bows low, apologizing and blaming simple bad luck for his failure. The man explains his hired thug was unfortunately caught by the Yunhei merchant group's guards, but he quickly reassures his leader that he's already taken other measures. There's nothing to worry about. The leader, however, cuts straight to the point, wanting to know why that Yunhei brat is in their territory to begin with. His subordinate reports they've been tailing him, but so far has just been aimlessly wandering the village. The leader considers that maybe he's just a kid getting fieldwork experience, until he hears that Seho visited Master Gong today. It was apparently a coincidence. Gong insisted on treating his benefactor to tea, and wouldn't let him leave empty-handed. The subordinate bows, confidently stating that soon, they'll have Master Gong sign the slave contract regardless. This news only fuels the leader's rage, who scoffs at the arrogant artisan trying to switch sides. He sneers that this is exactly why lowly folk can never be trusted. With a sinister glint in his eye, he declares that if Master Gong continues to resist, they'll teach him a painful lesson. That night, a heavy sigh escapes from the artisan's moonlit home. Inside, Master Gong is lost in thought, while his children sleep peacefully nearby. His wife approaches, asking what troubles him, and he admits he can't stop thinking about the man he met today. She remembers the gentleman who protected his pouch. He explains the incredible offer, a contract for their son Mill, with a staggering 40% share of the profits. But his wife's face falls, her past experiences making her deeply suspicious of such a generous deal. Gong Duyi can't believe her hesitation, asking if she's really going to trust the words of their current employers over this. She argues that the Hazel Oak Group, despite everything, is the devil they know, the ones who've kept them fed. He erupts, reminding her they agreed to leave, but she grabs his hands, insisting that things are different now. Her desperate plea leaves him stunned, caught between a dream opportunity and her crippling fear. To counter his argument, she reveals a gold ingot, asking where he thinks this came from. She reminds him Huang Garyong from the Hazel Oak Group gave it to them as a generous loan. Compared to that tangible kindness, the other gentleman's offer just seems far too suspicious. A 40% profit share for a commoner family? She scoffs, calling it an obvious scam. Gazing at her sleeping son, she firmly states they cannot entrust Mill to such a person. Her logic leaves Gong Duyi completely stunned, his ambition clashing with her cautious fear. Suddenly, a voice from outside calls his name, shattering the tense silence. He cautiously approaches the door, wondering who would be visiting so late. It's the Hazel Oak leader himself, flanked by his guards under the cold moonlight. The man's face is grim, expressing disappointment that he never knew Master Gong was this kind of person. He coldly asks how, no matter how tempted by money, Gong Duyi could dare touch the merchant group's property. Gong Duyi's mind goes blank, completely blindsided by the sudden, baseless accusation. The leader asks, noting that since they're still awake, they must have been preparing to flee. His wife trembles in the doorway, stammering that she has no idea what he's talking about. With a dramatic flourish, he presents a gold ingot, declaring it stolen property and undeniable proof. The shouting stirs their daughter from her sleep, who groggily calls out for her mother. Trying to clear the air, his wife explains the leader himself had given them money for their household, but he just smiles predatorily, asking if she has a promissory note, a contract to prove it. Deciding he's heard enough, he declares them thieves and orders his men to drag them out immediately. The couple is seized as their children cry out, watching their parents get hauled away into the night. The little girl, Ray, scrambles after them, screaming for her mother and father, but a hand suddenly blocks her path, stopping her cold. The subordinate puts on a fake smile, telling the children to just behave themselves. He claims their parents will be back soon, but his actions say otherwise as he suddenly grabs her. Refusing to be a victim, Ray sinks her teeth deep into his arm with all her might. The man howls in pain, violently flinging the little girl across the room. She crashes hard against the wooden floor, tumbling from the sheer force of the throw. Her brother, Mill, jolts awake from the commotion, calling out his sister's name in terror. The leader storms back in, disgusted, snarling that the whole family are just ignorant beasts. But his rant is cut short, as the tip of a blade slams into the floor right at his feet. The leader stares in disbelief as a new figure, a mercenary he calls Byung, casually walks in. But Byung isn't here for him. He turns his gaze to the terrified children huddled in the corner. With glowing red eyes, he offers the boy a sword, telling him this situation really sucks, doesn't it? He gives the boy a harsh lesson. In this world, nothing is gained without shedding blood. Mill's eyes widen, a brutal ultimatum echoing in his mind. Fight like a man ready to die. His small, trembling hand reaches out and takes the hilt of the blade, but instead of attacking, he grabs his sister and makes a mad dash for the door, screaming as he runs. The leader explodes in rage, questioning why Byung would just let the boy escape. Byung turns, his expression unreadable, and reminds the man that their deal never said anything about hurting children. Then, a wicked grin spreads across his face as he adds that if they want him to do that kind of dirty work, it's going to cost extra. Byung walks off, musing that while the pay is good, this job has been a huge disappointment. His sword hums with restless energy as he vanishes into the night. In a blur of motion, he vents his frustration on the empty wilderness around him. A hungry look crosses his face. Isn't there anyone in this dump strong enough to entertain him? Meanwhile, at a luxurious estate, word of the children's escape has just arrived. Yoon Se-ho is shocked, wondering why Mill would come here alone at this hour. His question is answered as the door opens, revealing the terrified family. He sees the little boy, unconscious and battered in his father's arms. Rushing forward, he gently grabs the little girl, asking what happened to them. With tears streaming down her face, Gong-rae looks up, ready to explain the nightmare. As he listens, Yoon Se-ho clenches his fist, blaming himself for not providing them with a bodyguard. Little Gong-rae, however, is already on the road to recovery, absolutely demolishing a huge piece of meat. The attendant can only stare, dumbfounded, as she grabs a second one with just as much enthusiasm. Her parents watch on with relieved smiles. Their daughter is certainly a strong child. After the meal, Yoon Se-ho sees Ray being led by an attendant, having already called a physician for her. The report is a relief. Her injuries are minor. He's also told Mil has returned, completely fine. But then, the attendant leans in, adding that Mil has something he urgently needs to tell him. The young boy steps forward, reminding Se-ho of his past words that his talent could make a lot of money. He clenches his small fists, steeling his resolve for the heavy request he's about to make. Then, he falls to his knees, desperately begging Se-ho to save his parents, promising he'll repay any cost. Yoon Se-ho listens intently to the boy's desperate plea. A small, knowing smile curls on his lips. For a fleeting, dark moment, he imagines cruelly telling the boy it's impossible. Mil's world shatters, his eyes wide with disbelief and despair. But Se-ho's voice is warm as he asks, did the boy really think he was some leech who'd use him for free? He clarifies he's going to make a proper contract, and to do that, he needs parental consent. So of course, he says, he'll go bring them here himself, telling Mil to look after his sister. Turning to his subordinate, he thanks Captain Jung Chung for watching over the children. Jung Chung smiles, saying it's only natural for a member of the Yoonhae merchant group to help. His expression sobers, however, as he warns that he can't spare many men for an escort. Se-ho reassures him with a knowing smile. They aren't going to fight, just have a little conversation. Still, Jung Chung assigns 3 elite Silver Wind Squad members just in case, bowing with a respectful farewell. Just as Se-ho and his retinue are about to depart, a voice calls out to him. It's the head escort, Lim Gyeongbin, and his expression is far from relaxed. He offers Se-ho his sword, hoping he won't need it, but insisting he take it for his own safety. Se-ho is a bit stunned. He hasn't even been taught any sword techniques yet, but he accepts the weapon with thanks. As he turns to leave, a voice suddenly resonates directly in his mind, a frequency whispering technique. Lim Gyeongbin warns him to be on guard against a master from the Hazel Oak group known as Byung. Se-ho's shocked reflection appears in his master's eye, as Lim Gyeongbin reminds him that training resumes tonight. Now, armed with a sword and a crucial warning, Se-ho pushes open the door, ready for the talk. With his retinue behind him, Yoon Se-ho confidently steps out, ready to get to work. He arrives at the Hazel Oak merchant group, where a nasty confrontation is already underway. Inside, a man named Gong Du-yi and his wife are being held captive by the group's enforcers. The leader calmly explains the charge. His wife allegedly stole a gold ingot, and now they owe 5 times its value. Gong Du-yi desperately protests their innocence, but his pleas fall on deaf ears. Instead of listening, the leader slides a slave contract across the table, offering it as their only solution. The man is utterly disgusted, questioning if they have any fear of divine punishment for acting like beasts. But his righteous anger is met with swift violence as a subordinate cracks him across the face. A slave-to-be, he's told, has no right to talk back to his master. Gong Du-yi crumples to the floor, bloodied and broken, as his wife cries out in horror. The leader feigns disappointment, chiding his man for the violence before turning back to his victim. He then lays out the alternative. If reported, Gong Du-yi's wife and children will be sold to the harshest bidder. And in that moment, Gong Du-yi finally understands the real reason for this entire sham. It was never about a stolen ingot. It was because he planned to leave for another merchant group. The leader's patience finally snaps, his eyes narrowing as he decides to end this little game. He paints a grim picture of slavery, a fate so cruel that most don't survive it for long. But the final nail in the coffin is the mention of his children, how their stubbornness might make them last longer in that hell. As Gong Du-yi's spirit breaks, the leader's subordinate mocks his weak apology, feigning poor hearing. He then explodes, demanding Gong Du-yi apologize properly for his insolence. With no other choice, the desperate father smashes his forehead into the ground, begging for forgiveness. Completely broken, Gong Du-yi screams that he'll sign anything, just spare his children. The leader casually waves his hand, telling his men to let the pathetic man go. He smirks, condescendingly asking if it wouldn't have been easier to just comply from the start. His subordinate chimes in, remarking that some people only understand after they've been beaten. But before he can finish his thought, the entire room is rocked by a deafening crash. The room's door explodes inwards, sending splinters flying and men stumbling. A single foot lands firmly amidst the wreckage, a voice dryly agreeing with their sentiment. The infuriated leader glares, spitting that some people truly only listen after a good smack. And there stands Yoon Se-ho, casually holding his sheathed sword, admitting he just came to talk. But since the door's already broken, he supposes they might as well get to the beatings. Leaning on his sword, Yoon Se-ho coolly scans the room and asks who wants to get beaten up first. The Hazelda leader's eyes widen in stunned recognition, a cold sweat breaking out on his brow. One of his underlings quickly identifies the intruder. He's the youngest son of the Yunhai merchant group. The leader scoffs, realizing this is the brat who's been snooping around. He taunts Seiho, asking if he knew he was being followed. But our boy just smirks, retorting that he already knows everything about him, and he didn't need to follow anyone to learn it. The leader seethes at the insolence, but Seiho cuts him off, calling him trash who tricks innocent people into signing slave contracts. He continues the verbal beatdown, calling him a greedy beast who panics at the mere mention of the Yunhei group. Seiho declares that it's because of swindlers like him that all merchants get a bad name, adding that his conman-looking beard really fits the part. The leader is shaking with pure, unadulterated rage, utterly speechless. Seiho then turns to his companion, asking what she'd do if a man with a scruffy goatee confessed to her. And she deadpans that he'd be met with a bamboo stick. That last comment finally breaks him, and the leader roars for his men to capture that disrespectful whelp. At his command, his masked assassins instantly draw their blades. They stand ready, a silent, menacing force prepared to strike. And then they're moving, a coordinated wave of steel rushing straight for Seiho. But our boy doesn't even seem to care, just casually leaning on his sheathed sword with a look of utter boredom. Before a single blade can reach him, his companion leaps into the fray, effortlessly blocking the first attack. A faint smirk plays on her lips as she notes it's been a while since she's gotten to stretch. One assassin gets a brutal palm strike to the face for his trouble. Another tries an overhead slash, only to have her casually block the sharp steel with her bare forearm. She moves through the chaos like a dance, deflecting every blow with an almost lazy grace. She pivots, driving a brutal elbow into another attacker's face, and with one final, decisive strike, she announces with a sing-song voice that she's all done. The men of the Hazelda can only stare, dumbfounded, at the woman standing calmly amidst the carnage. Seiho finally cracks a smile, musing that now that the trash is gone, they can finally talk. The terrified leader desperately shoves one of his own men forward, who can only stammer that he isn't a fighter. His eyes dart around frantically, wondering where the hell his hired muscle, Bi-young, is. Right on cue, a voice echoes from the doorway, casually asking if someone was looking for him. The leader's fear instantly turns to rage, screaming at Bi-young to get over here and earn his keep. But the mercenary simply scans the room, noting that it doesn't look like they can even afford his signing fee anymore. A smug grin spreads across Bi-young's face as he suggests a change in terms. 10 times the fee, and hell get them out of this. The leader seethes, calling the mercenary a trashy thug, but swallows his pride and agrees to the terms. With a sharp ring of steel, Bi-young accepts the deal, his hand gripping the hilt of his sword. Seiho watches the pathetic display, utterly unsurprised by the mercenary's blatant extortion. But Bi-young doesn't move on the woman. He lunges straight for Seiho's men, prompting cries to dodge. They're caught completely off guard, one retainer frozen in terror as blood begins to spray. The mercenary unleashes his attack, a blur of motion and killing intent. A savage grin splits his face, his eyes glowing with a malevolent red light. But his blade never connects. A sharp clang rings out as it's stopped cold by another sword. Seiho's eyes are pure ice, furious that this hired sword dared to touch one of his own. Bi-young just smirks back, cheekily suggesting that Seiho could try buying his loyalty with money too. Watching from the sidelines, the Hazelda leader's subordinate starts to get a little nervous. His boss reassures him, explaining that Bi-young is a true first-rate master, a level most warriors never reach. Convinced of his man's superiority, the leader laughs, telling Bi-young to teach this arrogant punk a lesson. And as if on cue, the two warriors clash with explosive force. But Seiho is unfazed, calmly stating that if Bi-young's worth is only measured in money, he's no threat at all. The mercenary's smile vanishes, replaced by pure rage as he warns the spoiled noble to watch his mouth. With a roar, Bi-young lunges forward, promising to make him regret those words. Their swords meet again, unleashing a shockwave of crackling energy that ripples through the air. For a split second, a look of surprise flashes across Bi-young's face, but Seiho's expression is one of pure, unyielding focus as he effortlessly matches the assault. But Bi-young's rage-fueled assault meets a solid wall as Seiho parries every single blow. The two warriors disengage, sliding back to create a brief moment of calm in the storm. With a smug grin, Bi-young admits he underestimated the kid, thinking he was just some flailing brat. But he warns him that the world of martial arts isn't so easy to survive in. And without warning, he hurls a small pouch, a cheap trick aimed right at Seiho's face. Seiho tries to block, but the pouch bursts, dousing him in a potent, burning liquid. He grits his teeth, the strong liquor stinging his eyes and completely blinding him. Panic flares. How is he supposed to fight like this? He needs to think of something, and fast. A memory of his master surfaces, speaking of the supreme yin ice sea divine arts, a technique that grows sensitive to impure energy, like that of the demonic cult, the more one masters it. His master explained that this discomfort was an advantage, a radar for killing intent. In his past life, Seiho never reached the level where he could perceive an enemy's exact position. But his master knew, telling him that as he neared the peak, he would be able to read movements like a book. He urged his student not to slack off in his training, because one day, that honed perception would be deadlier than any sword. And in the present, blinded and desperate, Seiho feels that power awakening. All the non-stop training he'd endured in this new life was for this very moment. He closes his eyes, focusing his entire being on the flow of energy around him. Young can't believe it, the blinded kid just vanished and reappeared right behind him. A single, perfect strike, guided by nothing but pure killing intent, is about to land. Young reels back in shock, the unexpected pain registering on his face. He can barely process the speed, realizing he almost failed to even see the attack. Clutching his wound, he demands to know how Seiho predicted his ambush. But Seiho just smirks, casually telling him that such valuable information isn't free. The sheer arrogance of the blinded boy sends a wave of fury through Byung. Elsewhere, the other Hazel Da members are in chaos, bleeding out on the floor. The female companion watches as one of the men coughs up his last breath. She notes with cold clarity that her side is in full-blown panic mode. Just then, their leader is being ushered away, oblivious to his dying men. Seeing this, she takes command, barking orders to stop the bleeding immediately. Enraged, Byung lunges forward with everything he has. But Seiho dodges the wild swing with almost insulting ease. The assassin tumbles past him, his attack hitting nothing but air. He looks back, panting, finally realizing this kid is predicting his every single move. A twisted smile spreads across his face. It's been a long time since a fight was this fun. Suddenly, Seiho tosses his sword aside, and Byung wonders if he's finally giving up. But the assassin clarifies he only used a sword to avoid dirtying his sex martial arts on this job. He acknowledges the young master's strength, declaring that now, hell face him seriously. And for Seiho, it all makes sense. That's why a first-rate master had such unrefined sword skills. He calls for Dalgap to take over, but the cheerful warrior snatches the sword from the air, stepping in. Seiho calmly declares that since his opponent uses his hands, he will respond in kind. He reflects on his past, when martial arts were just a desperate means of survival. He remembers the wild-eyed master who agreed to teach him, simply liking the boy's spirit. But in this new life, his motivations have completely changed. More than anything, he is driven by the desire to become stronger than he ever was before. As the fight begins, he effortlessly deflects a kick from the assassin. Byung unleashes his true power, a vicious technique called the homing twin viper strike. Yet Seiho evades the deadly assault with nothing more than a simple, elegant sidestep. The assassin's confident smirk is gone, replaced by pure shock as he touches a new cut on his face. In that moment, Byung realizes with dawning horror that this kid's martial arts are the real deal. The two warriors explode into a flurry of strikes, their energies clashing violently. Byung is confident in his own combat prowess, certain he's the superior fighter here. But every single one of his attacks is met and deflected with infuriating ease. He pushes forward, swinging again and again, but he just can't seem to land a single solid hit. How is this possible? It's not superior vision, and it's certainly not his sex techniques. Then, in a flash of icy blue light, Seiho lands a devastating palm strike right into his chest. The impact sends a wave of agony through Byung's entire body. As his consciousness fades, his mind drifts back to a different time, to a moment when he was just a boy, dirty and starving, wondering if this was how he would die. A shadow fell over him then, a voice remarking on the unusual look in the eyes of a child. The voice tells the lost child that if he doesn't want to die here, he should come with him, an outstretched hand offering a new life. This was the man who saved him, his master. But that memory quickly sours, jumping forward to a time when Byung's hands are wrapped around a woman's throat. She begs to know why, but he just calmly explains that a client hired him. With a cold smile, he asks just how much she can offer to buy her life back. But before she can answer, a vicious slap rings out. His master stands behind him, furious. He screams at Byung to stop using his arts on the weak and to leave his sight forever. The master can't believe it when Byung casually says he was just about to say his goodbyes anyway. Byung explains that violence is all he's ever known, leaving the old man to curse the fool he raised. The master's final curse echoes his arts have no soul, no value, and one day he will learn the meaning of that. But that day wasn't today. As Byung finds himself surrounded by thugs in a dark alley, their leader sneers, brandishing a knife, saying even weak merchants can fight back when they're united. Byung just stares back, completely unfazed by their amateurish threats. A moment later, the alley is silent, filled with nothing but the bodies of his attackers. He sits there calmly, gazing at the hands that just ended so many lives without a second thought. His master's voice screams in his memory, a futile warning not to use his arts against the weak. But that memory fades as his eyes lock onto the knife one of the thugs dropped. He reaches down, his fingers wrapping around the cold steel of the hilt. A small smirk forms as he inspects the blade, finding this simple weapon impressive. A shadowy figure then emerges, remarking that Byung took care of a pest and offers him a job. For a moment, Byung is silent, the gears in his mind turning. He finally asks how much he'll be paid, his new path decided by a simple, desperate need to survive. He didn't just want to live. He wanted to live with wealth and power, a conviction that fuels his present desperation. Snapping back to the fight, he roars inwardly that he will not die here, unleashing a monstrous serpent of pure energy. Yoon Se-ho, however, is completely unfazed, his eyes locking onto the attack as he prepares his own technique. The snake-engulfing ironbird. Byung's spectral serpent lunges, its massive form blotting out everything as it dives to consume him. But Yoon Se-ho stands his ground, meeting the overwhelming force with a calm, determined block. The two techniques finally collide in a blinding, ferocious impact. Byung's face splits into a wicked grin, certain his technique has found its mark. But in the next instant, Yoon Se-ho simply steps forward, shattering his stance with ease. Even as the colossal serpent of greed descends to devour him whole, a wave of absolute zero explodes from Yoon Se-ho's foot, freezing the very air. The ultimate technique dissolves into nothing, and Byung stumbles forward, his eyes wide with disbelief. He's met not with a struggle, but with a calm, indifferent hand that stops his momentum dead. In that moment of failure, the words of his old master echo, a sharp rebuke of his soulless, greedy fists. He sees a vision of his opponent, whose power was forged not from desire, but from pure dedication. As his life flashes before his eyes, Byung finally understands. His master, he was right. The realization comes just as a fist of pure, unblemished ice energy smashes into his face. In his final moments of consciousness, Byung laments that in the end, his fists were meaningless. The vision fades as Yoon Se-ho brings his heel down with a final, crushing stomp. Byung is sent sprawling, knocked completely unconscious from the decisive blow. Victorious, Yoon Se-ho stands over him, taking a moment to catch his breath. He lets out a slow, steadying exhale, the intense battle finally over. With a slight bow, he offers a condescending thanks for the lesson to the man on the floor. The next morning, the man he saved is overwhelmed with gratitude for dismantling the corrupt merchant group. But Yoon Se-ho simply dismisses the praise, coolly stating he did it for his own reasons. It turns out the Hazel Oak's leader was arrested overnight, his evil deeds finally brought to light. Yoon Se-ho explains how he cornered the officer by revealing the Hazel Oak leader's blackmail gold was a complete fake. He smirks, remembering how in his past life, this same man was beheaded for using counterfeit currency. And so, the disgraced merchant is dragged away in ropes, his empire crumbling from a single, well-placed piece of information. With the matter settled, Yoon Se-ho notes that his real target, Byung, conveniently disappeared during the commotion. He turns back to the merchant he saved, putting on a humble front about simply being a man who can't abide injustice. The grateful man swears he'll do anything to repay him, an attitude Yoon Se-ho finds quite promising. Without missing a beat, he asks for the man's son, then slyly corrects himself, saying he wants to offer a contract. A confident smile plays on his lips. Everything is going exactly according to his plan, and the subject of that very contract, Gong Mil, sits at home, enjoying a family meal, completely unaware. Yoon Se-ho cheerfully waves, reminding the grateful father of their little promise. The man's son, Gong Mil, watches with wide-eyed innocence, completely unaware of his fate. A sharp, confident smile confirms it. Another valuable piece is now on his board. But elsewhere in the city, under the quiet glow of the moon, other powers are at play. In a luxurious bathhouse, an attendant carefully pours a drink for her master. The woman takes a sip, intrigued by the news of Song Jong-ju's visit to the Yunhai group. Her loyal subordinate stands by, having delivered the crucial piece of intelligence. Surrounded by servants, she soaks in the warm water, contemplating the implications. A faint, knowing smirk appears on her face. This development is certainly interesting. And so, within the halls of the Yunhei group, a private demonstration is underway. A small wooden puppet begins to dance on its own, leaving the assembled merchants in absolute awe. Yoon Se-ho watches their reactions, a confident, knowing smirk playing on his lips. The men are gathered around the table, captivated, one of them muttering about how truly mysterious the little thing is. Go Il-pyung strokes his chin, his mind immediately shifting from wonder to business. He realizes this is far too valuable to be a mere gift. They could commercialize this right now. But the chief of external affairs isn't convinced, wondering who would buy a simple dancing puppet. Yoon Se-ho's smile only widens. He knows better. It's not a question of if it will sell, but how fast. Another member scoffs at the chief's blindness, exclaiming that the stench of money is pouring off the tiny doll. He insists that once they dress it in glamorous outfits and add a few decorations, it'll fly off the shelves. The chief of internal affairs finally grasps the bigger picture, a greedy laugh escaping his lips. But Yoon Se-ho calmly interrupts, asking his father for a moment of his time. He states that while the puppet is profitable, the issue with Manor Master Song must be their priority. He explains Lady Juice's request was a trap, and now that they've solved it, her wrath will turn towards them. As the meeting concludes, the other members head out, their minds already on food and wine. Yoon Se-ho remains, approaching his father once the room is empty. He presents a document, calling it a secret pact he made during his last journey. The family head's eyes widen in utter shock as he reads the first few lines. The list contains legendary spirit herbs, all supposedly located on Wutong Mountain. He can hardly believe it, questioning if his son is certain they haven't seen herbs this rare in over a decade. Yoon Se-ho calmly confirms he studied the texts, memorized the illustrations, and will deliver the actual specimens for examination. And what specimens they are, a collection of glowing, impossibly rare herbs, each one a treasure. The family head is stunned, thinking to himself that his son has returned with unbelievable treasures from his very first journey. He feels a swell of pride, admitting that this kid keeps surprising him, even feeling a little guilty he can't praise him openly. Later that night, the moon hangs high over the quiet estate. Inside, a brush puts the final strokes on a lengthy document. Yoon Se-ho leans back, relieved to have finished all his paperwork just in the nick of time. But he's not done for the night. With a determined look, he adjusts his robes, ready for the next item on his agenda. Stepping out into the courtyard, he offers a respectful greeting to his master. Ah Seung meets him, noting that he's back to training without any rest, despite his journey having just ended. Yoon Se-ho explains that just as he never neglects his duties, he won't break his promise to train. Ah Seung seems impressed by this unwavering discipline. He agrees, but before they start, he has a question for his student. He wants to know what Yoon Se-ho truly felt during his first journey out into the world. Yoon Se-ho falls silent for a moment, his thoughts turning inward. He recalls the vision of the future disaster and states his one desire: to grow stronger. His current strength, he admits, is nothing compared to the catastrophe on the horizon. Ah Seung reflects on this, thinking of all the people who have craved power for fame, wealth, or martial glory. He notes that some even sought strength for revenge, but his student, he's different. His master's gaze sharpens, sensing there's a deeper reason, and Yoon Se-ho knows he can't hide it. He finally admits his one true reason. He seeks strength to protect the people he cherishes. Hearing this, his master looks on with a knowing, satisfied smile. Yoon Se-ho's eyes are filled with a calm, unshakable resolve, and Ah Seung sees it clearly, a gaze that is both powerful and incredibly warm. With the student's heart now understood, he decides it's time for the real training to begin. He draws his blade, announcing that he will now formally teach his sword techniques. Yoon Se-ho is stunned. Sword techniques? He'd only ever focused on brute force in his past life. His master introduces the style by name, the 12th form Snow Dragon Sword Technique. He explains that its philosophy is drawn from the very nature of snow itself. The movements must be soft and light, as gentle and flowing as a child's hair. But his master clarifies that at times, it must also be as heavy and boundless as a blizzard, and at others, it needs the swiftness and lethal sharpness of a raging snowstorm. Yoon Se-ho watches, completely captivated, his mind absorbing every single detail of his master's movements. Because, as Ah Seung explains, every single technique of the Snow Dragon style is designed to do one thing: destroy anything its blade touches. It is a philosophy of pure, elegant annihilation, a power that shatters all in its path. As Ah Seung demonstrates a form, Yoon Se-ho feels his own body begin to move, mirroring him perfectly. The master stops, utterly confused, while Se-ho himself seems surprised by his own actions. What is this? Ah Seung can't believe his eyes. As his student manifests the technique's aura on his very first viewing, Yoon Se-ho tries to play it off with a sheepish grin, admitting he might have gotten a little carried away. He explains that watching his master's elegant sword dance simply filled him with an uncontrollable urge to copy it. But Ah Seung's face says it all. He's not buying that flimsy excuse for a second. He reminds the young master of his other little secret, mastering the family's divine arts all by himself. The master's aura flares as he explains that the Snow Dragon technique is far too complex, and that seeing a small portion of it once should never be enough to reproduce it so perfectly. And in that moment, all the oddities about his student finally click into place. He understands the secret. Seiho starts to panic, thinking his cover is blown, ready to launch into a desperate excuse. But the master's declaration completely blindsides him. He calls Seiho a genius, leaving the boy utterly speechless. Ah Sung beams with pride, convinced he's discovered a once-in-a-generation talent, a monstrous gift for martial arts. But Ah Seung isn't celebrating. He curtly tells Seiho there's no time to waste dawdling. He orders the boy to pick up his sword, explaining that those blessed with such incredible talent must undergo training to match, and from now on, things are going to be on an entirely different level. However, training is only one item on Seiho's own ambitious agenda. With a devious little grin, he's ready to set his real plans in motion. The bell on a shop door chimes, announcing his arrival. An elegant woman greets him from behind the counter, politely asking what he's looking for. Flanked by Yo Youngam and Dalgap, Seiho calmly introduces himself as a member of the Yunhei merchant group. The shopkeeper seems quite surprised, wondering what brings such a rare and important guest to her humble store. He gets straight to the point. He's here to recruit talented people, and she's one of them, a genius who will one day be called perfect. He remembers their first meeting from his past life, a chance encounter on a rainy day. Back then, he'd wandered into a shabby little shop, not expecting much. But inside, he found a single silk garment, crafted with a perfection that defied its humble surroundings. Seeing the woman behind the masterpiece, he knew instantly he had to recruit her. And in this new life, he's here to do it all over again, offering her a contract. Lady Hong is completely caught off guard, questioning what a merchant group would want with her. Barely containing a greedy grin, Seiho clarifies it's an exclusive contract with the Yunhei group, of course. With her recruitment secured, the first item on his ambitious to-do list is triumphantly crossed off. Next up, he arrives at the woodworking shop, his presence immediately causing a stir. The craftsmen greet him with surprise as he explains he has a special task for them. He smirks, thinking he's found the perfect artisans for the next crucial step. He declares that only the very best, the pride of their new merchant group, can handle this request. The head craftsman is completely overwhelmed, his eyes welling up with tears of gratitude. With their honor on the line, the artisans get to work with a fiery passion, ready to craft the perfect doll. And just like that, another item on his ambitious to-do list is checked off as the workshop begins operations. A few days pass, and the workshop is already filled with rows of blank wooden figures. But the real magic is in the intricate clockwork mechanism being carefully fitted into one of the dolls. This meticulous work triggers a memory, reminding him of a young boy he once knew, working late into the night. He recalls chiding the boy, telling him he needed to rest or he wouldn't grow any taller. But the young Jinho had looked back with unwavering resolve, happy to work as long as he could repay his kindness. Jinho went on, explaining how deeply grateful he was for the home and purpose he'd been given. But a younger Seiho just scoffed, reminding the boy that as his contractor, these things were his right. He even gave the kid a rough, affectionate shake for being so overly formal. It was hard not to smile at the boy's earnest and pure spirit. Changing the subject, Seiho asked about his progress, and Jinho eagerly invited him to take a look. He proudly presented the doll he was almost done with, pointing out the outfit Lady Hong had made. The young artisan beamed, saying he couldn't wait to show the beautiful creation to his sister. His expression fell, however, as he remembered this wasn't a toy he could just give away. But Seiho gently cut in, asking why on earth his sister shouldn't get one too. He explained with a smile that this was just a prototype. They could make plenty more once it was complete. Seiho declares that this doll isn't just a toy. It will soon be the Yunhei Merchant Group's flagship product. And when the finished prototype is revealed, the craftsmanship is absolutely breathtaking. Word spreads, and soon a potential client, Manor Master Song, and his wife arrive to see it. His wife, Lady Orchid, is completely captivated, turning to her husband, utterly charmed by the creation. Even at a later meeting, the other merchants can't help but gossip about how Song Jiangju married such a beautiful woman. The couple expresses their deep gratitude to another merchant group's leader for the demonstration. Lady Orchid then suggests it would be lovely if she could attend the banquet where the doll will be officially unveiled. But the leader politely declines, explaining that his own family has a major event planned. His eldest son is being appointed the group's successor, and his wife is swamped with preparations for the ceremony. Song Jiangju laughs heartily at the joyous news, though his wife seems a little taken aback by the sudden turn. And at the mention of Jongho becoming a successor, Yoon Seiho's world grinds to a halt. The memory hits him like a tidal wave, a desperate plea for his friend Woojin to hang on. He remembers his older brother, Jongho, cradling his dying bodyguard. Tears streamed down Jongho's face as he begged Woojin not to die. His voice echoed through the empty hall, screaming for a physician, for anyone to help. But it was too late for John Woojin. his loyal friend since childhood. That tragedy unfolded on the very day of the successor inauguration ceremony. Ever since, his brother has been drowning in regret, wishing he'd just sent those guests away as Woojin advised. He recalls how happy Woojin had been for him, a memory that now only fuels his endless self-blame. The weight of that past trauma suddenly crashes down on Jongho, causing him to stagger in pain. Seho understands his brother's pain all too well. To Jongho, Woojin was everything. He was a precious friend, just like Palgam and Youngam are to him. His sudden change in mood catches Dalgap's attention as she rests nearby. She's completely caught off guard by his intense, pleading stare, wondering what on earth he wants now. But Seoho's mind is set, a cold determination solidifying in his eyes. He must prevent Woojin's death. With this new resolve, he leads his retainers through town, searching for a gift for his elder brother. Yo Ungam questions his choice of location, pointing out it's a seedy district filled with gambling dens. Seho brushes off their concerns, his gaze locking onto his destination, a small, unassuming general store. They step inside, and the elderly owner turns from his dusting to greet the new arrivals. The man's perception is sharp, and Seho is surprised he could read their intentions so easily. The old man notes that Seho's eyes are different from the usual desperate gamblers. Seho internally agrees. This shopkeeper's perception is dangerously sharp. He recalls from his past life that this man is the legendary Ghost Mask Constable, a feared detective. Now retired, he runs this store dealing in special goods, and Seho plays along, pretending to be a curious browser. As his retainers look through the wares, Seho already knows what he's here for. Dalgap sighs from the sidelines, wondering why her master is interested in all this old junk. Yo Young-am picks up a small box containing a few trinkets, a bracelet, a mirror, and an inkstone. He presents it to the owner and casually asks for the price. The shopkeeper smiles and names a price of 5 silver nyang, causing Yo Young-am to reel back in shock. Before his retainer can cause a scene, Seoho smoothly shushes him and hands over the money, without a hint of hesitation. The coins clatter into the shopkeeper's hand, far more than he asked for. He points out the overpayment, but Seho simply insists he take it, saying it's all he has on him. The old man's gaze sharpens, a flicker of suspicion in his eyes. This young man is no ordinary customer. He wonders if Seho somehow recognized that the cheap-looking trinket was actually a genuine artifact. With the deal done, Seho extends an invitation to his brother's upcoming succession banquet. The former Ghost Mask Constable smiles warmly, happily accepting the unexpected offer. As Seho leaves the shop, he thinks to himself that this was a necessary step. Having a man of the constable's stature attend might just help prevent the disastrous flood he knows is coming. But outside, Dalgap remains skeptical, questioning why he'd gift something that looks so worthless. Seho simply smirks, holding the treasure aloft, revealing that this is no ordinary bracelet. With his new trinket secured, Seoho's plan moves to its next phase as he spots his target in the town square. A voice calls out "brother," and the elder son, Yoon Jongho, turns around, looking completely unsuspecting. Seoho strolls up confidently, flanked by his retainers, and casually asks about the upcoming banquet. After a brief exchange, Seho cuts to the chase, announcing that he has a gift for his dear brother. He explains with a pleasant smile that he just happened to find something useful at a general store. With a flourish, he presents a small, unassuming wooden box as a token of his affection. Jongho opens it, his expression falling flat as he pulls out what looks like a cheap, simple bracelet. But Seho reveals its secret: infuse it with energy, and it fires paralyzing needles, a hidden weapon. He urges his brother to wear it as a charm, a little something for self-defense, just in case. Jongho scoffs, patting his guard's shoulder, smugly stating he has warrior Woojin to protect him with his life. Oh, if only he knew. But Seho suddenly grabs his brother's hands, his playful demeanor gone, saying he has a request. He begs Jongho, just for today, to listen to every single piece of advice from warrior Woojin. Seho presses on, claiming he has a bad feeling, and extracts a reluctant promise from his confused brother. Then, his act complete, he cheerfully waves goodbye, promising to see him at the banquet before departing. Jongho is left standing there with Woojin, a seed of doubt planted. What was that strange performance about? He turns to his guard, asking if Seho had spoken to him about anything, but Woojin gives a flat denial. The moment passes as the succession ceremony finally begins, and their father steps forward to address the crowd. Standing proudly beside Jongho, the head of the Yunhei merchant group begins his official declaration. With all eyes on them, he names his eldest son, Jongho, as the next leader of the group. The announcement is met with a wave of applause from the family and esteemed guests, celebrating the new heir. The entire hall erupts in polite, sustained applause for the newly named heir. But amidst the celebration, Yoon Se-ho's smile doesn't reach his eyes. His mind is racing. He's certain an assassin is lurking somewhere in this very room. With the banquet in full swing, he realizes he can't warn anyone without causing mass panic. He scans the faces in the crowd, desperately trying to pinpoint the threat. But what can he even do? Suddenly, his attendant Ah Seung leans in, asking if the young master is looking for someone. Dalgap chimes in with a smirk, teasing that he's not looking for someone, he's been scanning all the female guests. She playfully notes that he's finally at the age to be taking an interest in such things. Ah Seung, completely missing the joke, eagerly offers to line up matchmakers at their gate. Before Seho can protest, he's being dragged up to greet the guests, his urgent mission derailed by his clueless retainers. Seho frantically tries to break free, insisting he needs to stay, but Ah Seung just thinks he's being shy. From his table, his older brother Jungho watches with a serene smile, believing Seho is finally enjoying himself. But his own moment of peace is cut short when a maid approaches with yet another request. As Seho is physically dragged away to greet guests, Jungho is simultaneously being called to a private reception room. Every fiber of Seho's being screams to stay. He knows an assassin is here, and he's the only one who can stop them. Meanwhile, Jungho walks on, sighing as he asks the maid just how many guests he's met with now. She confirms this is the 12th visitor, prompting his guard Jian Woojin to tell him to hang in there. Jungho agrees, knowing he must show courtesy to everyone who came to celebrate his new title. The maid leads them to a large set of doors, informing them that the guests are waiting inside. Taking a breath, he prepares for another round of political pleasantries and gives the signal to go in. But just as he's about to enter, his guard Jian Woojin puts a hand out, stopping him in his tracks. Woojin's senses are on high alert. He can barely feel the presence of the guest inside. This is a huge red flag, and he urges his master to consider politely turning them away. Jungho pauses, a flicker of concern crossing his face at his guard's serious tone, but he decides against it, believing it would be too rude to a guest who has waited patiently to see him. He confidently tells Woojin that it's fine there at their own banquet, after all. Meanwhile, inside the room, the veiled visitor quietly draws a short, gleaming blade. The assassin curses internally. That damn bodyguard's caution is ruining their simple plan. They were supposed to take advantage of his lowered guard for a quick kill worth 100 silver. Outside, Jungho reassures his man, certain that on such a joyous day, no one would dare try to harm him. But just as he reaches for the door, a sudden memory stops him cold. It's the voice of his late brother, Jinho, begging him to listen to his guard, just for today. Taking a deep breath, Jungho realizes he can't ignore such a vivid premonition. He turns and instructs a nearby maid to tell the guest he can't see them right now. Woojin breathes a sigh of relief as his master finally heeds his warning, and they decide to return to the hall. The assassin, waiting patiently inside, perks up at the sound of the door. But instead of their target, the door creaks open to reveal a simple estate maid. She apologizes, explaining that the young lord has an urgent matter and won't be meeting any guests. As the assassin is escorted away, their mind races with pure frustration. This is a complete disaster. The plan to kill him alone has failed. Now they have to resort to plan B in a crowded hall. Stepping back into the bustling hall, the assassin's eyes lock onto their target. The new plan is simple. One swift strike to kill the young lord, then vanish into the crowd. With a burst of speed, they lunge forward, sending onlookers scattering in panic. A hidden dagger flashes out, aimed directly at Yoon Jongho's throat. But as the blade nears his neck, Jongho doesn't even flinch, his expression unnervingly calm. Suddenly, a figure intercepts the attack, and the blade sinks deep into Jian Woojin's chest. The assassin snarls in pure frustration. It's that damn bodyguard, always in the way. They try to drive the dagger deeper, to finish the job on at least one of them. But Woojin's hand clamps down on their wrist, stopping the blade with an unbreakable grip. Ignoring the fatal wound, the loyal bodyguard draws his own sword, ready to deliver a bloody counter. With a grunt of frustration, the assassin disengages, dodging Woojin's desperate sword swing. How is he still moving? The assassin can't believe it. That was a fatal wound. The commotion erupts as guards spot the attacker, shouting for everyone to stop the assassin from escaping. There's no time to think. The veiled guest abandons the fight and makes a frantic dash for freedom. But just as they're about to escape, Yoon Seho's voice cuts through the chaos. He screams for his brother Jongho to use the bracelet he gave him. Jongho recalls the instructions perfectly. Infuse it with inner force, and it will fire silver needles. Without a moment's hesitation, he channels his energy and flicks his wrist forward. A tiny, glowing projectile zips through the air, embedding itself perfectly in the assassin's back. The attacker stumbles to a halt, their legs suddenly refusing to move, paralyzed on the spot. Realizing a clean escape is now impossible, the assassin reaches for their last resort. They slam a smoke bomb onto the pavement, instantly blanketing the area in thick smog. Under the cover of chaos, they start shedding their disguise, confident they're hidden. But just as they're changing, a hand firmly grabs their ankle from the smoke. They freeze in shock. How could anyone have possibly seen them through this? The crowd watches on as the smoke clears, revealing an unexpected scene. The old general store owner stands there, holding the assassin's discarded veil and a sword to the throat of a bald monk. With a satisfied smirk, he announces he's finally caught the notorious faceless guest. The monk's face twists in pure terror, realizing he's been captured by the legendary ghost mask. Pinned and exposed, he grits his teeth, knowing he has only one desperate option left. Just as the monk tries to bite down on a hidden poison pill, the old man's foot slams into his jaw. The pill clatters to the ground as the ghost mask coolly informs him that even death is not an escape. Meanwhile, the Yoon family head rushes over in a panic, desperately asking if his son Jongho is all right. Jongho assures his father he's fine, but his face is clouded with worry over Woojin, who took a hit for him. But Yoon Seho is already steps ahead, explaining that Woojin was given first aid and sent to a physician immediately. Overwhelmed with relief, Jongho thanks his brother profusely, as the old man watches on, quietly impressed. The general store owner then approaches the family, dragging the bound monk and thanking them for an invitation that yielded a precious gift. But as he speaks, the Yoon family head's eyes lock onto the sword at the old man's hip, a jolt of recognition running through him. That blade, it's the honorary sword granted only to the top enforcers of the elite Imperial Guard. The realization dawns, and the powerful family head immediately bows deeply, addressing the humble shopkeeper as his great senior. The old man reveals his prisoner is the faceless guest, a master of disguise and a lifelong target of his. It all clicks for Yoon Seho. The man who attacked his brother was the same one this old master was hunting. The general store owner requests to interrogate the assassin first, a request the Yoon family head is honored to grant. With the prisoner secured, they lead him away, the immediate crisis finally coming to an end. The Yoon family head then addresses the rattled guests, smoothly calming the chaos and resuming the banquet. A few days pass, and the estate is quiet once more. Suddenly, a subordinate bursts in, rushing to find the young master with urgent news. He announces excitedly that they finally uncovered who ordered the hit on the young lord. The mastermind is Odedu, the ruthless leader of the criminal black liquor syndicate. His motive? Simple revenge. After the Yunhai group undercut his extortion racket by helping small businesses. According to the official report, Odedu was caught fleeing, and the black liquor syndicate simply collapsed. But Dalgap chimes in, remembering there were a few strange rumors surrounding that incident. Apparently, the authorities never actually captured him, they just found him tied up and hanging from a tree. The old shopkeeper adds that he heard the same, and that all the stolen money was returned to the merchants. Yoon Seho just laughs it off, suggesting maybe some passing hero decided to do a good deed for fun. Then, with a confident, almost angelic smile, he drops the bomb. Actually, that was him. He recalls the night Odedu was captured, sneaking out to lie in wait on the escape route from his past life. When the syndicate leader appeared, he was taken down effortlessly, his stash of money confiscated on the spot. Seho then spent the night playing Robin Hood, returning the gold to every small business owner Odedu had harmed. Back in the present, he sips his tea, casually remarking that having to stay hidden was quite the chore. The old shopkeeper listens to the whole story, a knowing smile on his face. Yoon Seoho nearly spits out his tea, his casual facade completely broken. He tries to feign ignorance, but the old man knows everything, pointing out how busy he's been since the banquet. In fact, he calls Seho a true benefactor, thanking him for finally making a long-held wish come true. Seho deflects the praise, simply glad his brother is safe, and they settle on being benefactors to each other. The old man then extends a hand, formally introducing himself as Huangbo Huai and offering his full support. Seho accepts the gesture with a calm, confident smile. Their handshake seals the deal, a new alliance formed between Huangbo Huai and the Yunhei merchant group. With the young master's ceremony now concluded, Seoho immediately gathers his people to discuss the next big move, distributing the self-moving dolls. Having gathered his people, Seoho raises a hand to offer a suggestion to his father. He lays out his master plan. Instead of a mass release, they'll sell the dolls as limited editions. The family head is intrigued by the idea of creating artificial scarcity, asking what price he has in mind. But when Seoho declares they'll sell for only 10 silver coins each, Yu Soak's face contorts in pure shock. He practically leaps out of his seat, questioning how they could ever profit at such a ridiculously low price. Seoho calmly explains the long game. Each doll will be tied to a famous story, making them irresistible collectibles. The brilliance of the strategy finally clicks for Yu Soak, and with the family head's approval, the plan is a go. On the day of the launch, The response from the public is immediate and overwhelming. Seo and his inner circle can only watch in satisfaction as crowds form, proving his business acumen once again. Word is spreading like wildfire, and at this rate, they're on track to sell out completely in just a few days. The Yoon family head glows with pride, commending Seo for his excellent work. But from a distance, his brother Yoon Jong-ho can only watch the tender moment. He announces his departure, and after a brief farewell, he's on his way. Jong-ho rides out of the estate, tasked with leading the trade mission to Yunnan for poor tea. Seo watches him go, a flicker of memory crossing his mind in his past life. That was his journey. But a few days later, the triumphant mood has completely vanished. Seo returns to the general store, head in his hands, clearly exhausted and stressed. When asked what's wrong, he reveals the devastating news. The self-moving doll sales have tanked. It's not just a slowdown. Sales drop sharply, and the public's perception has soured overnight. The old shopkeeper strokes his chin, musing that this sudden change might be due to some nasty rumors. And it's a chilling rumor, that the self-moving dolls are cursed, trapping human souls within them. Seo can't believe it, scoffing that such a thing is as ridiculous as a volcano suddenly appearing in Manhwa. But the old shopkeeper is dead serious, revealing he's already confirmed the rumor has spread far and wide. He unrolls a map, pointing out multiple, distant locations where the story has taken hold. Seo and his team are perplexed. A normal rumor would spread from a single point, not erupt everywhere at once. Then the cold realization dawns on him: this isn't a rumor, it's a targeted attack. Later, in a meeting with his top agents, Seo explains they've already begun their counter-investigation. One of his men reports back with their findings. The origin of the slander traces back to Sichuan province, just as they suspected. The team immediately knows who's behind it: the Dan Merchant Group. They've been rivals from the start, and now it's clear they're trying to crush their main competition. While Yu Soak seethes with rage, Yoon Jong-ho calmly reminds the chief that this is his business to handle. Seo listens, but the word rumors seems to spark a completely different idea in his mind. He suddenly rises, catching his father's attention in the middle of the tense meeting. With a confident smile, he announces he has a strategy and volunteers to go to Sichuan personally. And just like that, Seo and his trusted retainers are on the road, riding hard through the mountains. Not 2 hours in, the large bakebok is already whining about when they're going to take a break. Even the stoic Ah-seung agrees, suggesting they should stop ahead to let the horses recover. They take a short rest, with Bekbok groaning about his sore backside as the others tend to their mounts. The harsh, rugged terrain reminds Seo of another difficult path, the road to Yunnan, where his brother Jinho was sent. A flicker of concern crosses his face as he silently wonders if his brother ever made it there safely. But their brief respite is shattered by the thunder of a single horseman galloping towards them. It's warrior Lee Pil of the Silver Wind Unit, his face pale with panic as he shouts for young Master Seo. The news he brings is a dagger to the heart. Seho's brother, Jinho, has gone missing. The words trigger a flashback to the incident, a devastating rockslide that smashed his brother's entire carriage. But as his subordinate confirmed the damage, a faint, calculating smirk had crossed Jinho's face. He'd calmly declared the shipment a failure, ordering his men to abandon the goods and retreat. And so they left the wreckage behind, walking away from the valuable pu'er tea without a second thought. Snapping back to the present, that unsettling memory now fuels Seo with a grim new purpose. He digs his heels in, urging his horse and his entire company to ride even harder. They are headed for Lost Mist Mountain, a region in Yunnan infamous for its treacherous, unnatural phenomena. Seo recalls this place a mountain that swallows all who enter, a place he wisely avoided in his past life. But his brother Jinho, he grits his teeth, wasn't so lucky this time around. Bekbok rides up beside him, trying to offer some comfort, certain that the young master is fine. Seo puts on a gentle smile, thanking him for the kind words. But inside, his mind is racing. It'll be fine because he knows how to save his brother. The scene shifts to Jinho's party, trudging wearily through a desolate, misty forest. Seoho's plan relies on one thing: Jinho just has to hold on until he gets there. But for Jinho and his men, every single step is a struggle against exhaustion. They are battered, weary, and lost, a far cry from the confident group that set out. All they can do is stare at the rockslide, with absolutely no hope in sight. The rescue party finally arrives at the desolate, fog-shrouded valley. Wasting no time, Seo steps forward to lay out his plan for the search mission. He tells them they'll be splitting into 2 teams to maximize their efficiency. His orders are shocking. He will personally venture into the fog while the others wait outside. His men immediately protest it's far too dangerous, but Seo is resolute, insisting he's the only one who can go. And then he reveals exactly why, presenting a small box containing a special bracelet. This artifact, he explains, reacts to the wearer's blood, glowing red when a relative is within 30 meters. Lee Pil is still worried, pointing out that finding his brother is one thing, but escaping is another problem entirely. But Seiho just gives a calm, confident smile, completely unbothered. He assures them he has a plan for that too, as deep inside the mist, Jinho's desperate party huddles around a dying fire. Jinho stares into the embers, wondering how many days have passed since they got lost. Their rations are nearly gone, and the last of their fire is a grim reminder of their dwindling time. One of his men breaks the silence, asking the question on everyone's mind. Are they just going to die here? Another snaps at him, insisting that rescue must be on its way from the caravan. But even as they try to muster some hope, a deep sense of despair hangs in the air. Jinho, however, quietly admits a terrible thought. He almost wishes they wouldn't come. The guilt of luring more people into this cursed fog would be too much to bear. He believes if they're fated to starve here, it's a burden they should carry alone. His thoughts drift to his family, and the horrifying image of his own brother, Seiho, getting trapped. The weight of regret crashes down on him. There was so much he never got to say. He laments how complicated family can be, wishing he'd opened his heart to his brother sooner. But then, a familiar voice cuts through the oppressive silence, calling his name. Jinho jolts upright, desperately asking his men if they heard it too. His subordinates just stare back blankly, lost in their own despair, confirming they heard nothing. He tries to dismiss it as a symptom of his fatigue, but the voice calls out again, and a figure emerges from the fog. It's his brother, Seiho, who rushes forward, frantic with worry and relief at finally finding him. Jinho and his men can only stare back from their campfire, their expressions utterly dumbfounded. It can't be real. They all see it, so they come to the only logical conclusion. They're all hallucinating together. Convinced it's a dying vision, Jinho embraces Seiho, tearfully apologizing for all of his past mistakes. Even in his shock, he clings to the hallucination, just grateful for one last chance to see his brother's face. But Seiho has no time for tearful apologies, delivering a sharp kick to snap his brother out of it. He tells the dazed Jinho that this is no hallucination. He's really here to get him out. Jinho's mind races. Does he even realize they're trapped in the deadly, lost Mist Mountain? Seiho's calm expression confirms it. He knew exactly where he was going, and his reason for walking into this certain death trap was painfully simple. Because they're family. That word shatters Jinho's composure. He feels he no longer deserves to hear it from him. Overwhelmed by guilt, he recalls all the harsh ways he's hurt his younger brother. But Seiho just smiles gently, telling him he already knows and understands. He's certain that if their roles were reversed, Jinho would have done the exact same thing for him. With the path now clear, Dalgap leads the newly reunited brothers and their men out of the mist. Seiho smugly explains their simple escape plan, a tethered rope, but Jinho is skeptical after being lost for days. The younger brother clarifies that the mist's energy just warped their sense of distance and time. And sure enough, they emerge from the fog right on schedule, with their loyal men waiting. But their moment of triumph is cut short, as the entire mountain suddenly begins to tremble. Jinho panics, screaming for everyone to get away from the unstable cliff edge immediately. His eyes snap upwards in horror, spotting a massive boulder hurtling down right above his brother. With no time to think, Seiho shoves Jinho out of harm's way, taking the full, crushing impact himself. The very ground beneath their feet shatters, and the cliffside gives way completely. As they plummet into the abyss, a single thought cuts through the roaring chaos. Jinho feels no fear, only relief that he was able to apologize to his brother before the end. But as Seiho falls, a small, peaceful smile graces his lips, glad he could protect his brother. Then, a hand desperately grabs his own, refusing to let him go. With a surge of strength, his brother Jinho yanks him back from the brink, throwing him upwards. Jinho's face is a mask of shock and confusion, screaming his brother's name, asking why he's the one falling. Seiho hits the ground hard, rolling to a stop on the solid cliff edge. He can only watch in horror, screaming helplessly as his brother vanishes into the chasm below. Silence descends upon the misty, broken mountain, a tomb for a fallen brother. But somewhere, deep in the wilderness, Seiho opens his eyes, bathed in a strange, ethereal blue light. He realizes he's completely unharmed, wondering how he could have possibly survived such a fatal fall. His eyes land on a strange pink creature by his side, questioning if this little thing was somehow his savior. The tiny creature lets out a cheerful squeal, seemingly proud of its work. It then rustles through the nearby bushes, its curly tail bouncing with excitement. Peeking back out, it seems to be checking if he's okay. Seiho remembers a brief flash of being gently lowered by a strange blue light, guided by this very creature. It looks up at him with wide, expectant eyes, as if waiting for a thank you. Now that he's awake, it starts bouncing around him, and he can't figure out why it's so thrilled. Despite the gravity of his situation, He finds himself a little charmed by his strange savior. He has to admit, this little thing is seriously cute. Scooping it up, he notes how much smaller and rounder it is than a normal pig. But as he holds it, the creature suddenly burrows deep into the front of his robes. Then, with a little shuffle, it pulls out a silver coin it had apparently stashed. Seiho gently explains that it's just a coin, not food, and apologizes for having nothing for it to eat. But before he can even finish his thought, the creature snatches the coin right out of his hand. He panics, shouting for it to spit it out as it crunches down on the solid metal. He's left utterly speechless as the little pig creature just swallows it. Well, whatever. He figures if it can eat a coin, it's probably built different. His thoughts turn back to his grim reality. He came to save his brother Jinho, but now he's the one trapped. Has lost, deep in this misty forest, and everyone likely thinks he's dead by now. Just as despair sets in, the little creature oinks, getting his attention. It seems to understand, turning to lead him forward as he follows his tiny, unlikely guide. With a heavy heart, Yun Seoho continues to follow his strange little guide through the mist. The creature hops along cheerfully, leading him to the dark entrance of a mysterious cave. He follows it inside, demanding to know where it's taking him, his voice echoing in the gloom. But then, a flash of blue light catches his eye, and his breath catches in his throat. He recognizes that sword. He can't believe it. The name engraved on the blade is unmistakable. It's the Silver Mist Sword. A memory from his past life surges forward. This was the blade of the Muram Alliance leader, a gift from the Emperor himself. The implications hit him like a tidal wave. If he takes it now, can he completely rewrite the future? His hand reaches out, drawn to the immense power radiating from the hilt, but something makes him stop. He freezes, a crucial detail surfacing in his mind. This is a special sword, one that chooses its master. He remembers the legends. Anyone unworthy who covets it suffers a terrible backlash, and he realizes the fog on this mountain must be proof that someone else has already tried. And there's another backlash. He recalls those who fail don't just get repelled. A sudden squeal from his little guide snaps him out of his thoughts. He turns just in time to see a dark silhouette emerge from the mist. And there it is, the other side effect. The sword doesn't just reject you, it breaks your mind. The man's eyes glow with a chilling blue light, his mind completely gone, muttering that the sword is his. Yun Seho tries to talk him down, but the crazed swordsman only screams, lunging forward with blinding speed. Hez forced to parry, desperately trying to explain that he doesn't even want the blade. But there's no reasoning with him. The man's strength is fueled by pure, unadulterated madness. Seiho grits his teeth, surprised by the sheer force behind the desperate assault. Before he can counter, a heavy kick slams into his chest, sending him stumbling back. The man follows through with another brutal kick, catching Seiho square in the stomach. He gasps, the impact knocking the air right out of his lungs. Thrown off balance, he tumbles backward as the madman leaps into the air for a downward strike. With a furious roar, the swordsman brings his blade crashing down. Seiho barely manages to get his own sword up, parrying the insane attack. But the man is relentless, his eyes burning with a chilling blue light, screaming for his blade. Their swords lock in a desperate struggle, the sheer force of the madman's obsession pushing Seiho back. It's a chaotic flurry of strikes, with no technique, only pure, unhinged aggression. The crazed swordsman's blade finally slips past his guard, slicing into his arm. Seiho grits his teeth in pain as blood trickles down his cheek. He's been cut. Even wounded, Seiho realizes every strike from this madman is lethal. He compares him to a past foe, the ancestor, realizing this swordsman is levels above. This man's martial skill is at least at the peak master level, completely out of his league. But even so, he's not about to just roll over and die here. With a defiant roar, he lunges forward, meeting the crazed assault head-on. But the difference in power is just too vast. The swordsman's blade smashes through his defense with overwhelming force. He can barely track the man's movements as he's thrown off balance. A final, devastating strike sends him hurtling through the air. He crashes hard against the ground, defiantly thinking he didn't come back to the past just to die like this. His sword lies discarded on the ground, a testament to his failure to protect anyone. But even in defeat, his resolve hardens. He has to get back to his brother Gino. The crazed swordsman stalks forward, his eyes blazing as he claims the blade for himself. Suddenly, the little pig on Seiho's chest starts squealing frantically, trying to get his attention. Confused, he realizes the creature is urging him to look somewhere. His eyes widen as he sees his sword, now floating and glowing with an intense blue aura. The swordsman also sees this, his face contorting with shock and rage. He immediately lunges towards the blade, desperate to seize it. Screaming that the sword is his, he reaches out a grasping hand. But before he can touch it, the sword erupts in a blinding flash of light, and when the light subsides, the sword is no longer floating, it's in Seiho's hand, already blocking a desperate strike. A deafening clang rings out as their blades meet, sending a shockwave through the air. The crazed swordsman roars, his eyes blazing with fury as he pushes forward with all his might. He unleashes a flurry of powerful, enraged strikes, convinced he can overwhelm the boy. But Seiho meets him blow for blow, his expression one of calm, almost detached focus. He sidesteps a clumsy, rage-fueled swing with impossible grace. The old swordsman stumbles, completely thrown off by his opponent's sudden mastery. He seethes, unable to comprehend how this weakling is suddenly matching him. For the first time, Seiho looks down at the blade he's holding, a flicker of confusion on his face. He doesn't know how it got here, but it feels perfect, like it was made for his hand all along. A foreign power surges from his core, and a realization dawns on him: he can do it now. His mind flashes back to a lesson from his master, Yo Young-am, about a technique called Icicle Point. It was a move that required the sword energy control of a top-tier warrior, something far beyond him. He remembers his master's words, telling him that as a young student, he wasn't ready. He was advised to just focus on the basic movements, without even trying to channel his ki. But in this moment, instinct takes over. He knows, somehow, he can pull it off. The crazed swordsman charges, screaming that Seiho is wielding his blade. With a calm that defies the situation, Seiho raises his own sword to meet the furious assault. He unleashes the true Snow 12-form sword technique, the 8th form, and the two blades collide in a blinding flash of blue and crimson light. The two techniques grind against each other, a storm of ice and steel erupting from the point of impact. But it's Seiho's icicle point that breaks through, a chillingly precise thrust that shatters his opponent's defense. The crazed swordsman is completely overwhelmed, his wild fury no match for this cold, perfect form. And in a breath, it's over a clean, silent pierce right through the old master's guard. There's no celebration in Seiho's eyes, only a quiet finality as he watches the life fade. With his last moments of clarity, the swordsman looks up, his voice barely a whisper, asking for forgiveness. He speaks of a letter hidden in his clothes meant for the young palace mistress, his final atonement. With that, the legendary warrior falls, leaving Seiho alone in the echoing silence of the cave. The adrenaline vanishes, and the sheer exhaustion of the battle finally hits him, forcing him to his knees. But a slow, triumphant smile spreads across his face. Head just defeated a master at their peak. Head reached the pinnacle himself. He reflects on that final, transcendent moment where time seemed to slow, wondering if he'd touched the fabled state of no self. It was more than just skill. The arrival of the silver mist sword felt like a blessing from the heavens themselves. He glances at his tiny companion, a realization dawning. Was this the reason it led him into this cave? The little pig just oinks happily, as if confirming it was all part of its grand plan. With a grateful smile, Seiho's mind snaps back to the present, remembering the swordsman's last request. He finds the letter, the supposed atonement for the old master's sins, tucked away in his robes. Unfolding it, the truth becomes clear. The man he killed was Yu Deokjin of the Snow Wind Palace. His father had sent him for the sword, promising to finally acknowledge him as his son. This connects him to a branch of the mighty Northern Sea Ice Palace, a family that guarded its very heart. A clan once said to wield a sword that could command blizzards until they were all mysteriously wiped out a decade ago. He carefully tucks away the letter and tag. This evidence could be crucial later on. Building a makeshift grave, he pays his final respects to the proud warrior of the Snow Wind Palace. Just then, his little companion oinks, pointing out the sword sheath lying nearby. Seiho grips the hilt, a sense of destiny flowing into his hands as he prepares to draw it. And as the blade leaves its scabbard, a torrent of pure, cold energy explodes from him. He feels a sudden shift in the air, a strange lightness cutting through the oppressive atmosphere. The magical mist that has plagued this mountain for so long is actually starting to clear. With his new prize in hand, he asks his tiny guide if it knows the way out of this maze. The little pig confidently points the way with its tail, and Seiho follows it out of the cave. But elsewhere, by a crackling fire, a worried voice asks if anyone has found Seiho yet. His subordinates insist they haven't found him yet, but Jinho remains by the fire, refusing to give up. One of them gently tells him he's clearly exhausted and should go rest. But Jinho can't, consumed by the crushing guilt that Seiho's fate is entirely his fault. He's lost in a spiral of regret, wondering how everything could have gone so horribly wrong. A painful memory flashes in his mind, the image of his brother falling, just as they were starting to understand each other. The memory feels so real, and just as he whispers Seiho's name, a voice calls out to him from the woods. It's Seiho, alive and well, with his little pig companion perched on his shoulder, announcing that it's time to go home. Jinho and his men can only stare, their minds struggling to process the impossible sight before them. This has to be a hallucination, Jinho thinks, a cruel trick played by his exhausted mind. But with a warm, gentle smile, Seoho confirms he's really back, ready to finally put an end to their long wait. As Seoho begins to apologize, his brother Jinho cuts him off. Not with words, but with a solid right hook square in the face. The force sends Seoho flying, his expression a perfect picture of comical shock. Jinho's own men, including Lee Pil, stare in utter disbelief at their master's welcome. Lying on the ground, Seoho can only wonder if the punch was really necessary. But Jinho is just getting started, all his pent-up fear and rage finally boiling over. He screams, tears streaming down his face, threatening to chase his brother into the afterlife just to beat him up if he ever disappears like that again. From the forest floor, Seoho looks up, finally understanding the depth of his brother's pain. He slowly gets to his feet, offering a sincere apology for all the worry he's caused. In an instant, all the anger vanishes as Jinho pulls his brother into a desperate, relieved hug. Jinho clings to his brother, the last of his anger melting away into pure, unadulterated relief. Seoho accepts the embrace, a calm and knowing look on his face as the moment finally settles. His retainers, Palgabi and Dalgap, watch with satisfaction as the two finally make peace. With the emotional storm over, a single thought remains. It's time to go home. Back at the estate, Seoho sits with his master, Namgung Kang, who notes he's been through quite an ordeal. Seoho apologizes for the trouble, but Kang waves it off, simply glad his disciple returned safely. In fact, his master speculates that all that hardship was precisely what allowed him to reach his peak. Seoho is surprised he knew, but Kang's senses are sharp. He could feel the change in his student's aura, and he's also noticed the little spiritual beast. Looking down at the confused piglet, Seoho learns it's not just a pet, but the legendary cold guardian beast. Kang smiles, realizing that for Seoho to be chosen by such a creature must mean he is truly fated to be a part of their clan. Namgung Kang muses that the bond between them has become deeper than he ever expected. With a sigh, he decides the time has finally come to tell Seoho about their clan. He explains that the cold guardian beast belonged to the Snow Wind Palace, his now destroyed homeland. He then begins to connect the dots for his disciple, revealing that the martial art he's been learning is the very same technique that originated from the Snow Wind Palace. Seoho is visibly shocked as his master apologizes for keeping this secret due to their clan's circumstances. Seeing the look on his face, Kang knows Seoho has heard of the fallen clan, and Seoho silently confirms it. But as he looks closer, he sees a profound sorrow in his master's eyes, a mix of longing and deep anger. And in that moment, Seoho understands that haunted expression perfectly. It's the look of someone who lost their entire clan, a pain he knows all too well from his past life. Kang begins his story, admitting he doesn't know why his home was destroyed. He was away on a mission. When he returned, all that greeted him was the smoldering ruin of the once great Snow Wind Palace. For 20 years, he's hunted for answers, and now he's entrusting this secret to his disciple. Seoho immediately offers his aid, promising to help in any way he can, a loyalty that touches his master. The conversation shifts as Kang asks about the little pig, curious how Seoho knew it ate silver. Because, Seoho explains with a slight smile, the creature is now clinging to him, a sign of its new allegiance. Once it takes money, it serves its master until one of them dies, and its nose for treasure is second to none. Kang accepts the new companion, but then reveals the pig wasn't the only thing he recovered from the cliff. He presents a blade, and Seoho's breath catches. He recognizes the legendary silver mist sword. His master confirms it, handing him a letter found alongside the sword, his expression turning serious as he reads. His master probes deeper, asking him to confirm if the sword truly placed itself in his hand. He explains this is no ordinary blade. It forms a deep bond. Leaping to the master, it acknowledges. With a proud smile, Kang declares that the divine sword now belongs to Seoho completely. It is the Silver Mist Divine Sword, a legendary weapon that transforms into the perfect form for its chosen master. He even speculates that the sword began changing for Seoho the very moment he stepped into that cave. Now that he has acquired a blade of such legendary status, his master warns him that he cannot afford to slack off in his swordsmanship training. Kang watches him practice, marveling internally at his disciple's incredible fortune. An old family saying comes to mind, a prophecy tied directly to the glowing blade. Only the one chosen by the Silver Mist Divine Sword shall become the Lord of Snow Wind Palace. Under the cold moonlight, Seoho lies completely spent, his divine sword still clutched in his hand. He can only gasp for air, thinking his master's relentless training had nearly killed him yet again. Later, back in his room, a familiar oinking sound pulls him from his exhaustion. He looks down at the little spirit pig on his chest and realizes he hasn't even given it a name. Sitting up, he holds the creature in his hands, thoughtfully considering what would suit it. Suddenly, his eyes light up with the perfect idea. He muses that since it's round like a bell and eats money, its name shall be Jumryong. The newly named Gyumryong squeals with delight, glowing happily in his hands. A warm smile crosses Seho's face as he welcomes his new companion. With this new bond forged, a few days peacefully pass. The sound of hooves thunders along the road, kicking up dust on a long journey. A calm and collected young man named Lee Pil announces they're just a little further from Sichuan province. But his charge, the young master Yun Jinho, is practically melting, complaining about the overwhelming heat and humidity. His subordinates agree, wisely suggesting they take a break before the really tough part of the journey begins. Finding a spot of shade, the exhausted men immediately collapse while Lee Pil calmly unpacks some supplies. He's brought along dumplings and tea for everyone, a welcome gesture in the sweltering heat. Jinho, refreshed, thanks Lee Pil for accompanying him, but Lee Pil simply says it's his honor and duty. The group gathers around as he reveals a container full of steaming, freshly made dumplings. Jinho's men are flabbergasted piping hot food. They nervously ask if the tea is hot too. Lee Pil just smiles, explaining the local custom of Sichuan, fighting the oppressive heat with even more heat. Jinho comments on Lee Pil's surprising knowledge of Sichuan, but their quiet moment is shattered by a desperate scream. The sound hits Lee Pil like a physical blow, his calm expression instantly replaced with shock and dread. A memory flashes through his mind of being ambushed, a hand clamped brutally over his mouth. He remembers his captor's smug voice, noting how the oppressive heat kept any potential witnesses away. In the past, they had him tied to a tree, frustrated that their usual poisons had no effect on the young man. One of Jinho's men lay unconscious as the kidnappers discussed their client's desperation. But just as one of them moved to finish the job, he was suddenly struck down from behind. His scream echoed through the clearing, and his comrades spun around, realizing their ambush was blown. With swords flashing, a younger Jinho and a determined Lee Pil had launched their counterattack. The two moved in perfect sync, carving through the assassins who had dared to underestimate them. But the last assassin resorts to a desperate move, grabbing the young girl and putting a blade to her throat. From the shadows, Jinho watches with a deadpan expression, utterly unimpressed by such a cliché tactic. His fist glows with a brilliant blue light, raw power crackling around his knuckles. In a blur of motion, he strikes, sending the kidnapper flying without laying a single scratch on the hostage. The girl stares up, still in shock, as he softly tells her she must have been terrified. He gives her a warm, reassuring smile, promising that she's safe now. With the situation handled, all the masked kidnappers now kneel in the dirt, bound and defeated. Lee Pil cracks his knuckles, declaring it's time for an interrogation to find out who's pulling the strings. But the rescued girl turns to Jinho, asking who he is and what his relationship is to them. He calmly introduces himself as Yun Seho, a member of the Yunhei merchant group. As for his relationship with the kidnappers, well, he's simply the one who beat them senseless. The girl, overcome with relief, promises a grand reward from her family, but he quickly turns it down. She's confused by his refusal, so he explains he couldn't just stand by and watch thugs drag away a child. It was simply the right thing to do. Asking for payment would just feel strange. He pats her head gently, telling her the only reward he wants is for her to help someone else in the future. His attention then shifts to his men carrying a shrouded body, and he asks the girl if she knew the victim. Her face falls as she explains that was her nanny, murdered right in front of her. The nanny had dressed her as a commoner for a lesson, a detail that catches Jinho's notice just as Lee Pil returns with news. The report from the interrogation is grim. The kidnappers bribed the nanny to lure the child out. The horrifying truth dawns on them once her part was done. The nanny was ruthlessly discarded. Jinho turns to the girl, asking if she's all right, sensing she must have been close to her caretaker. She tries to put on a brave face, but he can't help but notice she's far too calm for an ordinary child. Lee Pil then reveals the crucial detail from his interrogation. The ones who hired them were the Hyongin sect. That name stops Jinho in his tracks. The Hyongin sect? It couldn't be. With this new information, Lee Pil hazards a guess, asking the girl if she's from the Sichuan Tang clan. Her eyes widen in shock. How could he possibly have known who she was? Suddenly, all the pieces click into place for Jinho: the kidnapping, the Tang clan, the Hyongin sect. This is that case. He remembers the infamous Sichuan Tang clan, peerless masters of poison and hidden arts. The well-known story was that years ago, the clan head's youngest son went missing. He was eventually rescued from human traffickers by the Muram Alliance, a heroic act that won them the Tang clan's favor. But Jinho knows the truth from his past life. The whole thing was a setup, a staged event, and he just walked right into the middle of it. Returning to the present, he can't exactly reveal he's a regressor, so he crafts a more believable story for the girl. He points to her arm, claiming he saw the faint tattoo marking her as a member of the prestigious clan. She seems to accept his explanation, and he extends a hand, offering to take her home. Meanwhile, under the pale moonlight at the Grand Tang Clan estate, two figures, her parents, burst out in a panic, desperately calling out the name of their missing child. Overwhelmed with emotion, the girl's mother pulls her into a tight embrace, just thankful she's safe. Her father, the renowned head of the Sichuan Tang clan, Tang Yuzhong, watches with stern relief. He immediately demands to know where the hero is, eager to thank them personally for this miracle. But his subordinate can only stammer, looking completely flustered by the question. He reports that the mysterious benefactor left immediately, vanishing like the wind without even giving a name. But the young girl corrects him, revealing the man told her his name was Yun Seiho, of the Yunhei merchant group. She looks to her father, reminding him of their clan's unshakable motto, repay kindness twice and grudges tenfold. Tang Yujiang listens, his sharp eyes processing this new information. He thinks to himself if this man were an accomplice, he would have stayed to gain something. This swift departure feels sincere, and so, under the pale moonlight, Tang Yujiang issues his command. Find Yun Seiho, but do so quietly and with the utmost respect. The scene shifts as a new day dawns, bright and full of possibilities. Meanwhile, Yun Seiho himself wakes up feeling absolutely fantastic. He tells his companions that he slept like a log, probably because doing a good deed is great for the conscience. But his crew is a bit confused, wondering why they're at an inn instead of their own merchant group's branch. Seiho just smiles, cryptically informing them that for now, their arrival in Sichuan is a secret. He has some important groundwork to lay before they make any official moves. And apparently, that groundwork begins with Li Pil returning with a mountain of Tonghulu, just as ordered. Palgabi's questions immediately vanish, his mind now laser-focused on enjoying their first meal in the city. A delicious spread of dumplings and noodles is served, kicking off their first meal in the city. But Seiho notices Palgabis' long face, asking what's got him so down. He then suggests that since they're in Sichuan, they should try some authentic local cuisine. Li Pil gently questions if they can handle the heat, but Palgabi just scoffs, boasting he's a master of spicy food. Amused, Li Pil explains that Sichuan's numbing spice is a whole different league, adding that it's his hometown specialty. The reveal catches Palgabi's attention, and Li Pil quietly confirms he is indeed from Sichuan. But Seiho notices something else. Li Pil is just poking at his food, a strange habit from his childhood. Undeterred by the warning, Palgabi flags down a server and confidently orders his dish with extra mala spice. And soon, a volcano of a dish arrives, steaming with a fiery red glow, as Palgabi thanks his master, unaware of the suffering he's just ordered. Seiho watches with a smug grin, thinking this foolish man has no idea he was being protected. He even offers a silent, mocking prayer for his subordinate's poor, unsuspecting tongue. As Palgabi chews away, Seiho begins a mental countdown, waiting for the inevitable explosion. He gets to 3, the moment the numbing spice should have hit him like a hammer. But instead of agony, Palgabi's face lights up with pure, unadulterated delight. He declares it's absolutely delicious, leaving both his master and Li Pil completely stunned. Li Pil is baffled, wondering if maybe the restaurant toned down the recipe for outsiders. Intrigued by this impossible outcome, Seiho decides he has to try a piece for himself. And the very instant he does, the fiery, numbing power of true Sichuan spice assaults his senses. Li Pil can't help but chuckle at his master's pathetic display, telling him to stop whining. A moment later, his face contorts into a grimace of pure, unadulterated pain. It seems his own curiosity got the better of him, and now he too is paying the fiery price. Meanwhile, far from this comedic suffering, a more sinister plot is unfolding. A partnership is celebrated over a simple cup of tea, a deal successfully concluded. The head of the Dan merchant group smiles, feeling he's finally taken care of a major problem. His elegant companion, however, humbly insists she only passed along the plan. He boasts that their rumor about the Yunhei merchant group's defective dolls has spread across the land, but she cuts him off with a cold stare, reminding him this is only the beginning of their revenge. Inside the grand headquarters of the Dan merchant group, a rival guild, the leader smirks, monologuing to himself about how he'll finally crush the Yunhei group and their foolish ideals. But just as he's savoring his victory, a subordinate bursts into the room in a panic. The man is sweating, flustered, and can barely get his words out. He finally manages to report that the self-moving dolls are selling like crazy again, shattering the leader's confidence. The story rewinds a few weeks, showing us just how Yunhei turned the tables, starting with a group of children playing. A friendly voice calls out to them, and a figure in red robes steps into view. It's Yun Seiho, a warm smile on his face, and holding 2 skewers of candied fruit. his little piglet companion perched on his shoulder. The children hesitate, recalling their mother's warnings about taking food from strangers. But Seiho smoothly reframes the offer, asking if they could possibly help him so this delicious candy doesn't go to waste. His sugary bribe works perfectly, and the children happily munch away on the candied fruit. One of them asks why he has so much, so Seiho points to Palgabi, saying his big friend is feeling sick today. The kids immediately dub the large man Mr. Bear, which amuses Seiho, who asks what he looks like to them. The answer catches him completely off guard: a self-moving doll. A little girl clarifies with her cheeks full of candy it's because Hez pretty. But then another child mentions the rumors, saying they heard the dolls are possessed by ghosts. Seiho just smirks, coolly noting how there's barely a difference between a spirit and a ghost anyway. He thanks them for the compliment, but the kids are genuinely worried for him. Seiho just beams, leaning in to tell them he actually knows the true secret of the dolls. Just like that, they're hooked, begging him to share the secret he promises to tell only them. Meanwhile, the rival merchant leader is in utter disbelief. His subordinate confirms the ghost rumor is spreading, but somehow it's actually boosting sales. It seems the rumor was cleverly embedded in a catchy song the local kids started singing. The leader processes this, realizing this was no accident. The conclusion is infuriatingly clear. His own smear campaign was hijacked by the Yunhei merchant group, and we see exactly how Seiho had planned to flip the narrative from the very beginning. He instructed his people to start a new rumor, that the dolls don't just move, they bring wealth. Now, walking through town, Seiho overhears his own manufactured buzz, and Palgabi is confused. He just smirks, explaining that their rivals have finally taken the bait he laid out for them. And back at the Dan merchant group, the leader smashes his fist down. Furious, he walked right into their trap. The Dan merchant group leader is fuming their sales have actually dropped, and he demands to know why. His subordinate hesitantly explains that, compared to the self-moving dolls, theirs now seem inferior to the public. The leader scoffs at the idea. His are made of the finest silk, not cheap tricks and stories. But the subordinate's point hangs in the air. Maybe a good story is worth more than premium materials. He's reminded that the authorities warned them about spreading rumors, forcing him to back down. Through gritted teeth, he orders his men to release their prisoners and correct the rumor he himself started. Elsewhere, the public perception has already turned against them. Two men are discussing the strange rumor about the Dan merchant group's dolls bringing wealth. One points out how suspicious it was that the Yunhei group stayed quiet while their rivals reacted so fast. His friend pieces it together with a sly grin. It's obvious the Dan merchant group started the whole thing and got caught in their own web. He notes with satisfaction that the longer the lie, the easier it is to expose. Palgabi, however, is a bit confused, asking if their master isn't upset that the money-making rumor is gone. Seiho just smiles, casually popping a dumpling and saying that ridiculous rumor needed to disappear. He explains that if it had continued, it would have eventually forced the authorities to crack down on them for deceptive sales. His real goal is for people to appreciate the dolls for the artisan's skill, not for some cheap superstition. Palgabi admits he was being short-sighted, earning a lighthearted jab from Dalgap for being a bear. With that matter closed, Seiho stands, announcing it's time to head to their Sichuan branch. They soon arrive at the impressive Yunhei Merchant Group's headquarters in Sichuan. This branch was established to quickly respond to changes in a region rich with resources but notoriously difficult to access. As they walk in, the branch head, Tang Yujiang, looks up in utter surprise, calling out Seiho's name. The branch head, a man named Yun Myongsang, greets him with a wide smile. This is his uncle. Seiho bows respectfully, happy to see his relative after so long. His uncle begins pouring tea, letting him know he'll meet his aunt and cousins later that evening. They sit down for a quiet moment, with Myongsang offering him a taste of Sichuan's famous brew. Seiho takes a sip, the visit starting off peacefully enough. But then his uncle casually mentions that the Sichuan clan came looking for him a few days ago. The news sends Seiho into a coughing fit, completely blindsided by this development. He instantly recalls the child he'd saved, realizing his casual words of reassurance had been taken very, very literally. Seeing his nephew's panic, his uncle misinterprets it as guilt, offering to go with him to apologize for whatever trouble he's caused. Seiho frantically waves his hands, insisting he's not in trouble, as his bewildered uncle finally spots a tiny pig peeking out of his robes. But instead of scolding him, his uncle calmly explains the real situation. Far from being in trouble, he says the Sichuan clan is deeply indebted to him and has been searching desperately to repay the favor. Seiho can only manage a sheepish smile as his uncle, realizing this is an old affair, asks just when he arrived in Sichuan. Myongsang connects the dots, mentioning the strange rumors about moving dolls that have crushed the Dan Merchant Group's reputation. He looks his nephew dead in the eye, asking if it was his work. Seiho admits it was, part of his plan to lay some groundwork. When asked why he didn't come to the family branch sooner, Seiho evasively claims he had a very important reason. Meanwhile, the very man Seoho has been tormenting, the merchant group leader, makes a grim decision. He rises from his seat, a bound prisoner lying unconscious behind him, and calls for his chief. With his business on the verge of collapse, he gives a desperate order. Contact that person immediately. He seethes, furious that the people he's been paying for protection just stood by and watched him burn. He wants them brought here now. Myeongsang leans forward, waiting for the very important reason his nephew stayed hidden for so long. And Seho drops a bomb. The Yunhei merchant group has a mole. Elsewhere, the desperate merchant leader roars for his hired muscle to be brought to him immediately. Back at the estate, Seiho calmly lays out the betrayal happening right under their noses. His uncle takes a slow, deliberate sip of tea, his mind racing at the heavy accusation. He has to ask a traitor, here, in the Sichuan branch? Seiho's gaze doesn't waver as he confirms it. Myeongsang's eyes narrow as the logic clicks. The timing of the rumors was too perfect. Someone leaked their plans. This, Seiho explains, is why he operated in the shadows, revealing that he recently witnessed the proof himself. Setting his cup down, his uncle concedes the point. He knows Seiho isn't one for baseless claims. He has evidence then. The old man steeples his fingers, the grim reality of the situation finally sinking in. A snake in his own garden, seeing his uncle's turmoil, Seoho reassures him that this betrayal is not his fault. He can tell Myeongsang is blaming himself for the mole's appearance in the Sichuan branch. The old man is touched. His nephew was always exceptional, and now he can see right into his heart. But the sentimentality quickly boils over into pure rage, his killing intent flaring at the thought of such disloyalty. So, the question remains. What to do with the mole? Seoho hints that he has an idea. He paints a little picture for his uncle, a betrayed mouse turning around to bite the cat that wronged it. Leaning in, he whispers the details of his vicious, satisfying plan. A slow, wicked grin spreads across his uncle's face. That's a very clever plan. As dusk settles over the estate, their scheme is now set, and as he steps outside, his little sister rushes forward, calling his name and leaping into his arms. It's his little cousin, Yoon Ryok, who tells him just how much she's missed him. He warmly pats her head as his aunt steps forward, remarking on how much he's grown up. She's beaming, clearly overjoyed to have her nephew back home safe and sound. He's then greeted by his other cousins, the eldest and second sons of the family. When asked why she's so happy to see him, little Ryok's answer is simple and pure. It's because he's handsome, a comment that catches Seiho completely off guard. He breaks into a slightly embarrassed laugh. But hey, he can't really argue with her, can he? The little girl begs him to play all night, but her family gently tries to intervene. Her protests fall on deaf ears as her mother's voice cuts through, telling her to stop being stubborn. His eldest cousin, Yoon Hyangok, warns her not to pester Seiho, lest he start finding her annoying. Little Ryok's face falls, her excitement turning into a pout after the scolding. But Seiho leans in with a warm smile, promising to play with her all day tomorrow. They seal the deal with a pinky promise, his hand dwarfing hers. He watches fondly as she's led away, calling out a happy see you tomorrow. His cousin Hyangok notes that Ryok is a good listener, then asks how he's faring as a disciple at Amapa. Seiho boasts that being a warrior suits him far better, earning a shockingly powerful slap on the back. Wincing, he rubs the spot as she informs him their father is already at the banquet hall. The chief of internal affairs then appears, formally welcoming Seiho and offering to guide him. A grand dinner banquet has been prepared just for him, a gesture Seiho quietly accepts. With the formalities out of the way, the group proceeds through the sprawling estate. As they walk, Daeseok whispers to his brother, asking about a man up ahead, Administrator Youngpoo. His brother's simple answer does little to quell Daeseok's sudden, intense curiosity. A flicker of memory reveals why. Seiho himself had seen this same man in a clandestine meeting late one night. Chung-sok plays it off, claiming the administrator just seemed familiar, but his shifty eyes tell a different story. Elsewhere, at a secret rendezvous, that very administrator arrives at an opulent building under the moonlight. He finds his contact, Administrator Im, already waiting and annoyed by his tardiness. Youngpoo explains he was delayed by a banquet for the guild's youngest master, a boy named Yoon Seoho. The name hangs in the air. Youngpoo casually offers to keep an eye on the boy, dismissing him as unimportant. But Im insists, ordering him to monitor Seiho closely, admitting that things are in a very delicate state right now. He then switches tactics, guilt-tripping Youngpoo about their long-standing friendship and how formal he's become. Im scoffs at his partner's attitude, reminding him that the gifts from the Dan merchant group aren't just for show. But Youngpoo quickly tries to de-escalate, whispering that this was supposed to be simple cooperation, not a full-blown betrayal. The real issue surfaces: the self-moving dolls, and a very convenient rumor that started within the Yunhei group. Yongpu throws his hands up in defense, swearing he had no idea about it, and neither did anyone in his branch. Im stares him down, his expression unreadable as he gauges the sincerity of the desperate denial. He seems to believe him for now. But that just raises a new question. Who else is pulling strings? Deciding to investigate on his own, Im slides a box across the table, a payment for his cooperation. Yongpu notes the generous sum, and Im explains their master is now taking a keen interest in the doll business. With the payment in hand, Yongpu reassures him and finally takes his leave as the hour grows late. The secret meeting house stands silent under the full moon, its clandestine purpose hidden by the night. Alone at last, Administrator Yongpu opens the box, his eyes gleaming with pure greed. A small fortune in solid gold bars. The payment was far more generous than he'd expected. He chuckles to himself, already planning how he'll slowly convert this treasure unaware of the silent observer in the rafters. Administrator Im watches with a cold, knowing smirk, his part in this little play now complete. The next day, Yongpu confidently takes his prize to be exchanged, but is met with a shout of pure rage. The money changer explodes, pointing an accusatory finger right in his face. He shoves a gold bar back at the stunned administrator, demanding to know if this is some kind of joke, because all except for the very first bar were fakes, nothing more than metal blocks covered in cheap gold leaf. Humiliated, Yongpu is thrown out of the exchange house, the door slamming shut behind him. His hand trembles in fury as he finally understands the message. One real bar was his payment, the rest a warning to know his place. Gritting his teeth, Yongpu realizes he's trapped. He can't report this, he can't argue, but his pride won't let this slide. He clutches the worthless box, vowing that someone is going to die for this insult. Little does he know, Yoon Seho was watching from the shadows the entire time. He and Dalgap share a look of triumph. The bait has been taken. And back at their base, Lee Pil and Palgabi stare in awe at the real prize, a glittering pile of pure gold. Seho explains to a curious Dalgap how they pulled off the perfect switch last night, but she can't help but wonder why they left even one real ingot behind. It feels like a waste. Ah, but that's the genius of the plan. Seho explains that the single real bar is a seed of doubt. It will Chechunyer apart. It will fester, creating a misunderstanding that will make, with the scheme a resounding success. He calls for a round of applause for the man who pulled it off. Dalgap proudly congratulates her lord on the success, mentioning the splendid banquet his uncle threw. But wait a second, a banquet? The word hangs in the air as realization dawns on her. Seho cheekily explains that while she was busy working, his uncle did indeed hold a little welcome party for him. She absolutely explodes, furious that she worked overtime all night while they were feasting without her. But he reveals the banquet was actually a special meal he prepared just for her, making her heart flutter. Meanwhile, as the team enjoys their victory, the consequences of their actions begin to ripple outwards. Yoon Myung-sung fumes in his office, stewing over the disaster and cursing the Dan Merchant Group for his losses. Just then, Administrator Young-poo arrives, knocking to deliver his regular report. He presents the quarterly silk sales figures, completely unaware of the storm brewing in his master's mind. As the administrator leaves, Seho steps forward to speak with his uncle, the first part of his plan complete. Seho begins, explaining his merchant group is abandoning their plans for the bamboo salt business. His uncle, Yoon Myung-sung, is immediately suspicious, asking why they'd pull out now. Because, Seho explains with a sly grin, he has intel that the price of salt is about to change. Perfect. The uncle takes the bait, convinced the Dan Merchant Group is trying to leash him and vowing to make them pay. The doors slide shut, sealing the conversation between the two. Seho wears a look of calm satisfaction, his uncle now completely wrapped around his finger. The very next day, the ripples of his scheme reach the Dan Merchant Group. The leader listens intently to a report about adjusting their salt purchases. His subordinate explains that the Yoon family's youngest son secretly met with the branch head, predicting a major price shift. He confirms their own investigation shows a disease spreading, with saltwater baths being the only cure. The price is about to explode. The leader of the Dan Merchant Group agrees, thinking it's a wise move to buy up all the salt they can. He smirks at his subordinate, gloating that their generosity has clearly paid off. Believing he's a genius, he orders half their operating funds be invested to recoup losses from the doll business. He adds one final, vicious command. Visit the Yoonhae Group's suppliers first and buy everything. Back at the Yoon family estate, Yoon Myung-sung watches the pieces fall into place, just as expected. He chuckles to Seho, pleased that their rivals have fallen right into the trap. But a sliver of doubt makes him turn to his nephew, needing confirmation about the salt restrictions he mentioned. Seiho's smile is unwavering. He's absolutely certain, though he admits it looks like a simple gold rush for now. Raising 2 fingers, he explains that there are 2 crucial details his uncle needs to understand. The price is only rising because of the disease, and unlike other goods, salt is a daily necessity for the people. The real target, he reveals, isn't the merchants, it's the imperial palace itself. Seo calmly predicts the government will soon declare a salt monopoly, seizing control of the entire market. He clarifies this isn't a guess. He's seen it before. The salt monopoly is an inevitable, historical event. In his past life, an epidemic drove up demand, and greedy merchants hoarded salt, sending prices to the moon. But a single scholar's desperate plea to the emperor gave the throne the perfect justification to intervene. Myeongsung, now understanding the immense risk, asks if they're going to sell off their stock immediately. Seo just smiles, his confidence unwavering. He's not selling. He's going to use this salt to buy the future. A few days later, with his plan in motion, Seo stands ready, the adorable Jumryong perched on his shoulder. An announcement rings through the streets, offering something unbelievable to the desperate public: free salt for everyone. As the stunned crowd gathers, Seo confirms it's true. The Yunhei merchant group is here to help them. With a confident voice, Seo calls out, telling everyone to form an orderly line. His men from the Yunhei merchant group begin handing out the precious salt to the desperate villagers. Overcome with relief, the people promise they will never forget this kindness in their time of need. But as Seo watches, he knows this is about more than charity. A merchant group's greatest asset isn't money, it's reputation, and this is the perfect opportunity to wash away the baseless rumors that have plagued them. Just as his plan unfolds perfectly, a sharp voice cuts through the noise, calling out to him. An older, skeptical-looking merchant eyes him, wanting to know if he's with the Yunhei group. Seo confirms he is, and the man presses further, asking about his relationship to the head. With a disarming smile, he simply states that the head is his father. The merchant's mind races. This young master clearly has no idea what salt is worth right now. The merchant admits he's struggling to understand this supposed necessary decision. He scoffs, reminding Seo that merchants are supposed to be obsessed with profit, not charity. But Seo counters with a simple truth. Merchants can only profit from people who can actually pay. And right now, the common folk are suffering immensely, with the poorest being hit the hardest. So, he's not giving away salt. He's sharing profits with the very people who enable their business to exist. He calmly lectures the man on the symbiotic relationship between merchants and the community they serve. This isn't a loss, he explains. It's an investment in their mutual survival and future. The merchant's skepticism finally breaks, replaced with a look of respect as he thanks Seo for the wise answer. As the man departs, Lee Pil asks if Seo knows him, but Seo simply replies, "Not at the moment." With a confident smirk, he adds that they'll probably all get to know him very soon, leaving his subordinate completely baffled. Back at the Imperial Palace, a man reports that his long mission has finally been completed. A satisfied official thanks him for the journey, but curiously asks about a strange mark on his face. The man, Jin Wuram, head of the new Imperial Salt Peace Merchant Group, just smiles it off as an amusing story. Half a month passes, and the true purpose of that meeting is about to be unleashed. A subordinate bursts into the office of the Dan Merchant Group's leader, looking like he's seen a ghost. He breathlessly announces that the Salt Monopoly Act has just been officially enacted. Imperial decrees are being posted in every county office, and he's brought a copy of the key points. The leader takes the document, his calm demeanor faltering as he begins to read the catastrophic news. The rules are absolute. All salt wholesale is now controlled by the imperial family, and all merchants must turn over their stock. His hand trembles as the words sink in. Seho's plan has come to fruition, and his own business is now in ruins. The leader lets out a primal scream of absolute fury. All their funds, everything they'd gathered, now worthless. This is a death sentence for his business. His office is in disarray, a perfect reflection of his shattered world. But then, a thought cuts through the panic. What about the Yunhei Merchant Group? Surely they're ruined too. His subordinate explains that not only did they cut off Yunhei's supply, but Yunhei recently gave their remaining salt away for free. The leader slams his fist down, the truth crashing down on him. They played right into Seho's hands. He seethes, realizing this was all because of that damn quartermaster Youngpo who pushed them to buy salt. That leech had fed off them for years, only to lead them into a catastrophe with bad information. He knows the man has probably already fled, but his rage is absolute. He orders his men to find Youngpo and drag him back. As night falls, a new hunt is set to begin under the cold light of the moon. Quartermaster Youngpo doesn't get far before he's violently snatched from the street. He finds himself bound to a chair, facing a grim Quartermaster Im and his two masked enforcers. Im's voice is dripping with contempt as he asks why Youngpo fed them such disastrous information. He makes it clear this isn't personal. The merchant group leader is furious about the financial damage. Youngpo desperately pleads, trying to remind him of the drinks they once shared, hoping for a sliver of mercy. But his fear quickly turns to foolish defiance, accusing them of buying the salt willingly and even using fake gold. The mention of fake gold gets a chilling laugh from Im as he calmly picks up a heavy mallet. He tells Youngpo to confess where he's stashed all the money he's skimmed, but not too quickly. Im wants to savor this, and the brutal sounds that follow prove he's a man of his word. Later that night, the results are in Youngpo buried all of his ill-gotten wealth in his own garden. Im looks down on the broken man, musing that at least one praiseworthy thing came of this mess. With the recovered funds, he can make up for some losses, and orders his men into the house. He slides the door open with a smug grin, ready to wrap things up for the night. But his confidence shatters when he realizes he's not alone. A lone figure stands in the courtyard, and Im demands to know who dares to stand in his way. Before he can even process what's happening, two shadows flank the intruder with blinding speed. Seung puffs out his chest, launching into a ridiculously heroic speech about protecting the Muram's peace. Dalgap just facepalms, completely exhausted by his partner's dramatics. Their leader finally introduces himself with a confident smirk. Yoon Seoho. Im is stunned silent, asking why he's here, only for Seho to casually reply that he's visiting an employee. Seho flips the question right back, mockingly asking what business administrator Im has here. Im starts to sweat, realizing just how bad this looks for a rival to be caught trespassing. He tries to laugh it off, claiming he's just reclaiming what's his from an ownerless house. But Seho easily dismantles the excuse, pointing out how suspicious it is for his employee to suddenly vanish. With a calm smile, he cuts through the pleasantries, suggesting they both stop wasting time. Then he lays out all of Im's crimes, the slanderous rumors, the bribery, and now the kidnapping. He declares such actions are no different from the ways of the underworld faction. Im's nervousness suddenly vanishes, replaced by a cold, condescending smirk. He's heard enough. His hand grips his sword as he promises to show Seho a real underworld dance. Flanked by his men, his face twists in fury, snarling that he's been itching for an excuse to fight. Seho calmly watches them approach, wondering aloud if their grand plan is to simply murder him. He gives them a smug smile, petting Jeomryong as he dares them to try, hinting it won't be so easy. Because as he already knew, he came prepared, and a figure descends from the moonlit sky right on cue. With a thunderous crash, his backup lands, sending a shockwave that blasts the administrator's men away. Standing in the crater is none other than Yoon Hyangok, his sister, who asks if these are the pests. Seho gives a simple confirmation, and that's all the signal she needs to launch herself into the fray. She moves like a golden tempest, carving a path of destruction through the assassins. The remaining subordinates are frozen in shock, watching their allies get tossed aside like dolls. Before they can even react, Hyangok is on them, her eyes glowing with immense power. Her strikes are swift and brutal, leaving the would-be killers screaming as she effortlessly tears them apart. Seeing his men get slaughtered, Administrator Im desperately orders his remaining forces to ignore the woman and capture the real target. An assassin leaps at the chance, rushing towards the seemingly defenseless Yoon Seho, who just smirks at the attempt. He finds the whole development incredibly predictable as the blade descends right for his neck. But instead of a fatal blow, a brilliant flash of blue energy erupts at the point of impact. The assassin's sword is stopped cold, caught between two of Seho's fingers, who wonders aloud how this is supposed to be entertaining. With a flick of his wrist, Seho draws his own sword and effortlessly engages the stunned assassin. Administrator Im watches on, his jaw slack with disbelief. This wasn't supposed to happen. How could the pampered youngest son possibly hold his own against an elite warrior? No, he was doing more than just holding on. A chilling realization dawns on the administrator as he sees the look in Seho's eyes. He's enjoying himself. His other subordinates can only stand frozen, their confidence shattered as they watch their comrade get completely overwhelmed. Seeing their ace defeated, the subordinates decide to cut their losses and flee to fight another day. But as Administrator Im and his man make a break for it, they find their exit blocked. Seung and Dalgap stand waiting, coolly informing them that getting in was easy, but leaving? Not so much. The administrator stumbles back in shock as a new, far more terrifying voice echoes from behind him. It's Yoon Seoho, asking where the merchant group leader thinks he's scurrying off to. He smiles sweetly, suggesting they talk all night so his people can get some well-deserved overtime pay. And so, after a rather one-sided discussion that night, the sun rises on a new day. Seho is back at the estate, calmly watching his little sister play with her adorable piggy, Jeomryong. The narration smoothly explains that the little skirmish with the Dan merchant group was quickly settled. The Yunhei group agreed to keep quiet in exchange for a hefty compensation, which a defeated Administrator Im is forced to sign off on. Siho reflects on the look of pure, unadulterated rage on the administrator's face as he signed. It brings a smug smile to his lips. The man absolutely had it coming for picking a fight. The image of the Dan Merchant Group's leader being dragged away will serve as a powerful warning. As for the corrupt administrator Youngpo, he was handed over to the authorities, his career in ruins. With business concluded, Seoho can finally enjoy a quiet moment watching his sister and Jumryong play. But the peace is broken when his older sister, Hyangok, arrives with a summons from their father. Little Ryok sadly waves goodbye as her big brother is led away. Walking through the estate, Hyangok confirms she'll be returning to the Ami sect soon. Seho thanks her for the help, and she points him towards their father's room. He raises a fist to knock, and from within, a stern voice calls his name. But instead of their father, he finds his sister, Hyangok, waiting for him. She cuts right to the chase, a knowing smile on her face. Their father didn't call him here, she did. Seho breaks into a nervous laugh, asking if she wants to spar before she leaves for her sect. But her smirk doesn't waver, and his facade crumbles. He asks again, hoping she's just joking. She gives him a friendly smack on the back, admitting it was a joke mostly. Even she wouldn't be reckless enough to challenge him now. With her curiosity satisfied, Hyangok bids him farewell, leaving Seho to finally meet their father. Inside, the atmosphere is formal. His father asks if his preparations to leave are complete. Seoho confirms he must report back to the main house, politely declining the offer to stay longer. Just as their brief meeting seems to conclude, his father offers him a simple word of thanks. Seho is taken aback, but Myeongsang clarifies. It's for restoring the honor of the Sichuan branch. Myeongsang insists he's done something significant, but Seho waves it off, humbly saying it was nothing. But his father isn't done, pushing a finely crafted red box across the table as a gift. Seho is taken aback as Myeongsang explains it's a belated birthday present and a reward for his efforts. Inside rests a pair of legendary arm guards, the unsevered arm, which will be far more useful to him now. Genuinely touched, Seho thanks his uncle, promising to make good use of the precious equipment. He looks at the guards with a familiar fondness, remembering how this very item saved him countless times in his past life. Myeongsang then brings up another matter, a letter from the Sichuan Tang clan, inviting Seho to visit. But to the older man's complete shock, Seho immediately declines the offer. He calmly explains that visiting would make it look like he saved their child just to get something in return, and is confident a great family like the Tang clan wouldn't repay kindness with spite, a logic his uncle can't really argue with. Myeongsang is floored, asking if this was Seoho's plan all along to benefit their Sichuan branch. But before he can get a straight answer, Palgabus' voice cuts in its time for the young master to depart. With a deep, respectful bow, Seho bids his uncle farewell, receiving a heartfelt wish for a safe journey. He and his group then ride off into the distance, leaving Myeongsang and his two sons to watch them go. Daeseok admits to feeling a strange mix of relief and regret, a sentiment his brother quietly shares. His uncle, however, is lost in thought, realizing the rumors of a generational genius didn't even do Seho justice. As they turn back towards the estate, a new, powerful ambition begins to crystallize in Myeongsang's mind. With a talent like Seho on their side, maybe, just maybe, they could make the Yunhei merchant group the greatest in the world. Meanwhile, at the very estate Seho refused to visit, the Sichuan Tang clan, the clan head is informed that their mysterious benefactor has, unfortunately, already left the region. The son of the Tang clan looks downcast, asking his father if he's really that disappointed. He admits he desperately wanted to repay the debt of gratitude they owed their savior. His father, Tang Yujong, reassures him, vowing that the Tang clan itself will repay this grace without fail. Meanwhile, back at the Yunhei merchant group main estate, Seho is being debriefed. The family head praises him for another marvelous job, though Seoho humbly claims he was just doing his duty. Pleased with his work, the head decides to grant him some special leave. When asked what he plans to do, Seoho's face lights up with his true desire, to laze around in bed all day, a thought he quickly suppresses, realizing that might be the wrong thing to say. Amused, the family head decides to ask a personal favor of him instead. He wants Seho to take the workaholic inner chief Yu Soak on a little trip, a suggestion that fills our hero with absolute horror. The head explains that every time Yu Soak gets leave, he tries to forfeit it. This time, they'll force him to rest. He continues, noting the man is a hopeless workaholic who will just keep working from home if left alone. So, Seho's real job is to make sure the inner chief actually rests and to keep a close eye on him. A brilliant smile spreads across Seoho's face as he graciously accepts his father's request. But his cheerful expression hides a dark memory of his past life, where Inner Chief Yu collapsed and died from overwork. He remembers how devastated his father was, and how the chief's own deputy wept uncontrollably. This time, he won't let it happen. He internally vows to keep the old man alive and working until he's 99. Elsewhere, news arrives that the Dan Merchant Group has suddenly collapsed after sinking all their funds into a failed salt monopoly. An aide delivers a detailed report on the matter to a mysterious, powerful woman. It's Lady Orchid, and a smirk plays on her lips. She had leaked the scheme just to see how Yunhei would react, and she was utterly disappointed. Her disappointment quickly melts away, replaced by a dark, predatory amusement. Miles away, Yun Seiho sits in quiet meditation, his senses flaring with a cold, blue energy. He can feel that a new, powerful enemy has finally decided to provoke him directly. Her aide watches with trepidation as a strange energy fills the room. A crazed, ecstatic smile spreads across Lady Orchid's face. She hasn't felt this alive in years and wants to tear them to pieces. The next morning, however, Seiho has a much more immediate problem to deal with. He stomps up to the Inner Chief's residence, demanding the old man honor his promise to go out. When the door remains shut, Seiho resorts to threatening to tell his father, and a muffled sigh of defeat comes from within. But just as he's about to knock again, the door slides open, catching him completely by surprise. The Inner Chief, Yu Soak, glares at him, clearly annoyed by his very, very impatient new babysitter. Except the man who answers the door is shockingly handsome. Seiho and his entire entourage are left speechless, wondering who this distinguished stranger is. With the reluctant chief in tow, the group finally sets off in a carriage. Ah Seung, who's stuck driving, is still having an internal crisis over what he just saw. Inside, he can't help but ask if that's really the same messy chief he knows, much to Seiho's amusement. Yu Soak grumbles that he simply has no time for appearances when he's buried in work. Dalgap chimes in, saying he should dress like this more often because he actually looks quite dashing. Even the stoic Yo Changwei can't help but blush, agreeing that he's already handsome as is. She playfully adds that if he looked this good all the time, he'd probably attract too much trouble. Flustered, Yu Soak asks if she's mocking his unmarried status, but her coy smile suggests something else entirely. The whole group freezes as Yu Soak stares back, completely oblivious to the compliments. Inside the now silent carriage, Ah Seung yells from outside, making the awkwardness 1,000 times worse. Just then, the carriage halts, and Li Pil announces their arrival at the restaurant. But the moment the door opens, Yo Changwei practically flies past him. Her face is burning red, utterly mortified by the whole situation. She makes a swift escape, leaving a very confused Li Pil in her wake. Stepping outside, Palgabi is already sweating and complaining about the summer heat. They stand before a grand restaurant, the sun beating down from a clear sky. Forgetting the heat, Palgabi gets hyped, exclaiming that any good outing requires good food. He leads the way inside, already calling out to the Inner Chief to get things started. Inside, Yu Soak has already picked a small table, asking why they'd need more space for just the two of them. Palgabi is flabbergasted, pointing out their entire group is with them, but the chief just wants to eat in peace. Seiho can only sigh, realizing the Inner Chief is a genuine social outcast, too busy with his craft to learn basic etiquette. Deciding to step in, he smoothly guides the protesting chief towards a larger table for their special outing. And just like that, the entire retinue is seated together as a waiter brings them their drinks. Seiho cheerfully notes how much better it is to eat face to face, though Yu Soak looks like he'd rather be anywhere else. Fed up, the chief grabs the menu and starts ordering, but only for himself, much to Palgabi's shock. Seiho can't help but facepalm, exasperatedly trying to explain that he should probably ask the others what they want. But Yu Soak is genuinely confused, arguing he's been here before and everything is good, so what's the problem? With a final weary smile, Seiho gently takes the menu, deciding it's time for a little lesson in respect. With a radiant smile, Seiho announces that the entire meal is on him, urging everyone to order whatever they want. The retainers light up with excitement, and Seiho cheekily asks the chief if he sees how happy everyone looks. He leans in, explaining that this little change of pace is what motivates people to work even harder. Winning your subordinates' hearts, he lectures, is a crucial part of being a true leader. He finishes his point with a knowing look, reminding Yu Soak that he, of all people, should understand this. As the group chatters happily, Dalgap can't help but notice how much Seiho sounds like the head of a merchant group. She playfully teases him, saying he sounds like a 40-year-old uncle giving a lecture. Caught off guard, Seiho awkwardly laughs it off, realizing he got a bit carried away in his old man wisdom. Just then, Bakebok pipes up with his order, beef noodle soup and a bottle of bamboo leaf wine. He then turns to the chief, surprised his drinking, but Yu Soak just shrugs, saying it's fine as long as it doesn't affect his work. Yu Soak declares it's a perfect day for a drink, and Dalgap enthusiastically agrees to join him, but he immediately reminds her she's on duty, earning a death glare that makes Bekbok go pale. Siho simply watches with a quiet, satisfied smile, pleased that this outing was definitely worth it. Moments later, an incredible spread of food and drinks fills their entire table. Bekbok is ecstatic, gushing about the amazing meal as Seho tells him to order even more. The big man can't believe it, asking if he can really handle the cost. But Siho just flips a coin without a care in the world. Yu Soak proudly declares that of course he can. He's Yoon Seho of the Yoonhae Merchant Group, after all. Warmed by the wine and good mood, he suddenly announces He's going to recite a poem, much to Seho's surprise. When Seho asks, he puffs his chest out, admitting that he dabbles in writing as a little hobby. And with that, he launches into a dramatic recital about life being a fleeting dream, completely lost in his own performance. The poem speaks of swaying willows, fleeting flowers, and a love lost to the mountains and rivers. It ends on a somber note, a promise to entrust their hearts to fate, even if they never meet again. But as Seho listens, a strange sense of familiarity washes over him. He's definitely heard this before. Yo Changwei praises the work, calling it a beautiful piece that truly lingers in the heart. Yu Soak gets flustered, accusing them of teasing, but Siho just grins, pointing out how much he's enjoying the attention. The old scholar then explains his hesitation, recalling a superior who once told him to quit writing to avoid public shame. He admits he never wrote again after that, not until he joined the Yoonhae group. And for Seho, the pieces click into place. He remembers it clearly now. He read that exact poem in a published collection in his past life. That so-called superior hadn't just been cruel, had stolen the man's work. With a new resolve, Siho proposes they publish a collection of Yu Soak's poems, leaving the old scholar speechless. But the old scholar is still racked with doubt, wondering if anyone would ever read poems written by someone like him. The others immediately jump in, with Dalgap and Yo Changwei enthusiastically promising to buy copies. Seho presses his advantage, telling him to see how much support he has. This is his chance to prove that old senior wrong. Finally, Yu Soak agrees, but with one condition. Publish it under the Yoonhae name, not his own. A simple request, and one Seho is more than happy to grant. The deal is struck. 2 weeks later, the book is a reality, and Seho can't help but smile. Despite his request for anonymity, Yu Soak still put his own name on the cover. He clearly loves his work. Just then, Yo Changwei rushes in, confirming that just as Seoho predicted, the collection is flying off the shelves. Siho isn't surprised by the success, but he asks why the man looks so worried. It's because of the fan mail, and one letter in particular has left Seho utterly speechless. The mysterious fan letter has led Seho to the home of a certain Lord Song. Inside, he meets Madame Song, who claims she was so moved by the poetry collection that she had to extend an invitation. But Seho knows better. For her to send an invitation over a book published under the Yoonhae name, she must already see through him. The poetry was nothing more than a pretext to get him here. So he cuts to the chase, asking what she can tell him about the noble women's banquet and the procurement of a certain wooden puppet. Happy to be of service, Madame Song agrees to recount the events in full detail. Her story begins with the unveiling of a small, exquisitely crafted doll. The women at the banquet were in awe, watching a puppet that could dance entirely on its own. One noblewoman pondered its graceful beauty, feeling that she had seen such a face somewhere before. Her friend was quick to flatter, pointing out that of course it was beautiful. It looked exactly like Madame Song herself. Madame Song laughs off the compliment, saying they're flattering her far too much. The other women insist it's true, remarking that even they admire her stunning beauty. As the ladies of high society mingle, a new figure makes her grand entrance. With a perfect smile, she apologizes for her late arrival. She asks what they were all discussing so happily, wanting to be let in on the conversation. The talk shifts to the wooden puppet, which Madame Song confirms she was fortunate to acquire. The newcomer's friendly demeanor vanishes, replaced by a cold look of disappointment. Her eyes flash red as she leans in, revealing she was planning to tease Madame Song mercilessly had she failed. A chill runs down Madame Song's spine, and she instinctively takes a step back. But the woman just laughs it off, claiming her little threat was just a joke born from jealousy. Madame Song, still flustered, tries to recover with some desperate flattery. The noblewoman smiles, teasing that such sweet words might actually be believed. But when Madame Song insists she's sincere, a dangerous glint returns to the noblewoman's eyes. She then commands Madame Song to sit by her side for the banquet, a request that can't be refused. Now, seated together, the noblewoman reminds her that as the winner, she's the host. With a knowing smile, she prods, suggesting that surely there's something Madame Song wants to ask. Taking the bait, Madame Song meekly explains her husband's trouble with the land tax affairs. The noblewoman agrees without a second thought, and Madame Song is overcome with pure relief. But as she wipes away tears of gratitude, her benefactor looks on, utterly bored by such easy submission. A new, more interesting thought crosses her mind. Just how did she get that wooden puppet? So, Madame Song confessed everything she knew, confirming his suspicions about the conflict. But this game is almost over. The only thing that matters now is the timing of the imperial decree. Later, both Madame Song and her husband approach him, with her apologizing for letting her guard down. Siho simply reassures her, noting that lying to that noblewoman would have been a far worse mistake. He declares that now is the time for solutions, not blame, and quickly prepares to leave. A worried Lord Song stops him, desperately asking if he has a plan to deal with this. With a confident smile, Seiho confirms that he does, mentioning an important person he knows. He leads them to a general store, calling out for a certain official Huang. This man, Seiho explains, is someone who maintained close ties to the imperial family until his retirement. From inside, the official's face appears, completely surprised by this sudden visit. Official Huang is stunned to see he already has a very important guest sitting before him. The man's presence feels like a gift from the heavens, a solution to his current predicament. This is Jin Woo Rim, the head of the Yongpyong merchant group, who runs the salt business by the king's decree. And Seiho, cool as ever, reveals this was no coincidence. He knew Woo Rim was nearby, and came prepared. Impressed, Woo Rim accepts, suggesting they head to the Yunhei merchant group to discuss the details. But Seiho isn't finished, casually asking about the other matter that needs handling besides the salt business. Woo Rim freezes, completely bewildered as to how this young man could know his other, more secret problems. Seiho simply holds up two fingers, a silent, powerful proposition. He'll help with both matters, not just one, a smile playing on his lips. And so, their destination is set. A grand estate under the crescent moon, where fortunes will be decided. Meanwhile, in a lavish bathhouse, a nervous attendant presents a new girl to her mysterious madam. The madam turns, a pleased smirk gracing her lips. They brought her a pretty one, just as requested. The young girl stammers, completely flustered by her first time meeting such an important figure. Finding her nervousness cute, the madam purrs that the girl is exactly her type. The girl is just relieved, completely oblivious to the predatory undertones of the compliment. Asked about her origins, she confesses she's an orphan who grew up on the streets. The madam feigns sympathy, promising to take care of her like family from now on. Overwhelmed with gratitude, the girl tearfully promises to do her best, right as the madam asks for a favor. She eagerly agrees to do anything at all, to make the madam happy. A perfect, good child. The kindness vanishes from the madam's eyes as she gives a chilling order to her attendants. Bring that. That? The new girl echoes, confused by the strange request. An attendant returns with a metal object, and the girl's face drains of all color. The madam smirks from her bath, revealing she's been lacking excitement lately. She promises it will only hurt a little, asking for a pretty scream to entertain her. A moment later, a chilling shriek echoes out from the estate into the night. Just then, Yoon Se-ho arrives with his entourage, led by silent attendants. He takes in the atmosphere, his expression cold and calculating. Se-ho immediately notices something is wrong. The attendant's eyes are completely lifeless. His gaze sharpens as he spots a fresh, angry-looking wound on one girl's neck. They're told the madam is waiting, but Se-ho is already piecing together a dark puzzle. He directly points out the deep wound on the girl's neck, asking with faux concern if she's all right. She stammers that she just fell, but Se-ho knows a flimsy excuse when he hears one. He even offers her free treatment at his clinic, but is immediately cut off by the lead attendant. She tells him it's not his place to worry. Whether she fell or was harmed, it's a common fate for the lowly. Se-ho apologizes for meddling, explaining it's simply not in his nature to ignore someone in trouble. He puts on a disarmingly warm smile, musing that pain is the same for everyone, rich or poor. His words hit their mark, leaving the stone-faced attendant momentarily stunned into silence. Regaining her composure, she coldly announces that the madam wishes to see him privately. Dalgap understands the signal, telling Se-ho she will wait for him right outside the door. Se-ho hands over his sword, ready to face whatever awaits him inside, completely unarmed. The door slides open, revealing the private chamber within. Inside, Se-ho is formally welcomed by the mysterious madam. With a warm smile, she expresses her pleasure in finally meeting the young master of the Yunhai Guild. Se-ho politely returns the greeting, thanking her for the personal invitation. A cup of tea is brought out as the two get settled. The madam explains she wanted to meet before the main banquet, adding that the rumors about him are quite lacking. In fact, she gushes, he's far more handsome in person, to which he playfully agrees. but her tone shifts as she wonders aloud if she should try to seduce him, leaving Seho stunned. Seeing his reaction, she laughs it off, calling it a light-hearted joke to break the ice. Seho isn't fooled. He instantly pegs her as the type who enjoys making others uncomfortable for her own pleasure. Seeing no point in dragging this out, Seho cuts through the pleasantries and asks her to reveal why she called him. But the madam's eyes flash with a dangerous light. She chastises his impatience, saying she wants to uncover his secret. She then begins listing his recent accomplishments, from dealing with the Huayangnu courtesans to saving a young master. He remains composed, but inside, he's stunned. She's done a frighteningly thorough background check on him. He doesn't deny it, simply stating those weren't secrets, just things he didn't feel the need to broadcast. With a calm demeanor, he invites her to ask anything else she wants to know, meeting her challenge head-on. Her next question is bizarre, asking if he's ever held something small and beautiful in his hands. With a deeply unsettling smile, she describes that feeling of pure joy you get from something so precious, and the sudden, violent urge to clench your fist and make it burst. Seho's face falls. This woman is even crazier than he imagined. He gives a flat answer. He has not. Her smile turns cold as she questions his answer, clearly not buying his simple denial. She then rises from her seat, her gaze fixed on him as an uneasy silence fills the room. With a sigh, she says she thought they could have been good friends. Leaning in far too close for comfort, she asks what he thinks about her proposal now. Then, in a completely shocking move, she pulls down the collar of her robe. Seoho is floored, his mind racing to understand just what this woman is trying to accomplish. Elsewhere, a banquet is in full swing, with noblewomen laughing and gossiping amongst themselves. They chatter about the tardiness of a certain madam, joking that the star of the show always arrives last. But their pleasantries are cut short by the sound of thundering footsteps as armed guards rush the building. Lord Song immediately senses the danger, telling his wife that something is wrong and he's going to investigate. But as Lord Song makes his way out, a hand shoots out, stopping him in his tracks. The guards inform him that a situation is being dealt with outside. He's to remain in the hall. He asks if it's serious, but they quickly reassure him it's nothing to worry about. However, as they speak, a tiny spy slips out from Seho's robes. The little spirit pig, Jumryong, silently toddles onto the floor, following the guards. The plan, hatched just moments before, is now in motion. Seoho had tasked Dalgap with staying inside as an attendant, keeping an eye on everything. If he couldn't move freely, he was to send Jumryong to get a message to Lord Jin. With the weight of the mission on its tiny shoulders, the pig spirit is now their only hope. It quietly follows the footsteps of the guards, heading straight toward the source of the commotion. The guards suddenly stop, their backs to Seho and Dalgap, blocking the way forward. Both of them are on edge, wondering what could possibly be happening. The guards remain silent, their expressions grim as they stand their ground. But just then, a piercing scream cuts through the tense silence, startling Seoho. Without a word, the guards shove past them, ordering them to move aside. One of them shouts in a panic, asking if the madam is all right. The scene unfolds to reveal a noblewoman collapsed on the floor, and a man staring in utter shock. She looks up, her expression a perfect picture of distress. The man can't believe his eyes, wondering why she would go to such lengths. Then, an official points a finger directly at Seho, accusing him of harassing the lady in broad daylight. Jin Woo-rim immediately calls her out, asking if this is all just some elaborate play she's put on. The madam scoffs at the accusation, pointing to her maid as an irrefutable eyewitness. With a piercing gaze, she orders the girl to tell them the truth of what she saw. The terrified maid stammers, her voice barely a whisper, confirming her lady's story. She repeats herself, her eyes wide with fear, insisting that she saw it all. Jin Woo-rim can't believe it, asking why she's lying, but the madam just smiles, questioning what reason this child would have to lie. Watching from the sidelines, Seho notes how the guards arrived almost instantly, as if they were waiting for a signal. The madam turns, her voice dripping with mock innocence, asking if they're calling her, the victim, a liar. At her words, the guards' swords unsheath in unison, surrounding Seho as the official tells him to quietly admit his guilt. And then she lays her cards on the table, offering to let it all go if he agrees to become her personal toy. Surrounded and unarmed, Seho calmly parries the guard's blades with nothing but his bare hands. His companions, Dalgap and Asung, immediately leap into the fray, cutting off the attackers. Nearby, Jin Woo-rim curses himself, realizing his own sword is outside, leaving him helpless. The madam watches the chaos with a twisted smile, thinking how handsome he looks even when cornered. She shivers with anticipation, barely able to contain her excitement at the thought of tormenting him. But her sick fantasy is shattered as a chilling blue aura erupts from Seho's body. Frost and ice crystallize in his palm, forming the hilt of a weapon from thin air. In an instant, He's wielding a blade of pure ice, effortlessly stopping the guard's assault. With his hair now glowing a faint blue, his eyes burn with a cold, deadly focus. He unleashes a wave of his power, sending the guards flying and stunning the madam into silence. The madam is completely stunned, her mind reeling, where in the world did that sword come from? But Siho simply smirks as his spirit pig, Jumryong, lets out a little oink from his shoulder, thanking it for the timely delivery. He grips his true weapon, the silver mist sword, recalling how his little companion can bring it to him from anywhere. Snapping out of her trance, the madam furiously screams at her guards to stop gawking and seize him. The men finally shake off their fear, surrounding Siho with their blades drawn. He remains perfectly calm, a slight grin on his face as he beckons them to come at him. They lunge forward, a chaotic flurry of steel trying to overwhelm him. But it's useless. He parries every clumsy strike with effortless grace. Then, with a single, elegant slash, he unleashes a wave of sword ki that sends them flying. His expression is cold and focused, his blade already poised for the next fool who dares to step forward. And it turns out, he didn't even come alone. Another guard gets decked with a sharp crack. Dalgap, his ever-reliable companion, neutralizes her target with barely a flick of her wrist. She chides Siho to be more careful, but he just grins, saying he was always going to dodge anyway. From the other side of the room, Ah-seung confirms the operation is complete, all hostiles subdued, 0 fatalities. With the trash taken care of, Siho turns his full, undivided attention back to the stunned madam. A smirk plays on his lips as he asks her if that's it, or if she has any other party tricks lined up. Her mind reels in absolute disbelief. This wasn't how things were supposed to go. She finally understands. The youngest son of the Yunhei Guild was hiding this incredible power all along, but her shock quickly boils over into indignant rage, and she decides to flip the script. She accuses him of being a thug and threatens to call the authorities, daring him to see what happens next. But just as she makes her threat, a calm voice cuts through the tension, stating there's no need for that. A new figure, Master Jin, has arrived with his own retinue, announcing he's here on a direct decree from the emperor. He approaches the madam with a polite but firm expression, saying he heard Lord Siho was harassing her. Seeing her ticket out, she immediately plays the victim, pointing at Siho and spinning a tale of his unprovoked assault. She then smugly presents her 2 handmaidens, declaring them as witnesses who can corroborate her every word. Master Jin's gaze shifts to the 2 women, informing them he will now begin his questioning. He looks them dead in the eye, warning them this is a serious matter and that they must speak only the truth. The younger girl flinches, and for a moment, a dark bruise is visible on her neck, a silent mark of her service. Her eyes, once downcast, now hold a flicker of resolve. She's made a decision. A memory flashes by the madam smiling cruelly, a constant oppressor in her life, and the girl knows this is her chance. She remembers being forced to smile through the humiliation. She remembers being doused with water for some minor mistake, and the feeling of a hand clamping over her mouth, stifling her cries. All of it for the sick amusement of her cruel mistress. That twisted, predatory smile is something she'll never forget, and with that fire in her eyes, she speaks the truth, her voice cutting through the tension. The madam is lying. The madam's face falls as her handmaiden accuses her of approaching Lord Sioho with malicious intent from the very beginning. She even points out that this isn't the first time, and that other maids can testify to her abusive history. Exposed and enraged, the madam loses it, threatening to burn the other half of her servant's face off. The words hang in the air, and she swallows hard, realizing she just confessed her violent nature in front of everyone. The handmaiden's words fall into a stunned silence. The madam's face drains of color as the Imperial Guard arrives, realizing she's truly trapped. The lead official smirks, noting that her little outburst just saved them the trouble of a lengthy hearing. He clarifies they didn't come for this one incident, but for numerous reports of her cruelty. Another official steps forward, unfurling an imperial decree to read her sins to the entire room. For years, she's abused her power, tormented citizens, and exploited her husband's authority. The order is given, and the guard sees her without a moment's hesitation. She's dragged away screaming her innocence, while Siho watches the pathetic display, completely unmoved. The freed handmaiden approaches him, bowing low and offering a sincere apology for the trouble. But Siho just smiles, playfully reminding her that her mistress's scheme almost cost him his marriage prospects. He tells the trembling girl to forget punishment. Instead, she just needs to do him one small favor. The favor? She must visit his medical clinic regularly for treatment, with all costs covered. It's a simple request, he says with a charming smile, adding that his clinic is truly amazing. Overwhelmed by this unexpected kindness, the handmaiden bursts into tears, much to Siho's surprise. As she weeps, the lead official approaches from behind, telling Siho that he did well today. Seiho turns, thanking the official for his help in clearing his name so efficiently. The official returns the thanks, crediting Seiho for creating the opportunity to gather evidence on the spot. Seiho tells him to return home for now, promising to visit soon to discuss their salt trade business. With another long, complicated affair finally settled, he reflects on his recent string of victories. He waves goodbye, confident that from now on, everything will unfold quietly, just as he's planned. And for the first time in a long while, a fragile peace settles over the estate. His administrators are practically glowing, buried under a mountain of paperwork from all his successful ventures. At the center of it all, Seiho himself enjoys a quiet moment, a satisfied smirk playing on his lips. But of course, his idea of quiet involves the sharp ring of steel. In the courtyard, Ah-seong expertly parries a blow, a bead of sweat on his brow. His opponent is none other than Seiho, who is absolutely beaming as he spars. From a safe distance, his maid and Dalgap watch the friendly duel. The maid can't help but notice how happy her young master seems to be lately. Dalgap muses that he's probably just enjoying the calm, though Seiho's inner monologue is one of pure exhaustion. The match ends, and Ah-seong bows respectfully, acknowledging the hard work his master has been putting in. Feeling refreshed from his spar, Seiho is ready for his next appointment. But before he can leave, a retainer rushes over with an urgent summons. The merchant guild leader, his own father, is looking for him. And so, Seiho makes his way to the guild's main hall, wondering what this is about. He enters to find his father already waiting, who calmly invites him to sit. To his surprise, General Manager Yu is here as well, a familiar face at least. But there's a third man present, an elder he doesn't recognize, greeting him respectfully. Seiho's mind draws a complete blank, confusion clouding his expression. He bluntly asks the elder to introduce himself, cutting right to the point. The question hangs in the air, met with a stunned and awkward silence. Still holding his tea, Seiho asks again, needing to be sure he heard the man correctly. The elder smiles, calmly stating he is from the Juge clan. The name hits Seiho like a physical blow. The Zhu clan, a martial arts powerhouse on par with the great Wudang sect. Why on earth would they be here? The envoy then asks to confirm if he's speaking to Lord Yun Seiho and Yu Soak, the creators of the Sok poetry collection. He explains that his master, the great Zhuge Hyunri, was so moved by their work that he sent him personally. An invitation is presented, a formal request for an audience with the clan's patriarch. But before Seiho can even process it, his father steps in, smoothly explaining that they need time to consider the offer. The envoy simply nods, accepting the guild leader's hospitality, confident he already has the answer he came for. The doors slide shut, leaving the three of them to grapple with the sudden invitation. Yu Soak immediately tries to decline, humbly stating he has too much work and his poems aren't worth the fuss. But the guild leader isn't having it, reminding him that the Zhu clan doesn't make personal visits for trivial matters. Jongho then muses aloud, admitting he doesn't recognize the name Zhuge Hyunri, though he must be a high-ranking figure. A chill runs down Seiho's spine. He knows that name, it's the alias of the former head of the Zhuge clan, a living legend. Just as things were finally getting peaceful, a titan of the martial world has taken an interest in them. His father, however, sees only opportunity, insisting that they absolutely must accept the invitation. Soak, ever the diligent manager, worries about who will handle his duties while he's away. Seiho cheerfully volunteers the finance pavilion staff, earning a horrified glare from poor Yo Changhui. But Jongho isn't finished, suddenly ordering Seiho to accompany the general manager, stunning them both into silence. Composing himself instantly, Seiho gives a charming smile and accepts the duty, apologizing internally to the manager he just buried in work. Inside, however, his mind is racing. An opportunity to connect with the legendary Zhu clan Grand Elder has just fallen into his lap. And so, their carriage sets off. But this isn't a moment for celebration. The wheels turn, carrying them towards an unavoidable and tragic future. As they sit in silence, the Zhuge envoy slides the door open, announcing their arrival. Seiho steps out onto the stone path, taking in the sight of the grand estate before him. He can't feel any joy, because he knows a terrible secret about the banner flying high above them. In just 3 years, this magnificent and powerful clan is destined for complete and utter ruin. One of Seiho's attendants is completely starstruck, letting out a gasp of pure awe. He marvels at the sheer magnificence of the buildings, exactly as one would expect from a great clan. Turning to his master, he asks if he's amazed, but Seiho's placid smile hides his true thoughts. He's not impressed at all. He remembers his past life, when his own Yunhei merchant group built structures just as grand as these. Suddenly, the distinct crack of wood on wood cuts through the air, catching his attention. His gaze shifts to a large courtyard, filled with dozens of trainees sparring with wooden swords. Their guide proudly presents the clan's training ground, where the future of the family relentlessly hones their craft. The young warriors clash with fierce determination, each strike filled with the clan's fighting spirit. But among them, one figure moves with breathtaking speed and precision, felling 2 opponents in a single, fluid motion. Suddenly, a stray wooden sword comes hurtling right at them from the training grounds. But before it can even get close, Seho casually plucks it from the air with a glowing blue hand. From across the yard, a young woman smirks, and Seho can't help but feel annoyed at her amusement. She then begins to walk towards him with a clear sense of purpose. In a few quick steps, she's standing right before him, her eyes locked on his. She knew it the moment she saw him move. This man was undoubtedly a master. With a sharp flick of her wrist, she points her own sword forward. A confident grin spreads across her face as she boldly challenges him to a match. Seho just stares at the wooden tip inches from his face, completely unimpressed. But the young woman simply points her sword and demands a fight. A Zhuge clan envoy quickly intervenes, reminding her that these are the Grand Lord's guests. The word grandfather catches Seho off guard, and the pieces slowly start to click into place. The envoy stammers, realizing he's talking to the very people invited by Zhuge Hyunri, his grandfather's public alias. And just like that, the girl proudly confirms it, much to Seho's disbelief that she'd reveal a secret so casually. The envoy quickly apologizes to Lord Song for the mess, who seems more worried about his poetry collection. Seho ignores the commotion, his mind now racing with a far more important question. If she's the Grand Lord's granddaughter, then he knows exactly who this woman is destined to become. In the future, the Yugang Merchant Guild would be led by 2 legendary figures, the Guildmaster and his personal guard, Yua, the peerless warrior known as the Smileless Jade Maiden. The future Smileless Jade Maiden snaps him out of it, asking why he's just staring into space. Seoho is completely stunned. Her personality is nothing like the stoic legend he knew as she demands a match. He tries to politely decline, claiming he's just a merchant with skills only good enough to fend off bandits. She says she's fine with that, but he insists that he is definitely not fine with it. He can't believe this is happening. Weren't the Zhuge supposed to be calm, collected geniuses? When he tries to warn her about the consequences of her actions, she just cheerfully dismisses his concerns. He lectures her on the weight and duty her family name carries, but she simply says she doesn't like it. Fine then. Seho's voice turns cold as he tells her to abandon the name Zhuge if she won't honor it. The cheerful facade instantly drops, and she falls into a deafening silence. For just a fleeting moment, her eyes fill with a profound sadness that catches him completely off guard. But just as he thinks he's gotten through to her, her eyes sharpen. The sadness vanishes, replaced by a dazzling smile as she takes his words literally. Seho agrees, but adds that there's one very important thing she needs to know first. In a flash, he moves, the sound of his sheathed sword cutting through the tense air. He stops with the scabbard pressed against her throat, his voice dropping to an icy whisper. The moment she casts aside her name, no one will be there to protect her if she gets hurt. She calls him mean, but he just scoffs, turning the accusation right back on her. He tells her to take a good look around at her own troubled family members. Her excuses falter as he points out that regardless of her intent, she's caused a problem for everyone. Now, he gives her the choice: abandon her name and fight, or take back her words. But their standoff is interrupted by a calm, amused voice remarking on the rare sight. The envoy freezes, recognizing the presence of a far greater authority. It's none other than Zhuge Hyunri, the Grand Lord of the Zhuge family himself. The arrogant young woman's demeanor shatters, and she runs to him crying, "Grandpa!" She immediately starts complaining that Seho refused her duel and was being cold to her. The Grand Lord plays the part of the doting grandfather, promising to scold Seho as he sends her inside. Without a moment's hesitation, both Seho and Yu Soak bow deeply, offering their formal respects. Seoho apologizes for his rudeness to the young lady, humbly asking for forgiveness. But the Grand Lord just throws his head back and laughs, completely shattering the tense atmosphere. He shocks everyone by admitting he heard it all and that Seho was right, revealing his own complex reasons for her spoiled behavior. The Grand Lord explains that in a few months, his granddaughter Yua is set to leave on her journey of the Hidden Dragon. This is a brutal Zhuge tradition, a 3-year solo trial where one must survive alone in the martial world. Only those who return safely can be officially added to the family register, and this key detail makes Seoho's mind race. He connects the dots. The Zhuge family was destroyed 3 years from now, while she was away on this very journey. So that's why her personality twisted. The Grand Lord then asks Seho to accept Yua's next duel without refusal. He even gives his express permission for Seho to break one of her arms if he has to. Seho is completely taken aback, finding the elder's request far too extreme to handle. Unfazed, the Grand Lord poses a simple question: when should a swordsman be at their most vigilant? Seho gives the correct answer: right after they've won a match. The Grand Lord agrees, saying Yua's arrogance needs the bitter taste of defeat. He looks at Siho with newfound respect, impressed that someone so young could possess such profound insight. Siho realizes he's in the presence of a supreme master. There's no hiding his own power from this man. The Grand Lord bursts out laughing, delighted with the young man who disarmed his granddaughter with words alone. Another elder, Yu Soak, interjects, noting their private discussion has gone on long enough. But he quickly devolves into a gushing fanboy, praising the Grand Lord's poetry collection with embarrassing fervor. The Grand Lord gently chides his excessive modesty before officially ending the introductions. He tells Siho to rest after his long journey, promising they'll talk properly tomorrow. Siho thanks him and departs, leaving the elders to their own devices. As night falls over the Jude clan estate, a shadow finishes delivering a report elsewhere in the city. A subordinate kneels, informing his hidden master that Lord Hyunri has just welcomed a new guest. The subordinate confirms the new guest is the author of that popular poetry collection. His master scoffs, dismissing the Grand Lord as an eccentric old man obsessed with poems. The subordinate nervously asks if they should halt their plans, worried the guest might notice. But his master is utterly unconcerned, certain a mere outsider could never uncover their secrets. And with a cold smile, he adds that if by some miracle they did, they wouldn't live to tell the tale. Back in Siho's quarters, our hero is just about to turn in for the night. An attendant enters, announcing a lady named Yua has come to finish the spar from earlier. Beneath the light of the full moon, a challenger waits. Jugyua spots him, a playful, determined glint in her eyes. Siho steps out, sword in hand, wondering what this nonsense is about in the middle of the night. Siho tries to brush her off, but Yua isn't having any of it, demanding he fight her now. She even has the nerve to ask if he's scared, a taunt that clearly grates on him. Finally, he snaps. Fine, he'll fight, but only if she promises to leave him alone afterwards, win or lose. She just laughs, calling it an excuse, but eagerly accepts the terms, much to Siho's visible regret. He confirms she came alone and realizes something interesting. She can't even sense Palgabi hiding nearby. His attendant isn't even a trained martial artist, yet she's completely oblivious to his presence. They take their positions on the moonlit training ground, and Siho's irritation grows at her informal speech. He's the elder here, after all. So, with a sigh, he magnanimously offers her the first strike. No takebacks, she shouts, and he just waves her on, clearly wanting to get this over with, and she does not hesitate for a second, launching a lightning-fast thrust straight for his throat. But her first strike is just a feint, flowing into a low sweep that he easily dodges. He has to admit, her combination of thrusts and cuts is impressive for her age. Still, she's relentless, leaping into the air for an overhead strike. Their wooden swords clash in a flurry, but he can tell she's only at a first-rate level. He stops her attack cold, thinking he should probably go easy on her, as she is a guest. She glares, asking if he's just going to block her attacks all day. With a smirk, she taunts him, claiming that while he may be older, she's the senior when it comes to skill, and that little comment wipes the smirk right off Siho's face. All thoughts of going easy evaporate in an instant. It's time for a proper lesson. His eyes narrow with focus. She wanted a real fight, and now she's going to get one. He immediately swings with intent, a move that clearly shocks the arrogant young lady. But she recovers with a grin, cheekily noting that his last attack was a close one. Siho, however, isn't fooled. Something about her movement felt completely wrong. She didn't dodge, she leaned into his blade, a move so reckless he had to pull back to avoid injuring her. Her swordsmanship is clearly first-rate, yet that one motion was sloppy, almost amateurish. He realizes this isn't just a spar, he needs to figure out what she's truly after. Meanwhile, his attendant and the little spirit pig peek from the sidelines, watching the show. Done with the games, Siho infuses his wooden sword with a chilling blue energy. In response, Yua lunges forward with a swift, precise thrust of her own. A sly smile crosses her face. His unique energy is exactly what she wanted to see. She smirks, teasing him for finally getting serious just because she poked a little fun at his age. With a confident glint in her eye, she challenges him to go again, ready for the real fight. But just as she readies her stance, Siho suddenly drops his own and declares the spar is over. Yua is baffled, asking why he'd quit now. But he just turns the question back on her, telling her to stop. She feigns ignorance, but he cuts right through it, accusing her of trying to get hurt on purpose. He's seen her game. This entire spar was just a pretext to use him for something. He grabs her wrist firmly, asking if she really thought he wouldn't notice her little scheme. Flustered and exposed, Yua shouts a denial and lunges forward in a desperate, sloppy attack. But Siho meets her blade with a single, dismissive block, effortlessly deflecting her lunge. Her sword is knocked from her grasp, spinning through the air before clattering to the ground. With his opponent disarmed, Seoho presses his advantage, demanding to know why she's doing this. Yua clutches her chest, flustered, as he points out no simple, naive girl could devise such a complex scheme. He gives her an ultimatum: tell him the truth, and this all stays between them. The act is over. A heavy silence falls over the training ground as she weighs her options. Finally, she breaks the quiet, her entire demeanor beginning to shift. The innocent act vanishes, replaced by a calm, calculating gaze, as she asks if he can truly be trusted. Seho watches, a smirk playing on his lips. The childish facade is gone. This is the true Jade Maiden. He promises not only silence but his aid. With the game up, she asks how he possibly saw through her perfect act. With a blinding, smug sparkle, he declares it's simply because he's a genius, earning a completely deadpan stare. She then reveals her real plan: to get injured so she could secretly handle business. A plan so vital her grandfather even approved of her breaking her own arm for it. With her cover blown, Juga Yua offers a deep, formal apology for trying to use him. Seoho accepts, but he's more interested in what this important matter of hers could possibly be. She can't share the details, only confirming it's a family issue, which he already suspected. Since he offered to help, she has one small favor to ask of him. She asks him to help her untie the knot she tied herself, a rather poetic way to ask him to break her arm. The next morning, the sun rises over the Zhuge estate, and the consequences of their little agreement come to light. Seho looks on with faux concern, thinking that even if she asked for it, this feels a bit much. The Zhu Grand Lord is utterly exasperated, muttering that Seho wasn't supposed to actually break it. Feigning ignorance, Seho bows and apologizes profusely, claiming he should have controlled his strength better. The old man is taken aback, a flicker of amusement crossing his face at the young man's shameless act. The Grand Lord lets out a hearty laugh, completely disarming the situation with his good humor. He tells Seho not to apologize. If his granddaughter couldn't keep up, that's her own failing. With the morning's drama settled, they move to a scenic pavilion in the Zhuge estate. There, the Grand Lord and Chief Steward Yu Soak are already sharing a laugh over tea. Seho arrives, called by the Chief Steward, and can't help but notice the two seem quite close. He takes in the opulent annex, a place truly befitting a major martial arts family's leader. Observing them, Seoho realizes he's never seen the usually stern Chief Steward look so cheerful. The Grand Lord asks his old friend if he enjoys the view from this, one of his favorite spots. At the old man's request, Yu Soak modestly agrees to compose a poem to capture the moment. He then recites a moving tribute, not to the scenery, but to the Grand Lord himself, who is visibly touched. The Grand Lord clasps his old friend's hands, deeply moved by the heartfelt poem. He declares Yu Soak's poetry the finest he's ever heard, as Seho observes their surprisingly deep bond. Feeling the moment, the Grand Lord suggests they refresh themselves with another cup of tea. He personally pours a cup for Seho, a gesture of hospitality. But Seho immediately notices the aroma is different, prompting a look of pleasant surprise from the Grand Lord. Acknowledging his guest's refined palate, the old man explains his current ritual: a sequence of 3 teas paired with jujubes. He names the current brew Moon in the cup, noting it's best enjoyed after a tea called Floral Birdsong. The Grand Lord encourages Seho to drink up, promising that the next tea in the sequence will be Green Beauty. Suddenly, Seho's mind screeches to a halt, a cold dread washing over him. Wait a second. Floral Birdsong, Moon in the cup, Green Beauty, and jujubes. The pieces of a terrible memory snap violently into place. He connects the dots in horror. Was the Grand Patriarch poisoned back then too? His mind flashes back to a future he once lived, 15 years from now, where a world-shaking event occurred. It was the death of the Empress, initially dismissed as natural causes, until the grieving Emperor dug deeper. The truth was a subtle assassination, using this exact combination of teas to mask a slow-acting poison. The final piece of the puzzle was the jujube, which activated the accumulated toxins, creating a fatal 4-fold poison. He remembers how insidious it was, taking over a year of consistent consumption before any symptoms even appeared. Looking at the cheerfully oblivious Grand Lord, Seho calculates that the old man will be dead within a year. So that's why Yua was acting so strangely. She must have sensed the danger, but her grandfather remains completely unaware. But who is the mastermind? Keeping his face neutral, Seho asks a simple question about the tea's origins. He flashes a charming smile, praising its remarkable aroma as the reason for his sudden curiosity. The Grand Lord chuckles, flattered by the young man's enthusiasm, and agrees to reveal the tea's origin. But just as he's about to speak, a knock at the door interrupts their conversation. A stern man enters, apologizing for the intrusion before being asked to greet the guests. He introduces himself with a formal salute. Juge Yul, the acting head of the Juge clan. Seo returns the greeting, a realization dawning on him this imposing figure is Yua's father. Yul offers a stiff welcome, but his eyes fix on Seo with a cold, unnerving intensity. Trying to be polite, Seo begins to apologize for what happened to Yua, but he's immediately cut off. Yul says his daughter was at fault, yet his words carry a suffocating pressure that feels like blame. He adds that if Seo wasn't the Grand Lord's guest, he might already be dead. Then, turning away, Yul presents a letter, stating he has an urgent message to deliver. Zhugyul explains he had to risk rudeness because the messenger was so insistent. The letter in his hands bears the unmistakable cloud-shaped mark of the Muram Alliance. The Grand Lord, Zhuge Hyunri, begins to read the message, his face a mask of calm. But in a flash, that calm shatters into a look of cold, seething rage. A terrifying wave of killing intent erupts from him, flooding the entire pavilion. The pressure is immense. Yuso. Ak is buckling, and even Seo braces himself against the staggering aura. Zhugyul is forced to intervene, pointing out that his father's anger is overwhelming their guests. Snapping back to his senses, the Grand Lord withdraws his energy and offers a strained apology for losing control. He decides it's best to adjourn their meeting for now, promising to continue their talk later. Then, his mood shifting entirely, he turns to Seo, recalling his earlier interest in the tea. The attendant is curious about the small wooden plaque Seo is holding. Seo explains it's a wanderer token from the Grand Patriarch, a pass to go anywhere he pleases. But as they walk, his mind drifts back to the explosive meeting from moments ago. The Grand Lord's reaction was undeniably hostile, a clear sign of friction with the Muram Alliance. A new strategy begins to form in his mind as he considers the old adage, the enemy of my enemy. Perhaps the powerful Zhuge clan could be turned into a valuable ally for his own cause. Their short walk ends as his attendant announces they've arrived at the tea house. The man is practically giddy, remarking on the incredible fragrance of fine tea in the air. He turns to share his excitement with his master, but stops short, sensing something is wrong. Seho's face is a mask of disgust, recoiling from a nauseating aura only he can perceive. His attendant rushes to his side, asking if he's all right as Seo doubles over. But Seoho can barely speak, his senses overwhelmed by a foul, sickening energy he's never encountered. Even his attendant can tell something is wrong. This isn't the simple bitterness of tea, but something far more unpleasant. Just then, a voice cuts through the air, demanding to know who they are. Two men appear, their imposing aura radiating authority as they eye Seho's group, immediately marking them as outsiders. The newcomers stand there, waiting impatiently for an answer that Seo is still too unwell to give. Finally composing himself, Seo apologizes for the delay, explaining he felt unwell before introducing himself as Yoon Seo of the Yoonhae merchant group. The younger man's expression shifts slightly, realizing these are the guests his uncle, the Grand Elder, had invited for literary discourse. He introduces himself as Jaegul Kyung, and the man beside him as his father, Jaegul Myung, the head of the Hyunmu Pavilion. Hearing their prestigious titles, Seo immediately offers a deep bow, sincerely apologizing for his failure to recognize such important figures. But Jaegul Myung isn't satisfied, coldly stating that outsiders shouldn't be wandering around without permission. Seo calmly confirms the Grand Elder granted them access, but the old man isn't taking his word for it and demands proof. In response, Seo simply holds up a small, white token. The man's eyes narrow instantly, recognizing the unmistakable jade token bestowed by the Grand Elder himself. With a quiet sigh, his hostility finally subsides. He instructs his son to escort the guests, ensuring no one else misunderstands their presence here. As Jaegul Myung departs, Kyung casually invites Seo to take his time and look around. After a moment of silence, he simply tells Seo to follow him. Kyung leads them toward an impressive structure, introducing it as the Peace Forging Hall. He then adds a crucial detail. This is where all the tea for the entire Jaegul clan is handled. Seo muses internally on the name, figuring tea must be the source of peace for the Jaegul clan. His attendant quietly checks in, but Seo confirms he's recovered from the earlier shock. Their guide begins the tour, explaining this is where they meticulously sort all tea leaves by grade. He gestures towards a special warehouse, reserved only for the highest quality leaves. They then enter a larger hall where the clan's tea is prepared for serving. Kyung admits that while brewing is an art, their clan simply consumes far too much tea to do it leisurely. To keep up with demand, they have to prepare it efficiently in large batches. This sparks an idea for Seo, who asks if there's a specific person who brews for the Grand Elder. Kyung pauses, suspicious of the sudden and very specific question. Feigning a slip of the tongue, Seo explains with a smile that the tea he was served was just that good. Kyung's eyes narrow slightly, not quite buying the innocent explanation. But just then, he spots an approaching figure, remarking that this is perfect timing. The newcomer, master of the peace-forging hall, greets them and apologizes for his tardiness. His gaze then falls on Seo, and a flicker of recognition crosses his face. He formally introduces himself as Jaegil Hyung, pleased to see the young master again. Hyung explains that their guest seems to have a considerable interest in the clan's teas. Hyung looks a bit puzzled by this, but is interrupted by an urgent shout from an attendant. The man rushes over, informing his master that something has come up that needs his immediate attention. Apologizing, Hyung asks them to feel free to look around while he quickly handles the matter. And as he dashes off, Kyung also takes his leave, leaving Seo perfectly, conveniently alone. And just like that, his minder walks away, leaving the fox in the henhouse. The moment he's gone, Seo turns to Dalgap, telling him it's time to go. He has a very specific destination in mind, the clan's fabled tea warehouse. They stroll inside, passing by busy retainers completely unaware of their true purpose. It doesn't take long for Seho's sharp eyes to find exactly what he was looking for. He gives a quiet order to Dalgap, telling him to act as a screen for a moment. Dalgap dutifully stands guard, his broad figure blocking the view from the others. Behind him, Seho grabs a handful of the high-grade tea leaves, a satisfied look on his face. He then dismisses Dalgap, sending him off to fetch a few necessary items. Now completely alone, Seho lays out a tea set, his real plan finally beginning. He begins his test, brewing the stolen leaves and adding the vinegar Dalgap acquired. For the final catalyst, he pricks his finger, ready to add a drop of blood. The moment it touches the tea, the liquid fizzes with a sinister reaction. A grim, knowing look crosses Seho's face. His darkest suspicions were right. The mixture settles into a murky, toxic purple. Just as he thought. His mind flashes back to the busy tea hall. Poisoning it during brewing would be impossible. The only explanation is that the poison was laced into the ingredients beforehand. So, he's figured out the method. But finding the culprit is the real problem. He considers telling the Grand Elder, but the timing is far too dangerous. Revealing this secret knowledge now would only make him a target for the clan's hidden enemies. He can't act directly, so he wonders if there's any other way to get the truth out. Then, a brilliant idea sparks. He knows someone who is already aware of the poison. 2 nights later, the plan is set in motion under the pale moonlight. A door creaks open in a quiet, secluded part of the estate. A hooded figure bows low before the formidable presence of Namgung Kang. The old master acknowledges Dalgap's arrival, ready for their brief but important talk. His gaze is sharp, his tone serious as he addresses her. But his first question is one of genuine concern, asking if her arm is all right now. The scene then rewinds, jumping back several hours before another secret conversation took place. We see Namgung Kang warmly holding his friend's hand, praising Yu Soak's incredible poetry. He admits he's completely astonished, never imagining such profound writing could even exist. Namgung Kang even asks to become friends, an honor that Seho, watching from the sidelines, can barely contain his glee over. The 2 elders share a warm laugh, their new bond forming perfectly, just as the puppet master had planned. But just as the atmosphere reaches its peak, Yu Soak seems to have something important to add. Before he can speak, Seoho smoothly cuts in, suggesting they commemorate this wonderful occasion. What better way, he offers, than to capture this moment of friendship in a portrait for all time. Of course, he just so happens to know the perfect painter for the job, a certain Heo Chung. Namgung Kang's face lights up. He's heard of the man's talent, and agrees to send for him immediately. Moments later, the renowned painter Heo Chung arrives, bowing respectfully before the Grand Elder. Namgung Kang's request is simple: to paint the 2 of them just as they are now, capturing their newfound bond. Heo Chung assures them he'll handle everything perfectly, exuding the quiet confidence of a master artist. With the painter at work, the 3 men relax, creating the perfect, serene scene for a portrait. Namgung Kang pours another cup, remarking how they've already finished the harmony of flowers and birds' tea. Seho cheerfully chimes in, asking if the next one is the full moon within the cup, showing an odd familiarity. But hearing those names together makes Heo Chung freeze, his brush stopping dead in its tracks. As Seho offers Namgung Kang a sweet date to go with the tea, the elder finally notices the painter's distress. He turns to Heo Chung, asking why he looks so unwell, completely oblivious to the real danger. The painter's face is pale with dawning horror, a terrible suspicion forming in his mind. He reveals his second identity, not just an artist, but a physician who specializes in treating poison. Then comes the bombshell. He suspects the teas and the date are a layered poison, and Seho thinks, good, he noticed. Heo Chung reveals his true identity, the legendary white-haired flower physician, an unrivaled expert in detoxification. He's seen this exact poison before, on a victim who was too far gone to be saved. It's a precisely crafted toxin, designed to be nearly undetectable, and the culprit was never found. The horrifying truth finally sinks in for Namgung Kang and Yu Soak. Overcome with guilt, Yu Soak apologizes profusely for dragging his guests into their clan's deadly politics. The Grand Elder's first concern is for his guests, but Heo Cheong explains they are safe. The poison only works after a year of exposure. Yu Soak breaks down, moved that Namgung Kang would worry for them before himself, while Siho silently observes the drama. He cries that the Grand Elder must be the most afflicted, but Namgung Kang calmly insists he'll be fine, as it hasn't been a year yet. With the threat revealed, Namgung Kang ends the banquet immediately to report this to the Patriarch before rumors can spread. He orders a total lockdown, and from the shadows, the hidden assassin curses his luck, all that effort to get the poison foiled. He grits his teeth in the dark, already forming a new plan. At dawn, he'll replace the tea leaves himself. Under the silent moon, a very different conversation is taking place. Elsewhere, Jaegil Do-hyun can only look at his daughter, Jaegil So Young, with sorrow. He calls her foolish for breaking her own arm just for his sake, questioning if such an extreme measure was necessary. But she explains that thanks to her injury, the clan's internal surveillance has finally relaxed. She consoles him, insisting that this isn't his fault, but the fault of the overbearing Miram alliance. The very name makes her father's expression harden with grim understanding. He remembers their so-called requests, which were nothing less than thinly veiled commands. They had gone too far, placing spies around the direct bloodline and turning members of the clan against their own. On the surface, the alliance flies a banner of justice, but only a few know the true darkness it conceals. Jaegil Do-hyun recalls the alliance's brutal methods crushing all who stood against them. It was always clear, he realized, that their ultimate goal was to devour the entire Jaegil clan. His daughter calmly explains their strategy. To do so, they would first target the direct bloodline. But for now, they agree, the most immediate threat is the peace-forging Hall Master. Hess the only one with the access and opportunity to poison the Grand Elder's daily tea. The thought of such a deep betrayal makes her father sigh, knowing how much the Elder trusted him. With a heavy day ahead, they decide to conclude their meeting for the night. But Jaegil So-young's night is far from over as she slips across the rooftops under the full moon. She lands silently in the shadows, her expression hidden by her cloak. Mission underway. And just as she begins, she freezes, having run into someone else in the darkness. A hand gently covers her mouth as a voice whispers it's Yoon Se-ho, telling her not to be startled. He explains that he had something urgent to discuss, but visiting her quarters would have been improper. Now composed, Jaegil So-young gets straight to the point, asking what he wants. She mentions her father's suspicion of the peace-forging hallmaster, but Se-ho cuts her off with a shocking claim. He's not the one. So-young is taken aback. He calmly explains that the circumstances were deliberately arranged to frame an innocent man. His time as a merchant taught him one thing. What's most plausible is often the biggest lie. But this only deepens her suspicion. Why is he, a merchant, so invested in her clan's internal politics? She demands to know what he gets out of helping her, what profit he seeks. Yoon Se-ho just smiles softly, claiming his only gain is peace of mind. He says saving innocent lives is enough, leaving her to wonder about the true nature of the man before her. So-young presses him, asking who he believes the real culprit is, if not the hallmaster. With a sly smile, Se-ho says that's their next mission, and for that, he needs her to cause a little trouble. The very next morning at the Peace Forging Hall, the grounds are already bustling with an unusual amount of activity. Inside, a group of retainers are in a panic, desperate to replace the tea leaves before the Grand Elder arrives. Their hushed anxiety turns to sheer terror as they realize what's about to happen. Jaegil So-young cheerfully ignores their warnings, grabbing the precious container with a playful smile. Before they can even move to stop her, she dashes off, leaving them reaching for empty air. The retainers are left completely dumbfounded, muttering about what to do with that reckless tomboy. But their problem gets infinitely worse as another retainer sprints towards them with devastating news. The Grand Patriarch is on his way to inspect the medicine pavilion this very second. The retainer's panic skyrockets of all times for So-young to take the tea canisters. And worse, the Grand Patriarch is suddenly asking about the medicine pavilion status. One of them resolves to chase her down and secretly make the switch. But it's a desperate plan, because time has already run out. The Grand Patriarch, Namgung Kang, sweeps in with Heo Cheong and Yoon Se-ho in tow. With a grim expression, he orders an immediate inspection of the tea. Heo Cheong steps forward, pouring a sample as the others watch in silence. He tastes it carefully, his senses on high alert for any trace of poison, and reports that nothing was detected, leaving the Grand Patriarch completely stunned. As the old man furrows his brow, Seoho sees his opening. Now it's his turn to step in. He approaches the Grand Patriarch, explaining that he has something urgent to say. Seoho reminds him of the inspection he conducted just yesterday. Something's not right, the tea canisters on the shelf have been changed. The Grand Patriarch's eyes narrow, a flicker of suspicion finally taking root. Just then, a trembling retainer from the Jude clan interrupts, saying he has something to add. He blurts out that just moments ago, all the old canisters were taken by Lady Yua. The Grand Patriarch's head snaps to the side. Yua? He demands to know exactly when she left this place. The retainer estimates it was about the time it takes to eat a meal, maybe 30 minutes ago. With a dark resolve, Namgung Kang declares their next move. They will find her. Meanwhile, another figure moves through the estate with grim purpose. Ah Soon curses his luck, infuriated by the woman who took the tea canisters. She's complicated everything, and he swears if he gets the chance, she'll be the first to die. Thankfully, her residence is isolated, allowing him to sneak in without being spotted. He quietly slips through the door into her darkened room. And there they are, the canisters, sitting on the desk. He's found her, and now he just needs to make the switch. But before he can take a single step, the cold steel of a blade presses against his throat. A woman's sharp voice cuts through the silence, demanding to know who he is. He freezes, his mind racing. A trap? Was this whole thing a setup? He stammers that he's just retrieving the tea, but she's not convinced, pointing out that his disguise and stealthy entrance tell a very different story. Done talking, the intruder grabs the blade with his bare hand, ready to make his move. He shoves her back, and in a flash, the two combatants are locked in a deadly dance. Jaegil So-young leaps through the air, twisting her body into a powerful downward slash. She brings her sword down with blinding speed, a streak of green energy trailing behind it, but the intruder meets her attack head-on, their blades clashing in the dead of night. He counters with a devastating blow of his own, imbued with a sinister purple aura. The sheer force of his strike slams her sword into the ground, shattering the wooden floor. Splinters fly as the floorboards explode from the impact of his overwhelming power. With the dust settling, the hooded man stands menacingly as she regains her footing. She smirks, realizing her suspicions were right all along. This man was never who he claimed to be. She analyzes his every move, his speed, his power. It's a depth of martial arts rarely seen even within her own clan. Her mind races, wondering if he's been hiding his skills, but he cuts her thoughts short, mocking her for thinking so much. He closes the distance in an instant, their blades crashing together once more. A cruel smile creeps across his face as he admits he envies her freedom. Because unlike her, he says, he's on a tight schedule and would really appreciate it if she'd just die quickly. He unleashes a flurry of attacks, forcing her back with a relentless storm of steel. He moves like a phantom, his blade a blur as he presses his overwhelming advantage. Yet she manages to parry each strike, her single arm holding strong against the onslaught. He can't help but be impressed, remarking that for a genius to hold on this long with one arm is truly remarkable. The hooded man smirks, convinced now that it was the right call to handle this little problem himself. He admits he almost ruined things by playing around. But now, it's time for her to die. The cold steel touches her skin, and her eyes widen in shock. His blade hovers, ready to deliver the final, fatal blow. With nowhere left to run, she feels the sharp edge against her neck. A dark, triumphant smirk spreads across the assassin's face. He savors his victory, his teeth bared in a vicious, self-satisfied grin. But just as he's about to end it, a hand suddenly clutches his robe. He's pulled forward, completely stunned by her sudden, desperate move. With a final burst of defiance, she slams her forehead square into his face. The hooded man reels back, coughing in pain, his perfect kill utterly shattered. He's completely stunned, his mind reeling from the unexpected blow. But as his vision clears, he sees Jaegil So-young standing there, perfectly fine. How is her arm healed? He knows for a fact that she broke it herself. She levels her blade at him, coldly accusing her own uncle of trying to poison the family patriarch. Jaegil Do-hyun seethes, his face contorted with rage at her questions. He has no intention of explaining himself. With a furious shout, he abandons his disguise and lunges forward to attack. But she's more than ready, meeting his desperate swing with a parry of her own. Steel rings out as the two relatives clash in the quiet room. Her blade holds firm against his, stopping his murderous assault dead in its tracks. The traitor, Gyeong, grunts, feeling the unexpected power behind her defense. He sneers, promising to make it easy for her, convinced her healed arm changes nothing. But a cold voice cuts in from the shadows right behind him, questioning that very claim. Before Gyeong can even turn, a loyal retainer strikes him down with a single, disabling blow. His eyes roll back in his head, consciousness fading as the traitor's plot crumbles. The retainer looks down at his fallen comrade, expressing his deep shame over the betrayal. The scene shifts to the quiet courtyard, the calm before the storm of revelation. Inside, the Ju clan patriarch is utterly stunned, unable to believe what he's hearing. He steps outside to see the proof for himself. Gyeong, kneeling in defeat. As Yoon Se-ho and others look on, the retainer explains he caught Gyeong swapping the poison tea, and we see how it all began, with Yahello so young agreeing to the dangerous plan. Yoon Se-ho thinks back with satisfaction. She played her part perfectly. He remembers laying out the scheme for her, a sly grin on his face. He told her to head to the Jinwon at dawn and fetch some tea canisters. While she was there, she was to lean into her immature persona to make the enemy careless. As he explained, a fish won't bite unless you properly shake the bait. He'd been worried for her safety, even offering one of his personal guards, but she had simply told him not to worry, because she already had an excellent helper. Snapping back to the present, Se-ho can't help but smile at the memory. So that was the helper, the head of the Ju clan himself, standing right there. A retainer confirms their worst fears. All 3 tea canisters were poisoned. The patriarch glares, his disappointment hardening into cold fury. He demands to know if Gyeong intended to wipe out the entire clan, but his mind is already a step ahead. No, this wasn't a one-man job. His thoughts immediately pinpoint the true orchestrators, his own brother, Myung, and his ambitious nephew. He mutters Myung's name, certain he was the one pulling the strings behind this pathetic assassination attempt. And just like that, his nephew Yul speaks up, brazenly asking what difference it makes if his father ordered it or not. He blames the patriarch's stubborn pride, sneering that his uncle's leadership has left the Zhug clan to rot, while the rest of Muram moves on. As his hand drifts to his sword, Yul claims many in the family agree with him, but the patriarch has heard enough and orders him to be silent. With the rebellion now out in the open, Yul declares he's taking the clan's warriors to join his father, and the patriarch simply lets him. Having dealt with the traitors, the clan head finally turns his attention back to his guest, young Master Yoon. He offers a weary apology for the family drama, stating that due to this major incident, they can no longer host him. Yoon Se-ho graciously accepts, telling the patriarch not to worry and that they'll prepare to leave. And so, under the quiet of the night sky, his party departs from the fractured Juga clan. Later, one of his companions lets out a huge yawn, feeling a bit too relaxed from their eventful stay. She confirms their plans for the night, and Se-ho explains the patriarch kindly booked them a nice inn. His retainers are all smiles, relieved that everything seems to be resolved so peacefully. They praise their young master for handling things so well, but Se-ho's faint smile is hiding something. A sharp sense of unease lingers in his mind. He can't shake the feeling that this is far from over. He flashes back to the traitor, Gyeong, and the profound disgust he felt just by being near him. That strange sensation, it's a puzzle he decides he'll have to ask his master about later. For now, their carriage arrives at the inn where they'll be staying for the night. Se-ho and his entourage finally arrive at the inn, stepping out of their carriages. His attendant, ever cheerful, suggests they get something to eat, and Se-ho readily agrees. The group heads inside, happily debating whether to get dumplings or noodles. But the moment Se-ho enters, his relaxed expression completely vanishes. Seated at a table, as if he'd been waiting all along, is his master, Baekbok. Elsewhere in the city, under the same quiet moonlight, a far more grim scene is unfolding. The traitor Gyeong sits bound to a chair, trapped within the cold bars of a prison cell. A menacing face emerges from the darkness, a cold, calculating look in his eyes. It's Jaegil Do-hyun. He slowly approaches the cell, his intentions masked by a calm, confident demeanor. He casually asks the prisoner if the patriarch's men have already been sent to capture his father, but Gyeong is defiant, spitting that he has nothing to say to a traitor like Jaegil Do-hyun. Do-hyun just wants to talk, pressing him about the Zhuge clan's opposition to the Muram alliance, but the prisoner refuses to engage. With a sigh, Do-hyun calls the situation regrettable, and in that instant, a retainer appears behind the chair, blade drawn. A flash of steel, a spray of blood, and the interrogation comes to a sudden, violent end. Do-hyun laments that he would have let the man live, if only he had cooperated. The scene shifts to a dark storeroom, where an ominous red glow begins to emanate from the floor. He pulls out a strange, glowing talisman, admitting to himself he hoped he wouldn't have to use it. One of his subordinates looks on, nervously asking what that is, as Do-hyun simply says it can't be helped. He places the talisman on the floor, and a complex, blood-red magic circle instantly flares to life. The runes burn with a powerful light, pulsing with an unknown and sinister energy as the ritual begins. Do-hyun watches the array flare to life, grimly accepting this was a last resort he had to take. Miles away, the vast and quiet Zhuge clan estate rests under the night sky. Suddenly, a violent, blood-red pulse of energy erupts from its heart, blanketing the entire compound. Under that same moon, a chance encounter is taking place at a nearby inn. Yoon Se-ho bumps into an old acquaintance, Baekbok, who is surprised to see the young master. Baekbok explains Hez returning from an escort mission, and Se-ho says Hez just left the Zhuge clan. As they talk, Se-ho mentions that he experienced something rather unusual there. He casually begins to explain, trying to put the strange sensation into words. But Baekbok freezes, a look of pure shock washing over his face as he realizes the implication. Hez astonished that Se-ho's chi senses are so refined he felt that disturbance as a wave of nausea. Baekbok confirms his theory, reminding Se-ho how the great yin technique heightens one's senses to impure chi. When that discomfort becomes excessive, it manifests as pure revulsion, just as Se-ho experienced. Se-ho presses him, wondering what could possibly cause a feeling that intense to flare up and then vanish. Baekbok lists the grim possibilities: the wicked aura of a black path cultivator, or perhaps a demon that slipped its leash. He admits there are too many variables to be certain. Even a master couldn't say for sure. Changing tactics, he asks if Se-ho witnessed any specific incidents during his stay with the clan. Se-ho begins to recount a small disturbance, thinking it was nothing major. But as he speaks, the horrible truth dawns on him, his eyes widening in alarm. Baekbok notices his sudden silence, calling out to the young master with concern. A look of panic flashes across Se-ho's face as he declares he has to return to the Zhuge clan at once. Without a moment's hesitation, they ride through the dead of night. Se-ho, Baekbok, and their attendant gallop with frantic urgency toward the Zhuge estate. His face is a mask of grim determination as the pieces finally click into place. He now understands that gnawing unease and curses himself for realizing it so late. In his past life, he knew of the major players, the patriarch and the clan head who held power. But this time, he's discovered a hidden hand, a mastermind working from the shadows. And back at the clan estate, that very mastermind, Jaegil Do-hyun, activates a sinister ritual. One of the retainers looks on in pure terror, recognizing the forbidden all-seeing eye array. He knows that once active, it will force the entire clan into a bloody, self-destructive madness. Jaegil Do-hyun calmly acknowledges his knowledge just as a blade pierces the retainer's chest, silencing him for good. He tells the dying man that getting caught would just make him a nuisance. With a sickening pull, Jaegil Do-hyun withdraws his blade, the sinister ritual glowing around him. He laments how it came to this, feigning sorrow for the clan members about to die. But his pity is a lie. He blames the patriarch, the clan head, and Young for forcing his hand. Elsewhere, the Zhu clan patriarch confronts another traitor, Myung, declaring that his little rebellion is over. His loyalists have the room surrounded, and he claims to have all the evidence of their conspiracy. The patriarch demands to know why his own blood relative would turn a blade on him. Was it just for power? But Myung explodes in fury, screaming that his brother still doesn't understand the real problem. He berates the patriarch's weakness against the Murim alliance, a path of half measures. He roars that this drastic action was for the clan's future, something the patriarch failed to protect. Myung sneers, warning that even if he dies, the patriarch's weakness has already doomed the clan. The old man's fury erupts, but his roar is cut short by an impossible sound. A flash of steel, not from an enemy, but from his own trusted guard, whose eyes glow a hellish red. And then, the true mastermind reveals himself, Jaegil Do-hyun, stepping out from the chaos he created. In an instant, all of the patriarch's loyal men freeze, their eyes igniting with the same crimson light. They turn their swords not on the traitors, but on each other, a mindless, bloody frenzy taking hold. The patriarch and his few remaining conscious allies can only stare in utter disbelief and horror. The hall becomes a slaughterhouse, brother turning on brother in a perfectly orchestrated nightmare. Do-hyun's cold, red eyes survey his work. Someone recognizes the forbidden technique, the all-seeing eye array. Clutching his bleeding chest, the patriarch makes a desperate call. He will hold them here, while the others rush to destroy the formation's core. One of the loyal retainers, Yul, steals his resolve, claiming he can keep his mind intact. The patriarch hands him the clan's treasured Chamsa sword, an artifact that amplifies righteous chi. With the fate of the Zhuge clan now resting on his shoulders, Yul is ordered to go. He grits his teeth, turns, and sprints into the chaos without another word. He becomes a whirlwind of motion, cutting a path through the enthralled retainers. Over his shoulder, he yells a desperate promise to return quickly and begs his master to hold on. He leaves the patriarch to fend for himself against a sea of his own men. As he runs, Yul can't help but wonder what kind of monster would force a family to slaughter itself. But he shakes it off. There's no time to think. He just has to move. Every second he wastes puts his master in more danger, as the old man barely parries another deadly blow. The patriarch grunts, the immense pressure of the formation finally getting to him. Even he can feel its influence seeping in. A bitter reminder that age has caught up to him. He's completely surrounded, his own men descending upon him with murder in their eyes. With a surge of desperate energy, he unleashes a powerful roar. He screams for them to snap out of it, to fight the control. And for a moment, it works. The retainers halt, dazed and confused by their own actions. But the real reason for the break isn't the old man, it's the two figures standing in the doorway. The story rewinds 15 minutes, showing us how they got here. Jaegal, so young herself, was caught in the corrupting mist, staggering against a wall. She fought desperately as an unseen force tried to corrode her mind, clouding her thoughts. Her eyes burn red with exertion as she clutches her head, the mental assault overwhelming her. She feels her consciousness slipping away, knowing she can't hold on any longer. But a desperate voice cuts through the fog, pleading for the lady to pull herself together. Just as she's about to collapse, a figure in a red coat catches her. She looks up, her eyes widening in disbelief. It's young Master Seiho. He calmly explains that a bad feeling brought him back, and it seems his hunch was correct. The problem, he reveals, is a formation array that has been activated over the entire clan. So Young is stunned, but Seiho confirms that he already knew about this forbidden technique. He recalls the grim testimony from the Zhu clan's annihilation, where people were possessed, turning their swords on their own family in a mindless slaughter. And just as he says this, a shout confirms his fears. Clan members are locked in combat, ready to kill their own kin. So Young points them out in a panic, but Seiho is unfazed, calmly declaring that he will handle it. He gathers his ki, drawing a deep breath, and unleashes a powerful shout, the lion's roar, sending a shockwave of pure energy across the grounds. The possessed warriors instantly snap out of it, confused and dazed, as a confident smirk spreads across Seiho's face. His mind flashes back to his master, who once told him that his Yin Ice Sea divine technique would protect him from such corruption. His master had even given him the solution. Use the lion's roar to awaken anyone who falls prey to what he called that formation array. The specific name struck Seiho. Even back then did his master already know about this forbidden art, and its link to the Snowwind Palace. Shaking off the memory, he tells a stunned So Young to lead the way. They have to save the Grand Patriarch, which cuts us back to the present, where she's desperately holding her grandfather, who seems to have already fallen victim. The Grand Patriarch immediately checks on his granddaughter, who confirms she's okay, though clearly shaken. He turns to Seiho, his voice filled with relief, thanking him for single-handedly saving them from the crisis. The old master's eyes widen in recognition, asking if that was the fabled lion's roar technique, to which Seiho calmly agrees. Just then, Yul and his companion appear, reporting that they've been busy subduing any stragglers who hadn't regained their senses. With the immediate threat handled, Seiho declares their next move: find and destroy the formation array, and the Patriarch informs him the clan head is already on his way. But as they prepare to move, a desperate shout stops them in their tracks. It's Jaegal Dohyun, on his knees with two swords at his throat, pathetically begging his father to take him along. The Patriarch's face is a mask of grief, as he explains that the traitor Gyeong is likely at the array's core, still unable to believe his own son was complicit. So Young adds her own desperate plea, begging her grandfather to show mercy and let her come too. After a heavy pause, the Patriarch relents, deciding they will all go together, figuring his own injuries would only slow him down anyway. With a heavy heart, the Patriarch orders them to witness the danger they brought upon the clan. The group arrives before a building bathed in a sinister crimson aura, the source of their nightmare. Just then, the Zhug clan head rushes in, crying out in relief at the sight of his father. The two have a brief, tense reunion, the son overjoyed to see the Patriarch unharmed. The old man explains it's all thanks to young Master Yoon, who single-handedly saved them from self-destruction. Seiho simply waves it off, claiming he only did what anyone would have in his position. Now focused, the clan head points to a sealed building, the last place they haven't searched. With a heavy thud, the doors to the suspicious building swing open, and there, waiting for them, is Gyeong, the traitor, looking utterly unsurprised. He even gives them a smug grin, condescendingly admitting that Seiho is indeed amazing. The Patriarch demands an explanation from Gyeong, his voice trembling with confusion and rage. Gyeong simply points to the heavens, declaring his orders came from above. Erase this entire place. Seiho's eyes narrow. The warning in that letter, so this was the price for refusing their offer. It all clicks into place. The Muram Alliance was pulling the strings, yet again. The Patriarch finally snaps, roaring at the scoundrel who betrayed them, but Gyeong just laughs, finding it ironic to be lectured by a man who betrayed his own family for power. The old man defends his past, screaming that he only acted to build a force that could resist the Alliance's tyranny. Seiho already knows how this ends. In his past life, Gyeong succeeded, and it was all part of the alliance's plan. The traitor scoffs at the idea of wanting to rule the Zhu clan, as if it's beneath him. He claims he's acting for a far grander purpose, a great cause where the weak are inevitably sacrificed. He declares that families and sects are nothing compared to the Murim Alliance's great cause. Since the Zhu clan is too outdated to keep up, he had no choice but to step up and lead the way. With a smirk, he bites down hard, blood spilling from his lips as he cuts the conversation short. The patriarch's eyes widen, not in fear, but in pity, questioning this so-called great cause. He calls the traitor a pitiful fool, asking if he truly didn't realize he was just a pawn to be discarded. Gyung's confidence shatters into pure panic, stammering that the alliance still needs him. But the patriarch's fury erupts, screaming that no cause is worth betraying your own family for. The traitor's body begins to tremble uncontrollably, the poison or curse taking hold. He collapses in agony, blood pouring from his mouth as his life rapidly fades. The patriarch reveals the truth. The all-seeing eye array is a forbidden technique that kills its user, a fact the alliance conveniently left out. The patriarch scoffs, telling the traitor he was a disposable pawn from the very beginning. He coldly states that once Gyung's breath finally ceases, the cursed formation array will vanish. His only command is for the traitor to atone for the sins against his clan with his death. As a final, agonizing scream tears through the air, Seiho and So Young watch the grim scene unfold. For a moment, even the patriarch's face is etched with the pain of executing his own kin. The traitor's body dissolves into nothing but ethereal light, consumed by the very power he wielded. Seiho feels a sense of relief as the disgusting, oppressive energy that plagued the clan finally disappears. A quiet peace settles over the Zhuge state under the moonlight, the immediate threat now purged. 3 days pass, bringing with them a much-needed sense of calm. Summoned by the Grand Elder, Seiho and So Young notice the clan's atmosphere is already brighter than before. Chief Yu, it seems, had to depart immediately, lest his staff back at the medical pavilion literally die from overwork. Seiho pushes open the heavy doors to the clan's main hall. Inside, the Zhuge clan's patriarch and head sit waiting with solemn purpose. He steps into the grand chamber, the clan's elders lining the path before him. Alongside So Young, he announces his arrival, as summoned by the Grand Elder. Without preamble, the patriarch acknowledges that thanks to Seiho, the clan was saved from a terrible crisis. He clasps his hands, making it clear this is on behalf of everyone, and offers his deepest, most sincere gratitude. Every retainer in the hall bears witness to this unprecedented display of honor towards an outsider, and So Young, standing beside him, offers her own silent, heartfelt thanks. The head of the Zhuge clan bows deeply, a gesture of profound respect. Every eye in the great hall is fixed on Seiho, as the clan's leadership formally acknowledges their debt. Seiho is a little taken aback. He certainly wasn't expecting this level of ceremony. The patriarch explains he summoned them to repay Seiho for saving their entire family from annihilation. Has clearly done his homework, mentioning has heard the Yunhei merchant group seeks a source for Tieguanyin tea. As a reward, he grants them the exclusive distribution rights to the clan's entire production. But he insists that's not nearly enough, offering a blank check anything Seiho desires, he need only ask. A flicker of a smile crosses Seiho's lips. He knows exactly what he wants. He begins not with a request for wealth or power, but by mentioning the ever-serious Chief Yu Soak. Seiho recalls how brightly the man smiled while exchanging poems with the patriarch, setting the stage for his real request. His request is surprisingly simple. He hopes the patriarch will continue to be a good friend to the Grand Elder. The old man is deeply moved, declaring their bond as one between brothers, a connection he'll cherish for life. Seiho promises to host them for tea and poetry, and the patriarch warmly extends an invitation of his own. An offer from the head of the Zhu clan? Seiho bows deeply, honored to accept. But just as the meeting concludes, Jaegel Do-hyun, the clan head, clears his throat for one last question. He gets right to the point, asking the young man if he happens to have a betrothed. Seiho is a little thrown by the sudden shift, but answers honestly that he is not yet engaged. The question hangs in the air, leaving Seiho completely bewildered by the sudden personal inquiry. A silent, knowing glance at Jaegel, So Young reveals the clan head's true intention. The official business might be over, but a new, unspoken proposal now echoes through the estate halls. Having completed his mission, Seiho formally announces his return to his father, but as he stands there, a flicker of confusion crosses his face. Something isn't right. He realizes the entire leadership is present, his brothers, all the pavilion masters, waiting. His father cuts to the chase, explaining that despite his long journey, an urgent matter has come up. This isn't just business, it's an imperial order concerning the distribution of salt. He reveals that in Seiho's absence, his brother Jongho finalized an exclusive contract. But since Seiho started this whole affair, His father wants him to accompany them to the capital. Seiho questions the need, pointing out that the next clan leader has already handled it. His father simply smiles and tells him to open the box he's brought. With a silent understanding, Seiho lifts the ornate container, sensing its contents hold the key. Inside, Seiho sees something he'd never forget: the ID token for the young merchant group leader. He remembers the old laws of the group. Any blood relative could earn this and enter the brutal competition for succession, so he immediately protests to his father, stating that he isn't yet qualified to receive this honor. He explains that earning the token requires working in every pavilion, a process he's barely even started. His father listens patiently, then calmly tells him that his understanding is only half right. Seiho is stunned. Another method to gain recognition? He's never heard of such a thing. That other method, his father begins to explain, has already been fulfilled. As he turns, he sees them all, every single pavilion master, gathered and waiting for him. The chief of internal affairs steps forward, confirming they have all been watching him for a very long time. He acknowledges Seiho's martial skill and leadership, declaring that he has more than proven his worth. The Sunset Pavilion master steps up, stating that while her pavilion teaches how to value goods, Seiho already proved his mastery with the self-dancing dolls. Next is Jake Byungcheol, the preppy pavilion master, who admits he has nothing left to teach about trade after watching Seiho corner the salt market. He gives a respectful acknowledgement. Seiho's practical attitude has already surpassed their theoretical lessons. One by one, the other masters show their unanimous support, their expressions firm and decided. All eyes turn to the final holdout, Chief Yu, who clears his throat dramatically. He jokes that he'd love to keep Seiho as his personal slave, pavilion member, but even he has to admit there's nothing left to teach him. And with that, the final pavilion master gives his official approval, confirming the unanimous decision. But Seiho isn't celebrating. He raises a critical point. If he takes this position, what about the real Jinho? Wouldn't he be upset? His father and brother listen, their expressions unreadable, as if they'd been waiting for this exact question. Then comes the bombshell answer that shatters Seiho's world. Jinho already agreed to all of this. Seiho is stunned, asking if Jinho really agreed, but his father cuts him off, telling him not to make him repeat it. The family head explains with a slight smirk that Jinho never wanted the leader position anyway. Seiho listens, the information slowly sinking in as he thinks back on the brother he barely knows. A small, almost sheepish smile breaks across his face as he clears his throat. Of course, that's exactly the kind of person the real Jinho is. With his final doubt resolved, Seiho formally accepts, promising to do his best as the young merchant group leader. His father nods, explaining that since they must depart for the capital soon, his official ceremony will be held upon their return. Seiho bows his head with a genuine smile, offering his thanks to his father and the family head. Internally, he reflects on his progress. An appointment as young leader and an audience with the emperor things are far better than his last life. But a vision of a burning future flashes in his mind, and his expression hardens. This is good, but it's still not enough. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a report confirms the Jaegel clan emerged from the recent attack virtually unscathed. The shadowy leader of this operation reads the news, his face hidden as he admits his plan has failed. His subordinate asks what to do next, as the leader wonders how the powerful enchantment could have been so ineffective. He orders his man to leave the Jaegel clan alone. They can't risk exposing their involvement by pushing the issue, at least for the time being. The leader asks for any other details, and the subordinate reveals a curious piece of information. There was a guest with the Grand Elder at the time, someone from the Yunhei merchant group. The leader's interest is piqued. A mere merchant group involved in this? That's a loose end he can't ignore. The White Heaven merchant group leader, Namgung Kang, orders an investigation into them immediately. And while powerful figures make their moves, life goes on at the Yunhei Merchant Guild's workshop. Inside, a young artisan is hard at work, meticulously carving a block of wood with focused precision. A voice from the doorway observes her diligence, startling her from her concentration. She looks up to see the young master, Yoon Seiho, leaning casually against the frame with Jumryong on his shoulder. She beams, rushing over to congratulate him on the news of his promotion to vice guild leader. He brushes it off, saying it's not official until he returns from Beijing, and quickly changes the subject. He's here to check on that special item he requested, which she proudly presents, a finely crafted wooden fan contraption. She demonstrates it for him, cranking a handle that causes the wooden blades to spin rapidly. A cool, refreshing breeze washes over Seiho, and he can't help but grin, impressed with the result. He muses that the emperor will surely love this gift, a comment that leaves the poor artisan completely stunned. She can barely process it, stammering if the emperor would even want something so humble. Seiho just laughs, giving her a playful headshake to snap her out of it. He tells her to leave the big picture to him. This little fan is going to yield incredible results. With a sly look, he explains the first benefit. It gets the Yunhei Merchant Guild's name into the imperial court. And the second? Once word gets out that royalty is using their product, the promotional effect will be astronomical. A wicked grin spreads across his face as he declares he's already decided on a name for it. He strikes a pose, announcing that he'll honor her as the creator by combining both their surnames. He proudly presents its new title, the Yungong Windblaster. The artisan just stares back, an awkward, pained smile plastered on her face. She can't help it, quietly muttering that the name he's so proud of is just lame. Realizing his naming sense is a complete bust, Seiho awkwardly agrees to her much simpler suggestion, the artisan fan. A few days later, the Yunhei Merchant Guild's delegation arrives in the grand capital of Beijing. They are greeted by Jin Wu Rim, the leader of the Yongpyong Merchant Guild, which operates directly under the imperial court. The Yun family head offers a polite greeting, acknowledging the honor of the meeting after their long journey. Jin Wu Rim proudly explains that their guild building, a gift from the emperor himself, will host all 23 invited guilds. He offers to show them to their quarters so they can finally rest from their travels. But as they're being led away, Seiho, looking a bit tired, calls out to his father. With a refreshed smile, he asks if they could possibly visit the market after settling in. He then points to his brother, Un Jongho, specifying he wants him to come along, much to Jongho's surprise. The family head considers it a good learning experience for a merchant and agrees, reminding them not to be back too late. His brother Jongho laughs, remarking that Seiho must be excited since it's his first time in Beijing. But of course it wasn't. In his past life, he ran the Yunhei Merchant Guild's branch right here. He knows the city like the back of his hand, but that's not the real reason for this little trip. And so, with their father's permission, the two brothers venture into the bustling capital market. For Jongho, it's a completely new world, and he's visibly dazzled by the grand sights. Seiho can't help but playfully tease him for making it so obvious he's a first-timer. After they find a place to rest, Seiho decides it's time to get to the real point of their outing. He leans in with a sly grin and asks his brother a very direct question. Does he have a lover? Jongho is immediately flustered, stammering and asking what he could possibly mean. But his blushing face says it all as the name Jin So-mi echoes in his thoughts. Jongho is utterly floored, asking how he could possibly know. But Seiho just grins, saying it's obvious. He recalls a specific moment, remembering when he first put the pieces together. It was during his brother's Vice Guild leader appointment ceremony. The love-struck look on Jongho's face as he spoke with her was impossible to miss. Of course, Seiho just plays it off as a simple guess, enjoying his brother's panicked reaction. But he knew it even back then. Jongho had already set his heart on his future sister-in-law. So, he presses his advantage, suggesting they should buy a gift for her while they're here. He gives his hesitant brother a supportive pat, telling him to have some confidence. Then, with a knowing smirk, he turns to get a second opinion from someone nearby. And the person he addresses is a stern-looking warrior he calls Jian Wujin. Even the stoic Jian Wujin can't help but agree, getting roped into Seiho's scheme to help his brother. Surrounded by his brother's loyal retainers, a flustered Jongho nervously tries to pick the perfect gift. Seiho, however, seems to have something else on his mind, a mischievous glint in his eye. His gaze settles on Jian Wujin, and he remembers a crucial detail. In his past life, this man died tragically during this very ceremony, a painful memory for his brother. Seeing him standing here, alive and well, is proof that Seiho is slowly rewriting their fate. Just then, his brother calls out, holding a small red flower and nervously asking for his opinion. Seiho gives him a warm, reassuring smile, telling him it's an excellent choice. But just as his brother feels a moment of relief, Seiho's expression shifts subtly. He suddenly stumbles, feigning weakness, and collapses right into Jian Wujin's arms, much to his brother's horror. Suddenly, Seiho throws open the doors, his playful act of weakness completely forgotten. A faint scent of orchids hits him, and his expression sharpens. There's no mistaking it. His mind flashes back to the Weian Tower. It's the same fragrance from that day. Without a word of explanation, he bursts out into the crowded street. His eyes dart through the sea of people, searching for that suspicious person from back then. He can almost see them, the hooded figure who slipped away before. They were just here. He plunges into the bustling city square, determined to catch them this time. Pushing past the throng, he calls out apologies as he shoves his way through. But damn, there are just too many people. He's going to lose them at this rate. The orchid scent begins to fade, and a sense of frustration grows. Where did they go? Suddenly, he catches a glimpse of them, two figures in dark hoods. There, across the square. That has to be them. He tears through the crowd, a man on a mission. He's so close now, his hand reaching out, just a little more. And he's got one. He grabs a shoulder, ready to unmask his quarry. But as he pulls, they both stumble and fall to the ground. He looks down, only to see a boy. This isn't who he was chasing at all. A wave of panic hits him. Shoot, what about the real targets? He whips his head up, scanning the crowd desperately. But it's too late. They're gone, and he's lost his only lead. His chase is interrupted by a commotion as an angry man grabs a young boy off the street. The man raises a stick, roaring about stolen dumplings from his shop. Without hesitation, he brings it down, beating the child mercilessly. The boy cries out that he's innocent, as Seiho's attendants finally catch up to their master. He tries to explain he was warning him about other thieves, but the man just accuses him of being an accomplice. But just as the stick is about to fall again, a hand firmly grasps it, stopping the blow. Seiho has stepped in, his expression cold as he tells the man that's enough. The shopkeeper whirls around, demanding to know who this meddler is. But the calm, glittering confidence in Seiho's eyes makes the man's bravado falter. His tone shifts immediately to one of respect, trying to justify his actions as Seiho asks, was the crime really that great? The shopkeeper insists the boy stole 5 dumplings, but Seiho calmly states the boy was only trying to warn him. The man scoffs, calling the boy a decoy, so Seiho simply asks how many children were involved. 5 of them, the man recalls, each grabbing one dumpling, a detail that makes Seiho's mind click. When the man suggests they're sharing, Seiho picks apart his logic. Would such loyal friends abandon one to be beaten? He presses further, noting they wouldn't have used their most vulnerable member as a decoy, leaving the man speechless. Now certain of the situation, Seiho turns to the child, gently asking if he, like the others, is an orphan. The boy quietly confirms it, prompting Seiho to ask why he doesn't simply stay with them. But the boy's answer is stunning, quoting a principle that a true gentleman does not steal, no matter how poor. A flicker of immense interest crosses Seiho's face. He recognizes there's something extraordinary about this child. Turning back to the silent shopkeeper, Seiho lays out the facts. The boy never stole a thing, and there's no proof of any conspiracy. When asked if he wants an apology from the shopkeeper, the boy simply shakes his head. But Seiho just smiles, believing he himself should be the one to apologize for letting the boy get hurt. He offers a deep, sincere apology, which stuns the shopkeeper into stammering out his own. But our protagonist isn't finished. He turns to the shop owner, holding out his hand. An apology, he explains, must come with compensation, pressing a stack of silver into the man's hands. With the shopkeeper thoroughly silenced and paid for his trouble, the matter is officially closed. Seiho now gives his full attention to the child, gently asking if he's injured. The boy insists he's fine, bowing gratefully. But Seiho wisely warns him that even small wounds can fester. With a reassuring smile, he tells the boy to follow him, and he'll ensure he gets treated. And so, he leads the young orphan away as the sun begins to set on the city. Back at their lodgings, Dalgap cuts right to the chase with a serious expression. She demands to know if he ran off because he spotted that masked man who escaped before. Seiho thinks back, realizing the Muram Alliance is based here in Luoyang, wondering if he's being monitored. He decides to search the area tomorrow, but dismisses the thought for now, turning his attention back to his companion. But Dalgap isn't done, her frustration boiling over as she gets right in his face, demanding he at least tell them where he's going. As she scolds him for constantly rushing into danger, Bekbok's voice cuts through the tension, announcing his return. He's brought the boy back, all cleaned up, and assures them the medicine he received will heal him within 3 days. The whole group settles down for a meal, a temporary moment of peace after the day's chaos. But the young boy is sharp, asking Seiho if paying off the shopkeeper was some kind of deliberate test. Seiho turns, a curious look on his face, explaining that his apology had already resolved the conflict, so why the extra cash? The boy presses further, feeling there was something more to Seiho's gesture than just compensation. Seiho confirms his suspicion. The money was a test to see if the shopkeeper's apology was genuine. He adds with a knowing smile that if the man had refused, he'd have offered him a way to stop the thefts for good. The boy leans in, curious to know what this method was. As Seiho explains the simple trick of narrowing the display, the boy realizes he had the exact same idea. Impressed, Seiho decides it's time for proper introductions, stating his name as Seiho of the Yunhei Merchant Group. But he continues, explaining that due to his circumstances, he uses a name he chose himself. He asks them to call him Seok Ilsong, and the friendly atmosphere instantly shatters. The boy's mind flashes to a dark, terrifying vision of the infamous killer who shares that name. He can't process it. Is this man really the Seok Ilsong he's heard stories about? The legendary name echoes in the boy's mind, a name tied to a terrifying, shadowy figure. He was Seok Ilsong, the greatest chancellor of the infamous heavenly demon cult. a man whose strategic genius brought the cult victory after victory, plunging the entire world into fear. And now, Seho, having seen the boy's potential, casually asks if He'd be interested in joining him. A wicked grin spreads across his face as he offers to teach the boy the trade, thinking what a useful tool he'll be. Watching the boy leave, Seho breathes a sigh of relief, glad he found this future genius before the demonic cult could. After all, with his new promotion to subhead, he needs a prodigy to manage the financial scripture pavilion. He turns to Dalgap, smugly thinking about the talented recruit he's about to deliver to Chief Yu. Their destination is none other than the Grand Imperial Palace itself. Carriages roll through the gates, carrying our hero towards his next grand scheme. Inside the carriage, the Yoon family head looks pensive, the weight of the coming meeting on his mind. Seho, ever observant, asks if his father is nervous about their audience with the Emperor. His father warns him to be careful, noting the Emperor must have a special reason for this summons. With a sudden creak, their carriage rolls to a complete stop. An official's voice rings out, ordering everyone to step outside. They've arrived at the checkpoint. From here, they must walk to the Hall of Supreme Harmony. As they step out, the Yoon family head spots a familiar face in the crowd. It's the head of the Jumjin merchant group, In Jun, an influential figure in his own right. The family head quickly introduces his son, and Seho offers a respectful greeting. He proudly adds that this is his youngest, who has already risen to become the clan's subhead. In Jun laughs, impressed by the young man's honesty after Seho accidentally voices his own confidence. The old merchant then mentions his own good deeds, like distributing salt to the suffering populace. Their conversation, however, is cut short by the arrival of some very annoyed-looking palace officials. They shout impatiently, declaring that the emperor is waiting for them. One official rudely urges them forward, much to the Yoon family head's irritation. He then scoffs under his breath, mocking these lowly merchants for thinking they're special. But Seho's hearing is sharp, and he catches the insult, a cold little smirk gracing his lips. In the next instant, the sky erupts in a blinding flash of white light. The arrogant officials are caught completely off guard, crying out as they shield their eyes from the glare. In Jun shoots a suspicious glance towards Seho, who simply stands there, the very picture of innocence. But as the light fades, Seho's mind is racing, realizing something is deeply wrong here. He recalls his brother's warnings about the eunuchs, and now sees them treating their honored guests with blatant contempt. The intense heat and the long walk are taking their toll on Injun, who stumbles forward, dizzy from exertion. Before the old man can fall, a steady hand catches him. It's Seho, who gently insists that the elder should get on his back. Without a moment's hesitation, he kneels down, ready to carry the old man himself. Injun, grateful and tired, accepts the offer, telling Seho to just think of it as carrying his grandson. But as he rests his head on Seho's shoulder, he notices something strange. His grandson's body is unnaturally cool. Up ahead, the officials are completely oblivious, barking at them to hurry up and keep moving. But Injun isn't listening. His mind is stuck on that icy chill, a seed of suspicion now firmly planted. As they walk, Seho whispers that this is no ordinary neglect. It feels like they're being made to suffer on purpose. Injun agrees, chuckling grimly that they must be easy targets, though he can't recall ever earning such a grudge. Wiping sweat from his brow, he adds that unlike them, he's the type to hold a grudge for a very, very long time. A wicked little smile plays on Seho's lips as he glances at the officials relaxing under a parasol, promising to serve them a refreshing cider later. He explains it's a new, fizzy pear tea he developed, a perfect treat as they finally approach the Grand Imperial Palace. Once inside, they and the other summoned merchants immediately fall to their knees, paying their respects to the emperor. Seho bows his head to the floor as a voice commands them to rise and receive the imperial decree. An official begins to read, acknowledging their hard journey and mentioning that their recent good deeds have reached the emperor's ears. Seho listens intently, his expression unreadable as he stands among the other merchants. But even from behind a screen, he can feel it, the overwhelming aura of a mountain's king, a white tiger watching his every move. The official concludes the decree, warning them that the emperor himself is watching and expects complete obedience. With the formalities done, an aide asks for permission to present the gift from the Yunhei merchant group, which the emperor allows. Seho's man brings forth a curious device, a sincere offering they call the Windmaker. From behind a golden screen, the emperor hums thoughtfully. As it's explained, the device creates a cool breeze. His curiosity is piqued, the beaded tassels of his crown swaying as he leans in for a closer look. The attendant declares it a truly wondrous object, offering to present 500 of them to the imperial palace. The emperor, impressed, asks what they would charge for it on the open market. The answer is shocking: the price of 3 chickens. Seoho's representative confirms their intent is for the common people to afford it, since everyone suffers equally in the heat. He paints a picture of the suffering masses, explaining their wish is for this invention to bring relief to all. To that end, they will even share the manufacturing method with every merchant present, a move of boundless generosity that stuns the emperor. The emperor, thoroughly impressed, decrees that the Yunhai group will get a cut from every windmaker sold. Seho and his attendant bow deeply, but the emperor asks if there is anything else they desire. While the attendant begins to refuse, Seho boldly cuts him off, admitting he has one small request. The attendant shoots him a shocked look, realizing this young man has an incredible amount of nerve. But behind the screen, the emperor is amused, not angered, and invites him to speak his mind. Seho's request is humble, simply a place for their merchants to rest within the palace walls until sunset. He gestures to the elderly merchant leaders, explaining that many are over 70 and may not survive the heat. These men are crucial for the salt distribution project, he adds, so their safety is of national importance. The emperor's tone suddenly sharpens, demanding to know if the palace eunuchs failed to provide them shelter. Seho calmly confirms their worst fears. The palanquins were used only by the eunuchs, leaving the elders to suffer. The emperor's voice echoes through the hall, summoning the very officials who caused the problem. He cuts right to the chase, demanding to know why the merchants were denied palanquins, and a bead of sweat forms on the lead eunuch's brow. Trying to sound righteous, the official explains that he believed it was inappropriate for mere merchants to use them. He even dares to quote imperial law, reminding His Majesty that palanquins are reserved for royalty and high-ranking officials. But the emperor's voice slices through the air, asking if his direct order to treat the merchants with utmost hospitality meant nothing. He then turns to Jin Wurim, the head of the salt merchants, who can only bow and confirm the emperor's command. Cornered, the officials start screeching, arguing that the merchants are lowly, caring only for money, and unworthy of such an honor. And then their true motive is revealed. They suggest the salt project should be left to them, the eunuchs. Seho simply watches, his suspicions confirmed. This was never about palace rules, it was always about greed. The emperor's voice turns cold, posing a simple, deadly question. If the merchants are lowly, what does that make him for choosing to work with them? The emperor's voice cuts through their pathetic excuses, declaring the merchants are his hands and feet. To call them lowly, he continues, is to insult him directly, and that is nothing short of treason. He even reveals he knew about their past bribes, and was planning to generously overlook them. But their greed today has brought his full wrath down upon them, and his tolerance has finally run out. With a voice that shakes the very pillars of the hall, he orders every last one of them imprisoned. The Imperial Guard moves in instantly, dragging the screaming officials away as they cry about misunderstandings. Seho can't help but crack a small, impressed smile. This emperor has a much fierier personality than he expected. The grand doors slam shut, sealing the fate of the corrupt eunuchs in one clean sweep. An immense wave of relief washes over Seho, the knot in his stomach finally untangling. Later, in a private room, the emperor himself apologizes for the lack of hospitality his men showed. An imperial attendant sternly reminds him to show proper respect before entering. But Seho can barely contain his grin, wondering why he's suddenly getting a private audience. He's led into an ornate chamber, the air thick with the weight of authority. Without hesitation, he drops into a full kowtow, offering the most formal greetings. Even so, he risks a sly peek upwards as a calm voice tells him to rise. The emperor bids him to take a seat at the table with him, and when Seho looks up, he's face to face with a young man radiating imperial grace. A cup is set before him, tea poured as a gesture of hospitality. Seho takes a sip, starting to wonder if he was too excessive in his actions earlier. The emperor finally speaks, admitting he's curious about something, sending our boy into a silent panic. The emperor's question hits him like a ton of bricks. Did he intentionally wait until after sunset? Seho realizes with dawning horror that the emperor already knew everything. With trembling hands, he admits it was deliberate, prompting the ruler to ask for his reasons. Deciding honesty is his only way out, he explains his first point. The eunuchs were treating them with open malice. The emperor asks if it was revenge, and while Seho agrees that was part of it, there was a far bigger issue at play. He explains that witnessing such blatant corruption made him genuinely fear for the country's future. Merchants like him can only thrive and travel, he argues, because the nation itself is stable. But if high-ranking officials disregard imperial authority, that stability crumbles, and trade will inevitably stagnate. He delivers his final, dire warning. If this continues, the nation will eventually be ruined. Seho immediately tries to backtrack, but the emperor calmly stops him, saying he's merely speaking the truth. The emperor clarifies Seho's position. He spoke out for the good of the nation and himself. With a bead of sweat on his brow, Seiho admits he can't deny it. The Emperor's intense gaze softens into a slight, amused smile. And then, to Seiho's shock, the ruler throws his head back and laughs out loud. He marvels at Seiho's sheer audacity, using the nation's fate as a threat. The Emperor admits had heard tales of an interesting young merchant, and now has truly impressed. He hopes Seiho will continue to devote himself to the country for years to come. Seiho is left speechless, but an attendant steps in to remind the Emperor of his next appointment. As he turns to leave, the Emperor gives a final, cryptic promise that they will meet again. The grand doors slide shut, leaving Seiho alone in the chamber to process what just happened. Seiho lets out a long, shaky breath, the immense pressure of the imperial audience finally over. He's just glad to have survived the sudden meeting without any major incidents. Still, the Emperor's parting words about devoting himself to the country linger ominously in his thoughts. But back at his estate, his mood brightens instantly as he calls out happily to his chief steward. Injun greets him with his usual playful jab, welcoming back his slave with a wry smile. Beaming with excitement, Seiho reveals that he found a very talented person in Beijing. He presents the young woman, asking to bring her into the financial scripture pavilion, but the steward's answer is immediate. I refuse. The single phrase stops Seiho dead in his tracks, his cheerful expression wiped clean. Injun's gaze is cold and unyielding as he repeats himself, leaving no room for argument. The room falls into a tense silence. Seiho and his new recruit completely shut down by the old man's firm denial. Seiho is utterly baffled, his little piglet companion just as confused by the sudden rejection. But Injun isn't having any of it, demanding to know why he should bother with some kid. He argues that a merchant group is for work, not a school, and training her would be a waste of resources. The steward slams his hands on the desk, declaring the matter closed before trying to storm off. But before he can leave, a hand firmly grasps his shoulder, stopping him in his tracks. Seiho's smile turns devious as he leans in, suggesting they talk things over just a little more. He playfully asks the old man to guess the young woman's age, to which Injun grumbles she looks about 13. Seiho confirms he's right, but then poses a critical question to the skeptical steward. At only 13, this girl has already mastered the Great Learning, one of the 4 books and 3 classics. The steward freezes, his mind racing as he stomps past them, clearly on his way to verify this impossible claim. In a memory, Heo Cheong looks over the young boy, marveling at his discovery. He almost calls him an excellent slave, but corrects himself. No, this is talent, and for the young master's sake, hell hire him. Now, in the present, that young master is busy training in the open courtyard. A sharp crack echoes as Seiho deflects a powerful strike from his sparring partner. His grip is steady, his focus unwavering as he channels his inner energy. He swings his staff, unleashing a wave of chilling ki that his opponent just barely blocks. The instructor can't help but smile, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Internally, he admits that the young master's skills are growing day by day. Seiho smirks back, his movements flowing with a newfound confidence and power. The two of them continue their dance, a blur of motion as the intense spar rages on. But Seiho isn't just defending. He pivots, ready to unleash a proper attack. He decides it's time to test out the legendary 12 forms sword technique. His opponent's eyes widen, sensing the immense ki gathering around the young master. Seiho prepares the 4th form, a technique that paints the air with frost. He unleashes a wide, sweeping arc of pure icy energy, the snow wind. With the move complete, Seiho holds his form, the last snowflakes of his attack glittering in the air. The chilling wind finally dissipates, revealing the aftermath. His opponent stands firm, having successfully defended against the powerful technique. The spar comes to a halt as the two warriors face each other from a distance. The instructor lowers his weapon, genuinely impressed and admitting that Seiho's final attack was truly excellent. With a mutual sign of respect, the instructor calls an end to the day's training. He praises Seiho's dedication and asks how the preparations for his young master ceremony are coming along. Seiho confirms that everything is proceeding smoothly, as he's even been given a separate residence for his new duties. On top of that, the warrior Li Pil has now been officially assigned as his personal bodyguard. Back inside, he sits with his attendant, sorting through the last of the many invitations. His attendant is surprised to learn that Seiho plans to deliver the final one in person. They arrive at a humble general store, where an old man sits quietly at his desk. Seiho and his attendant step inside, greeting the elder with a respectful bow. The shopkeeper has already heard whispers of good news from the capital, but Seiho simply smiles. He deflects the praise and presents the real reason for his visit, a personal invitation. He explains that the ceremony is in 2 days, and he'd be honored if the old man would attend. The shopkeeper chuckles, assuring him that with his recent accomplishments, the position is more than earned. Seiho presses for an answer, and the elder gives a firm, simple yes, He'll be there. But before they can leave, the old man presents him with a small gift. It's a simple red pouch, offered as a token to celebrate his new title as young master. But this is no ordinary pouch. It's a dimensional storage item that can hold 100 times its size. Seho is stunned, trying to refuse such a precious artifact. But the shopkeeper cuts him off. He explains that he was simply instructed to give it to him on behalf of the emperor himself. The revelation hits Seho like a lightning bolt, leaving him completely speechless. The shopkeeper calmly observes that for the emperor to send such a gift, he must desire Seho greatly. The shopkeeper clarifies the emperor's desire. He wants to make Seho an official in the palace. A cold sweat runs down Seoho's spine. This is the absolute worst-case scenario. The old man encourages him, saying his future is now set on a clear path to serve his majesty. But Seoho's true dream has nothing to do with politics. He wants to be a merchant king, and now he must lay low. A few days later, back at the Yoon family household, the mood is much brighter. His attendants and retainers gasp in awe, completely stunned. Seho makes a grand entrance, absolutely beaming in his magnificent new robes. He graciously thanks Madame Hong Geumso for the wonderful new clothes. She insists the clothes just complement his natural good looks, and he can't help but smugly agree. The seamstress then gives a respectful bow, officially congratulating him on becoming the young master. Seho humbly tells Madame Hong that he owes his new title of young master to her, but she seems confused by his praise. He explains with a charming smile that while another may have carved the puppet, she was the one who gave it life with beautiful clothes. Without her delicate touch, he insists, he would never have become who he is today. And so, he warmly extends an invitation for her to join the celebratory banquet. The madam hesitates, her expression suddenly filled with uncertainty. She looks down, regretfully apologizing that she will be unable to attend the event. The reason for her refusal lies far from the grand halls of the Yoon estate. Instead, she sits quietly, her hands gently holding onto another's. She watches over a sick man in bed, reminiscing about how they used to walk by the river on beautiful days like this. Her eyes glisten with unshed tears, a quiet sorrow for a time that has passed. She whispers a desperate plea for him to wake up, to walk with her by the river just one more time. Turning to Seho, she relays the physician's grim news. Her husband's condition has taken a turn for the worse, and she must remain by his side to care for him. Seho already knows the story. A first-rate master who suffered grievous internal injuries fighting an underworld warrior. Without a rare elixir that isn't yet ripe, his organs will rot within years, leaving Madame Hong to weep in utter despair. He gently takes her hand, his voice softening as he admits he had no idea she was facing such a tragedy. He assures her that she is a member of the Yoonhae family, and family takes care of its own. Therefore, the merchant group will now take full responsibility for her husband's treatment. She's completely taken aback, stammering that it's more than they deserve, but he firmly cuts her off. This isn't just a kindness, he says with a shrewd glint in his eye. It's an investment in her talents. All he asks is that she continue to work with him, just as she has been. Overwhelmed by this incredible offer, Madame Hong bows, her voice thick with gratitude. He smiles warmly, telling her a physician is on the way, so she should relax and enjoy the meal. With that matter settled, time moves forward, bringing a new day for the Yoonhae group. And with it, Seoho's appointment ceremony as the young head is held once again, his father at his side. This time, the event is on a completely different scale, far grander than in his past life. He looks out at the crowd, a confident smirk playing on his lips. It was a total success. After the grand ceremony, peace finally settles over the Yoon family's estate. Seoho lets out a long, weary sigh, the fatigue from the day's events finally hitting him. His father approaches from behind, noting with a soft smile just how exhausted he looks. But it's not his father who greets him, it's his brother, Jongho, commending him for his hard work. The praise quickly shifts to teasing, as he asks about a certain gift meant for a Lady Jin. Seho flusters, admitting he hasn't given it to her yet, even though she's here today. Jongho insists that now is the perfect time for him to go and confess his feelings. He grabs his hesitant brother, playfully warning him that another suitor might appear if he waits. With a firm push, he sends a blushing Seho stumbling off on his romantic mission. Jongho waves him away, a satisfied smirk on his face as his plan is set in motion. It seems his little brother has his own important battle to fight today. His quiet moment is interrupted by Grand Elder Namgung Kang, accompanied by the lovely Lady Yua. Jongho turns, bowing deeply, apologizing for not greeting the esteemed guest sooner. Namgung Kang smirks, revealing he unintentionally overheard the big news about his brother. Lady Yua offers a warm, supportive smile, genuinely wishing Seho the best. But then the elder turns the tables, suddenly asking if his own granddaughter has anyone in mind. Before she can recover, he pivots to Jongho, suggesting the perfect partner is standing right beside him. Mortified, Lady Yua quickly changes the subject, desperately asking for Chief Yu's whereabouts. Jung-ho points the way, and she gratefully seizes the chance to escape, dragging her grandfather along. He's left confused for a moment before Dalgap rushes in, having finally found him. She reminds him of his duties. There's a mountain of people waiting for the young head. The elder's meddling words still linger in the air, leaving Lady Yua with a lingering blush. And so, Jung-ho returns to his role, formally greeting the esteemed Madame Hong and her companion. But elsewhere, Yoon Se-ho's brief moment of peace is shattered by a maid urgently calling his name. She's flustered, struggling to explain the situation as he asks what's wrong. With a sense of panic, she tells him he's needed at the pavilion immediately. He walks into a tense standoff, his gaze immediately locking onto the unfolding scene. A man is kneeling defeated in the water, while another stands over him, radiating fury. The brother turns, demanding to know what on earth is going on here. He scoffs, remarking that he was about to ask the very same thing. With a smug grin, he introduces himself as Wee Sung-jae, eldest son of the Wee clan Marshal Hall. Seo-ho's eyes narrow, he recognizes the name, and this is clearly no accident. Wee Sung-jae then raises his voice, asking if this is how the great Yunhei merchant group treats its guests. But Jung-ho fires back, declaring that his vulgar harassment of a lady has nothing to do with them, drawing attention to Jin Somi, daughter of the Jin Marshal Hall. Wee Sung-jae just smirks, casually dismissing the accusation of harassment as going too far. He claims he was simply asking about her father's health, a lie that makes Jung-ho absolutely livid. With a smug grin, Wee Sung-jae then challenges him to repeat the exact words so everyone can judge for themselves. Jung-ho is struck silent, and from the sidelines, Si-ho immediately understands the trap that's been laid. He knows Wee Sung-jae was saying something awful to Lady Jin, but forcing her to hear those vulgar words again in public would be a second, deeper humiliation. Seeing his opponent cornered, Wee Sung-jae seizes the moment and points directly at Jung-ho with a proposal. He challenges him to a match, man to man, right here and now. The loser, he declares, will be the one to apologize, leaving Jung-ho with no way out of the fight. Just as Jung-ho prepares to accept the duel, a sharp command tells him to wait. It's Jin Somi, walking forward with purpose, unable to stand by and watch any longer. With her sword drawn, she coolly proposes a different match, her against Wee Sung-jae, woman to man. The sudden turn of events leaves both men completely stunned and speechless. Jung-ho protests, but she calmly asserts that her clan was the one insulted, so she will be the one to settle this. Wee Sung-jae just smirks, playing innocent and claiming he has no idea what she's talking about. She just stares him down, asking if it's possible he's afraid, and his eye twitches in annoyance. She reveals she's heard the rumors, that he can't handle a real sword without the help of alcohol. With a cold confidence, she even offers to wait for him to have a drink. The public humiliation works perfectly, and he explodes in fury, accepting the match and vowing to show no mercy. He roars out a final warning, telling her she'd better not regret this decision. And with that, the two martial artists face each other, swords drawn and ready for battle. From the sidelines, Jung-ho watches with a worried expression, while Wee Sung-jae's brother thinks to himself that Jung-ho should be grateful he's not the one out there. He knows that despite his brother's trash personality, his martial skill is on another level. A vicious, confident smirk spreads across Wee Sung-jae's face. But Jin Somi remains calm, declaring that right and wrong must be distinguished, and she expects an apology. He just laughs, taking his stance and telling her she has no one to blame but herself. In an instant, he closes the distance between them, a blur of motion. His blade comes crashing down in a brutal first strike, and she just barely gets her sword up to defend. The force of the impact sends a shockwave through the courtyard, but Jin Somi holds her ground. Onlookers are stunned. They thought the Wee clan was supreme, but the eldest daughter of the Jin clan is more than a match. Her grip on the sword tightens, not with strain, but with coiled, waiting power. And in a flash, she twists, turning his own momentum against him in a beautiful counter. Instead of steel on steel, she masterfully slams her pommel into his sword hand, shattering his grip. Jung-ho's eyes widen a perfect opening, created with skill, not just brute force. A memory of her father's warning echoes in her mind. Do not make an enemy of the Wee clan. But it's too late for that now, as she presses her advantage, forcing the arrogant bully to stumble back. He can barely parry her relentless assault, screaming that this is just a duel, asking if she's trying to kill him. Realizing he's losing, he tries a different tactic, threatening her with consequences unless she apologizes and accepts his proposal. Her answer is a furious lunge, declaring she'd rather face a blade at her throat than ever marry him. He seems momentarily surprised by her ferocity, bringing his own sword up to defend. But that surprise quickly twists into a smug, knowing grin. Oh, he had a feeling she'd say that. He needles her, asking if this little outburst is because of her feelings for young Master Jongho. With a sharp ring of steel, he effortlessly bats her attack aside. Suddenly, his movements are fluid and precise, revealing he was just toying with her before. She grits her teeth, pushed back by his unexpected skill, but then a memory strengthens her resolve. It was Jongho's voice, telling her to stop enduring and do whatever she felt she had to do. He had already pieced it all together, the Wei clan's constant interference with her family's dojo. He knew it all began with her rejection, and he saw right through her fear of making things worse. Jongho had played it off coolly, saying a good merchant is always well informed. He had promised her right then and there to handle the Wei clan's martial hall for her, but she also remembers Seiho's offer, a much more direct and explosive solution. He'd boasted about his connections to the Jaegol clan, ready to ruin that man with a single word. And as these memories wash over her, something inside her finally shifts. She realizes she'd been foolish, waiting for someone else to fight her battles. This wasn't anyone else's problem to solve. A small, knowing smile touches her lips. This entire mess, she now understands, was hers and hers alone to face. And with a newfound fire in her eyes, she gives a silent thanks to Seiho for the unintended wisdom. And with that revelation, Jin Somi finds her courage, no longer hesitating for a single moment. She explodes into motion, her blade, a crimson blur, aimed right at her tormentor. Wei Sungjeo barely manages to duck under the surprise attack, a look of shock on his face. But she doesn't give him time to recover, immediately pressing her advantage. He's forced onto the defensive, their swords clashing in the open courtyard. She moves with a ferocity he's never seen from her before. He parries a blow, a grimace of effort twisting his features. Then, a sneer spreads across his face as he finds the whole situation absurd. He mocks her, asking if she really chose the Yunhei group's son, hoping for some scraps. But his words are cut short as her blade slices past his defenses, answering for him. A thin red line marks Wei Sungjeo's face as he stares in utter disbelief. Jin Somi dares him to keep talking, while he can only stammer, asking if she has any idea who he is. But her answer is already a flurry of blindingly fast sword strikes. He tries to shout his full name, hoping his family's prestige will somehow save him. It doesn't. Her blade, glowing with a fierce red light, easily overwhelms his defense. A strangled noise escapes his throat, not from pain, but from sheer, utter shock. In an instant, a web of glowing cuts appears all over his fine robes. With a sudden burst of energy, his clothes are shredded into nothing but confetti. The onlookers gasp, shielding their eyes and their children's from the scandalous sight. A scream of pure humiliation echoes as he's left standing nearly naked in the middle of the courtyard. Jin Somi looms over the pathetic, half-naked noble, casually asking if he considers this her victory, or perhaps, she offers with a chilling smile, he'd like to continue the duel. In his current, rather drafty, state? The blush of pure shame is his only answer. Through a clenched jaw, Wei Sungjeo finally forces out the words. He yields, begging to be let go. But she's not done with him. Her aura flares as she coldly informs him an apology comes first. He looks up in disbelief, a fool to the very end. An apology? For what? He tries to play dumb, stammering that he said nothing to warrant this. But she remembers every vile word, every insult he hurled about her family's status, and she especially remembers his disgusting offer to take her as a concubine if she just lifted her skirt. Her icy gaze bores into him, her unspoken question hanging heavy. That is what you said, isn't it? The crowd begins to whisper amongst themselves, shocked. If what she said is true, he's nothing but a common thug. Even Yoon Seiho, watching from the sidelines, can't help but find the entire situation absurd. Wei Sungjeo tries to regain some composure, threatening Lady Jin and asking if she can handle the consequences. He scoffs that she has no evidence, claiming a man's word is as heavy as gold, and she's just spouting lies. But just as he speaks of a man's word, a new voice cuts in, an old master who has been watching everything unfold. He calmly reminds the young man that words must be followed by actions, especially since he was the one who demanded a duel. Wei Sungjeo, still kneeling in his underwear, stupidly asks who this old man is. He's just a passerby, apparently. Sensing no martial energy from the elder, Wei Sungjeo's arrogance returns in a flash. He warns the old man to stay out of it if he's just a spectator, puffing out his chest as if he's in any position to make threats. But the old master just laughs, amused by the boy's audacity, and asks what hell do if he decides not to let it slide. Wei Sungjeo foolishly asks if he'd dare attack an old man, and from the crowd, Eun Seoho can only think one thing. This guy is so screwed. In an instant, the air cracks as the old master, Namgung Kang, unleashes a terrifying, overwhelming pressure. The young man's face twists in pure horror, finally realizing this is no mere passerby. Even Jin Somi is taken aback by the incredible display of power radiating from the elder. Namgungkang's voice echoes, disappointed that the heir to a martial hall acts with no honor. He declares that the boy's words and actions are no different from those of a common street thug. Wee Seung-jae clutches his throat, unable to breathe as the immense spiritual energy crushes him from all sides. He can barely gasp out a plea, begging the elder to stop as his body sweats and trembles. Completely broken, he prostrates himself, admitting his mortal sin and pleading for the pressure to be withdrawn. The arrogant young master is left a groveling mess on the ground, utterly dominated by the old master's presence. As Wee Seung-jae lies gasping, Namgungkang reflects that he intervened just in time. Before long, this scandal will spread, leaving the Wee clan master with an impossible mess to clean up. Suddenly, a new voice cries out as the Jin clan martial hall master, Jin Jinhak, rushes onto the scene. Seeing the state of things, he anxiously asks his daughter if she's all right, but she just apologizes for losing her temper. He takes her hands, filled with shame, telling her it's his fault their clan is too humble to protect her. Watching from the sidelines, Yoon Se-ho decides this is the perfect opportunity for his companion. He gives his nervous attendant a sharp poke in the back, sending him stumbling forward with a yelp. The sound catches Jin Soma's attention, and she turns to see who's there. Se-ho grins, cheerfully telling his blushing friend that with the nuisance gone, now's his chance to talk to her. And just like that, the flustered attendant finds himself standing awkwardly right in front of his crush. Blushing, the attendant stammers out that her duel was truly wonderful, but her reply isn't what he expects. She quietly thanks him, not for the compliment, she explains, but for trying to fight in her place. She even apologizes, ashamed that her own hesitation forced his hand. He's completely stunned, thinking it was his failure, not hers. She continues, blaming her indecisiveness for putting him in a difficult position. But he firmly disagrees, insisting it wasn't a burden at all. On the contrary, he was happy, his heart racing with the chance to finally help her. Taking a breath, he decides he can't hide what he feels any longer. He looks her in the eye and confesses he has been in love with her since the day they first met. Jin Somi blushes, her mind racing to process his sudden confession. The attendant tells her he was aware of her feelings and never found them uncomfortable. But she looks down, admitting that what the humiliated Wee Seung-jae said wasn't entirely wrong. Fearing she'd be a burden to him, she gently closes the gift box he offered. He immediately opens it again, insisting that her clan and status mean nothing to him. He would give it all up in a heartbeat if he could just win her love. She turns away, stammering for a moment as she tries to find the right words. Then, with a smile that lights up her entire face, she confesses she feels the exact same way. His expression melts into pure, unadulterated joy, as even Yoon Se-ho watches with a satisfied smile. And from a distance, her father Jin Jinhak lets out a hearty laugh, overjoyed by the beautiful scene. With a booming laugh, the Yoon family head declares that if her clan is humble, then he will become her sponsor. He approaches the young couple, praising Jin Somi's impressive duel and asking her age. Hearing she's only 18, he's even more impressed, and turns to her parents for their thoughts. Her father and mother beam, agreeing that as long as the two are happy, they have their full blessing. Watching from afar, Yoon Se-ho yells at his brother, asking why he's just standing there frozen. He urges Jong-ho to go put the hairpin on his new sister-in-law himself. Blushing at the title, Jong-ho finally takes the ornate pin into his hands. Looking directly at Jin Somi, he formally asks if she will become his betrothed. Her eyes soften, a shy but radiant smile spreading across her face as she looks down. With a soft yes, she accepts, and he gently places the hairpin in her hair, sealing their promise.